Washington, D.C. is out of control. The criminal elements have taken over the city, even though crime has gone down. And
big win, Zoot.
Troops that are put into place by the president isn't enough. It has to be all
big win, Zoot.
that are also bringing in troops that are going to become federalized. What?
You haven't seen the pattern. President Trump, he loves the theatrics of all.
Of course.
And this is what, when he does the show of force, the hope is that people, it will automatically slow down the crime. And actually,
and it's slowing down anyway. Cyclical.
No,
crime goes up, crime goes down.
That's garbage. You know how it works. You get it goes down. Let's say, and then it goes down by 2%. They say, hey, it's going down.
Yeah, it doesn't triple. You don't see 3 times the number of burglaries and murders. All I'm saying is that this is one of those incidences that have done for optics, and that's it. You really need federal troops in Washington, D.C., not only the Washington, D.C. National Guard, but from 3 states, 5 states. Why 3?
You know what they do here in L.A.? They commission black and whites, and they park them in front of, Hollywood and Highland and all these things as a show that there's law enforcement there that they didn't even.
And I understand there's this deterrent. What they're doing, they're guarding federal buildings. When was the last time during the course of recently with the demonstrations where federal buildings were somehow at risk?
January 6th.
Just that one. But are you actually telling? Wait a second. But January 6th was not an attack. January 6th was a patriotic move. It was just Americans that were demonstrating. That's it.
I will never swallow that pill. And anybody that does to me is...
We're on the same page. We're just obviously taking different views of that. I'm right, you're wrong. Moving on.
Fuck.
They must not have been making enough money. Amazon is shuttering its Amazon store on the Android operating system. If you got it, time's running out because it ends on Wednesday, August 20th. That's this Wednesday. That means the mega corporation's competitor to the Google Play Store. Google Play Store is no longer going to be available. The company shut down the App Store on Windows back in 2024. They say we had to discontinue the Amazon App Store on Android to focus efforts on the App Store experience on our own devices.
Yeah, how many people have iPhones go to, or how many people have Android phones go to the Amazon App Store? I would think not many.
The only problem, right, Amy, is that if you did download an app from that, it could.
It might not be there after Wednesday.
Yeah.
That could be problematic. I know, because like with Apple, you go to Apple's, whatever it is, its App Store, and then they also have the Android Google Play Store, so why wouldn't we just go to that? Why go to a third party?
All right, this is a story that needs sussing out. San Bernardino police responded to a call dealing with an officer-involved shooting. In this case, it was a federal immigration officer in the shooting. Apparently, they pulled someone over. The Department of Homeland Security said that agents were conducting this targeted enforcement operation in San Bernardino there, and said that the Customs Border Protection officer was injured during a vehicle stop. It seems that the vehicle was the weapon in this particular case, says they, and the subject just flat out refused to exit the vehicle and tried to run them down. That's their story. And on the flip side, the individual said that he would not get outside. He said that they broke the window and started shooting at him.
Well, you can see the window being broken. The video shows the window being broken, and you hear the shots. Now, the argument...
They say they broke the window because he wouldn't get out.
Right, they broke the window, I guess, to drag him out, because you see a hand going through And as soon as that happens, the driver stepped on the gas, and the police are saying that they were hit. That's easy. That's easy to ascertain. Were police hit? Were there injuries? Okay, where's the argument there? And, so I'd love to see what.
Dude, it's not even.
And according to the driver and witnesses, the car was unmarked. These were federal agents. The car was unmarked, and it was part of an investigation that ICE was having, or Border Patrol was having.
But they were wearing jackets that said police or something, because that's on the video.
Yes, and you don't know if that can be seen from the driver. And he said, all I saw was a bunch of guys in helmets, and the car was unmarked. You're right. It's two different views of this completely, and the police have to suss it out. All right, let's take a break. We're coming back. Let's check in with Amy in the KFI News.
2 men from New York have been arrested for allegedly breaking into a home in Redondo Beach and tying up people inside.
The invasion happened on Sunday morning. It started with a report of a person pointing a gun at another person inside a car. Then it shifted to a report of a home invasion robbery. Officers later found the suspects in the area, chased them, and arrested them. Police said victims were bound for an extended period of time and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. One of the victims was taken to a hospital for treatment. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Menendez brothers have a parole hearing this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, had spent the past 30 years behind bars for the highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were resentenced earlier there to allow for the possibility of parole. The parole board will make a recommendation, but the ultimate authority rests in the hands of California Governor Gavin Newsom. Michael Kastner, KFI News.
The hearing is set for Thursday. If California's proposed new congressional map is approved, Democrat Amy Barra may have to face off against Republican Kevin Kiley, who won re-election last year by 11 points. That's because of the plan that would shift parts of Barra's district into Kiley's. Kiley says the redistricting effort goes against the will of California's voters. European leaders are due to meet with President Trump today in Washington, D.C. to talk about an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen says the main goal is to stop the fighting.
These are challenging times. Only Ukraine can choose its own destiny. But Ukraine always counted on Europe.
Trump will host the meeting
What up, pimp?
with President Zelensky and leaders from the UK, France, Germany, and other countries, as well as NATO Secretary General. The leaders of several Republican-led states have announced more National Guard troops will deploy to Washington, D.C. in support of President Trump's efforts to clean up crime and homelessness in the capital. Maryland Democratic Senator Kristen thinks it's an abuse of power.
It's a manufactured emergency. If you want to see an emergency in Washington, D.C., that was back on January 6, 2021.
He says crime in D.C. is at a 30-year low. More than $500 million is on the line for tonight's Powerball drawing. There was no winner for Saturday's jackpot drawing, so the lottery tonight will be worth an estimated $605 million. We'll check some problems on the 4-5 next.
Later on,
You can't get Australia, though.
You happy about that?
Yeah.
Are you thrilled about it?
Yeah.
Is it the happiest thing in the world to you right now?
No.
All right. Legion.
Again.
Fuck no. Legions.
No, that you can't play that. That's A plus.
I love how you know this.
Oh, actually, it has the two players. Oh.
They'll offer you a fair price for your home, no lowballing, and you'll
What the fuck is
get
this?
paid in cash. In the escrow period, as I said, 10 days or less. That's an easy way to sell your house. And no lowball. Guys, just don't worry about
Oh,
it.
fuck.
So,
Bye-bye.
What's that, pimp?
directbuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL.
Are we playing? Complete your opponent by placing cards on the battleground. Once all cards have been placed. I thought you said we couldn't. Okay, we'll put you guys on the battlefield.
No, we start again.
About the same tomorrow and Wednesday, maybe a couple degrees warmer, and then big warm up happens later in the week.
Actually, fuck, I accidentally fucked up.
Okay, what'd you do, big dog?
Chose to shoot his car.
Mesa 66 in Irvine, and we are going to Irvine, but
Guys, you should have been called to me.
Yeah, I goofed when I sent you that first tease. Yeah, the 5 freeway, southbound, right there's the three. Several vehicles all tangled up with each other, and it's taking some time to get the tow trucks in there and get them out of there. Southbound side of the 5 stopped all the way back from, looks like the 55.
This game is.
Play.
You don't want to play?
No, play.
I'm trying.
Put down the car.
How do I put them down?
Drive.
Wood debris in the 2 right lanes. Not something you want to run over. Trust me, I know a thing or two about running over bad things this morning. Southbound side jammed from before Victory Boulevard. Southbound 170 pretty slow to get away from Burbank Boulevard on down to the 101-134 interchange. With Southern California accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Bullstrider. There's a blaze in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth.
I know. And I just went. I'm whooping your ass, son.
Listen to Habitown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Morning, Mama. How you feeling? Great, and I'm ready for you today. Check morning meditation. Check. Dressed and ready to work out. Check. Check your blood pressure yet? And check. Boom. Great job, Mom. And about those goals you made? No, ma'am. Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge and release the pressure.org.
All right, real time.
I know, pimp.
The free iHeartRadio #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a podcast from our library of over 350 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people. I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people. She was excited about her new job. Day 1, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet." Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork. I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride. Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding an office? We like to say this is for the new generations, limited by age or gender. He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet. It was a $1 billion idea. WeWork's giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable stuff that's ever. Here in Shenzhen. The makers of Dr. Dev and Business Force comes a new series, We Crash, about a $47 billion startup. There's a lot of talk about.
You know that was.
It just all sounded, easy to say now. It was just too good to be true. One of my colleagues turned in and said, I'm David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We Crash. Wherever you're listening right now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Here's what we're working on in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have shot a man who allegedly tried to run them down in San Bernardino.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Put the car down.
I don't think I won.
Put the car down.
Ukrainian President Zelensky will meet today with President
Oh, I did win.
in Washington, D.C.
Tight. That game's amazing.
Again.
No, we're not.
We're playing again. No, we're playing again.
I thought you said only like a bunch of people had to play it at once, and it wasn't available to 2 people.
I was wrong. I was thinking about something else.
Okay.
Monday morning, Mystical Monday, as Amy has so brilliantly depicted it and named Mondays. All right, back we go. More handle on the news and Amy with Amy and.
All right. I've got the best cards ever.
Had a little something to say from far, far away. First Lady Melania Trump sent a letter with President Trump to Russian President Vladimir Putin. So when they met in Alaska, he got the letter. She said it is time to protect children and future generations around the globe. She said we must strive and meet a dignity-filled world for all. She said a simple yet profound concept.
Are you ready?
I'm sure you agree, is that each generation's descendants begins their lives with a purity and innocence which stands above geography, government, and ideology.
And he immediately declared, "You're absolutely right. I'm stopping the war today." Okay. A letter to Google. Yeah.
Air Canada, they going back and forth with their strike. You have more than 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants.
Dude, what the fuck is up with your bombs?
Canadian government jump in. Their Canadian jobs minister jumped in, intervened using Section 107 of the Canadian Labor Code. This was back on Saturday, saying that, hey, you got to get back to work. This operations and duties is support the secure industrial peace and protect the interests of Canada. And they went,
That's right. They said, "Go pound ice."
yeah, and so they proceeded in the process of still being on strike.
I wonder what happens because here there is, for example, there will be an order, usually a federal order for the strikers to return to work, and usually that does.
Dude, what the fuck's up with your bombs?
This is when if this is ignored under the law, the Canadian
You
government
can
can't
come.
do this, and the strikers say we don't care about the law. That is that's
I want.
effectively.
I lost
We're
20.
not
Yeah.
interested in what the law allows or doesn't allow us to do. So I've got a problem with that.
Feeling
So,
a
my
little
bomb?
tired? Well, that's okay, because it's really trendy to look tired these days. It's the latest Gen Z makeup trend. It has a name. It's called Tired Girl. Celebrates the look of not having been to bed. Of course, historically, looking sleepy and worn down has been associated with poor health, aging, and unattractiveness. But Tired Girl Beauty
I didn't realize it was going to do that.
Well, now you do. Now you realize it, don't you?
Of course, the poster child for it is Wednesday Addams.
Yeah, so I guess you two are the wrong people to ask. Sorry about that. But do you try to hide it with makeup? No, exactly. But I don't understand the other way. Why it's so cool to look tired. Okay.
Definitely. It's not. It's not for you to understand.
I
See if it. You got to do a really good movie. You can.
Looks like you have open chancres on your face. That I can.
That was not it.
That was not it.
Okay.
Leave it with me.
What I use. All right, let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up handle on the news on this Monday morning, August 18th. Checking in with a very tired-looking Amy in the KFI newsroom.
Here's the latest. A teenager has been shot and killed at a back-to-school swim party in Kovina. President Trump welcomes Ukraine's
There is a.
Zelensky and EU leaders to the White House to talk about what Ukraine may have to
Okay, maybe you can make.
And new details about Marilyn Monroe's death are coming out from the man who did the autopsy. Those stories and
That
more
was
coming
not
up
the
at
movie.
top of
It was amazing. Because it was an amazing move to make.
Odoo, the only business software you need, Sunny Sky.
You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
Neil and I are inviting 5 of you plus a guest to join us at the Anaheim White House for a dinner of garlic, onions, and Zelman, strangely enough, or unstrangely enough, is sponsoring this to prove how good Zelman's
Are you ready for this move, Zoot?
are. The breath, way beyond mints, little capsules that you swallow.
Done.
And,
Okay.
they're covered with a very strong mint. It's delicious. I love it. And then you swallow a bite into them, and they go working in your stomach, where bad breath also can start. And no mint does both your mouth and your stomach. Selman's does. So how does someone enter this contest, Neil?
Well, Bill, I'm so glad you asked.
All right, Zoot.
You want to go again?
No, we played that one twice. Oh, we have to play again.
And you put in the code KFI at checkout. Not only will you get
Do you know how to play?
but that will automatically
I'm doing something else. I'm not really paying attention to it.
that'll be great. It's on October 11th. Sure, there's rules and all those things that apply to this. You can find out more at Zelmans.com. But just remember, whether it's 3-packs, 5-packs, whatever you are purchasing, use the code KFI this month, and you will be entered to win that dinner.
And
With the breath
Selman's
toys
all about
themselves.
and Selman's all about fresh, clean breath that you have not had before. That's Selman's.
Yes, it is.
All right, you're up, pimp.
It's Selman's. That's right. Selman's. Selmins. Selman's.
Keyword KFI. Perfect. You did great, Bill.
It's Selman's.
Are you guys done now? Okay, good. This report brought to you by Discover. We've got a stall in Costa Mesa on the 405.
Is it Zelman's? Yeah, 405 freeway southbound. It's going to be right before the 55. 405 the southbound at Fairview. This stall in the far left lane of traffic stops.
You gonna play?
Ways looks like it's stopped pretty much back from Beach Boulevard on the southbound side. Meanwhile, over on the 5.
Right, you want to play?
There on
Oh, freebie.
33, several vehicles involved in this crash, and traffic now backing up from the 22, the Orange Crush, also the 55 southbound.
Why didn't I defeat you?
On down towards the 5.
Because I got an ability.
Are you proud of that?
Yeah.
Could you be any more proud of it?
And it's slow, of course, on the 16th and 215
Yeah.
where they come together heading into Riverside with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Luke Bolstra.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, this music and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it.
All right, Zoot, you ready for this?
The #1 app for radio.
Date night at the movies.
Same?
Oh, what the?
Yeah, baby, because I'm a pimp, and you know it.
Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away, but we went to
So his mother started investigating.
Zoot, you're getting smoked, son.
Hell.
Zoot, you're getting smoked, son.
I joined his mother's search for justice. Are you recording? I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
Zoot, did you know you're getting smoked, son?
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio
Oh, that's a mistake.
iHeartRadio is coming in
Oh, you reverse it? Oh, what the fuck is that? So you're still getting smoked, son. Zoo, they should just call you Salmon, because you getting smoked, son.
Blood oxygen feature to some Apple Watches. Redesigned app is on the Series 8, 10, and Ultra watches. Apple says some users want to update the iOS on their iPhone and Watch OS to get the feature. Blood oxygen
that you'll win.
calculated on the user's paired iPhone. And it results can be even in the respiratory section.
I don't know why you make that.
AI chatbots have reportedly been conducting inappropriate conversations with kids.
That was a really dumb move.
What do you want me to do, son?
Oh, right, that ties it. Oh. Fuck you, Nick.
Calm down, Zoot.
Oh, Charles.
Calm down, Zoot.
Okay. I get shit hard here. Okay.
Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What is that bullshit?
Fans, it's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 18th. We'll start with a weird baseball tale in 1965. Hank Aaron hit a monster home run that would have been his 8th season, but was called out because his left foot was entirely out of the batter's box when he hit it. Bob Uecker, who became a famous play-by-play announcer, was the catcher for the Cardinals and the one that brought it to the umpire's attention. The Braves would win the game 5-3 on another home run in the 9th inning by Don Dillard. Jumping way ahead, today in 2009, 6 months after he tearfully announced his retirement for the second time, and 3 weeks after affirming he would never return to football, Brett Favre signs a 2-year, $25
What up, pimp?
deal with the Minnesota Vikings.
How you gonna win?
2016, Jamaica's
I'll show you.
completes an unprecedented third consecutive sweep of the 100 and 200-meter sprints, elevating his status as the most decorated male sprinter in Olympic
Maybe like
history.
this.
Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
All right, Zoot, you got that. We'll play that game again some other time. Because I want to focus on that one. Okay. You didn't even want to play that one, baby. All right, the island is next.
How many people?
Try to figure that fucking shit out, dog. 7. You're strange with a mysterious island. Be the last to survive. Okay, I don't think we can do that one. Rock card. Points to win. 3. Number of play. We can't do that one. Dungeon Tales. 2 players. It needs a full minute.
We can play Go.
Oh, we're playing Go, dog. But hold on, we have to play this one. Zoot, we're playing Dungeon Tales. Do you know what Dungeon Tales is?
I'll play Dungeon Tales. There's 3 people.
Okay, I don't want your fucking opinion if it says that there are 2 people who can play this game.
Alright, we do. What are we doing?
We're doing Dungeon Tales, dog. Choose a campaign. Drums of War. Max bonus fame 10. Rumors tell of an army of orcs gathering. Choose a class. Wizard class, obviously, because I'm a pimp. It's been a week at sea since you've been in Iron Mask Black Skies. Okay, group vote.
And below that.
Wouldn't happen at the Bailey Bank and Loan or whatever.
Data breach may pay off for some AT&T customers. Yeah, can file claims.
All right.
$7,500
Pirates suddenly appear on the deck,
settlement.
startling everyone. The captain yells, "Engage!" I'm going to use a lightning bolt on these bitches.
The data breaches, happened in March and July.
Are we on the same team?
Included getting
Yeah.
social security numbers on the dark web, phone numbers, lots of information. It affected 73 million former and current customers. So
Whoa, why do they get to use so much?
you'll be getting an email if you're eligible for a claim. And again, you can get up to 75.
I'm going to use another lightning bolt, set of lightning bolts.
Documentation that you were compromised because of this.
Dog, I just fucked them up.
That's a very good question.
The party feels refreshed. Stay sharp, more pirates are coming. The captain yells as a volley of arrows impales him. Dog.
Don't press water.
If you add all of those companies together in terms of the number of people where they
Ram the galleon. Cast breath water. Cast breath water.
70 million people here, 40 million there when you start listing the companies.
Group rolled with 20 out of 20. This game is awful.
That did the compromising.
You feel gills appear on your neck. You dive into the churning sea.
Well, here's my question, Bill. Being a lawyer, maybe you will know this.
Search for survivors or loot the bodies.
If, like everybody doesn't
Which one do you
get
want to
the money back,
Search for survivors.
apply for it, or it's too much of a pain to get it, who keeps all that money?
do?
It's a payment for the lawyers get it.
Whenever there's a settlement, say 30% of the lawyers. I think the companies keep it. They don't have to pay it. No, they leave 425 million.
Lying on the ground, run through with arrows the captain. He holds him up. Leave the captain. Leave him. Because I don't have another choice. With grim faces, you get up and leave the captain behind. The captain coughs up blood. Find the sea wolf's lair and your way home.
So that's why I would never ask me for
Kill volcano.
moving on.
Why do we want to go to
Guest at a place called
Okay.
Peter Alcatraz would come under the eyes and the curiosity.
Okay, you want the jungles?
Why do you want to go to
The detainees there. So
I think we could afford that.
it's today over whether
You enter the caves as soon as the belly is a huge cauldron of lava. As the heat seems almost too hot.
have been denied their legal
Okay.
rights.
Now, this is a technicality. It's one of those.
17, 13.
We got it.
Which county has jurisdiction?
Plus 10 fame, baby.
That's the fight that's going on.
You cross the molten lava only to find you have gone from a frying pan into the fire. I bet there's a dragon. From out of the lava, a creature appears. I am Firewater, the Efreet. Best me, and I will perform a service for you. Maybe she'll blow us. Lightning bolt. Rousing ballad.
And that's the case here. All right, I think we're done, guys.
45. 45.
Big,
Oh, I beat her.
and that is Vladimir
Wait, stop.
Oh, oh.
You are engaged in the battle with the fire woman. Alright, I'm gonna paralyze this bitch.
the world leaders plus the European Union.
Oh, dude, she has a ton of health.
More about that.
Zoot uses Song of Life.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Right? This is
The rabbi uses paralyze. Okay, fire woman.
That's not good.
36.
16-year-old.
I'm going to use Stone Skin.
Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A back-to-school swim party in Covina has turned deadly.
Zoot rolled a 15. That was awful. Rabbi uses Stone Skin.
Party on Camellia Drive Saturday night.
That's not
The
good.
set of home was hosting an open invite back-to-school swimming party. Covina police say a 16-year-old boy was shot and later died. No one else was hurt. Police are
Draw game. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll take the loss on that one. Conspiracy. What is this? I don't even know what this is. No one knows what this is. No one knows what one of these things is. No one knows what one of these things are. Zoot.
Come over again.
Oh, yeah, we'll play it in a second. Oh, you need 7 people for that one. All right. Deep thoughts. What's deep thoughts?
I want to win.
Okay, we're gonna play
You need 7 players.
easy.
What are we playing?
Dungeon Tales.
Okay.
Choose a class.
You're fighting.
is offering his account of what really happened in the new book, L.A. Coroner, Thomas Noguchi and Death in Hollywood. He told author Ann Soon Choi the autopsy was never fully and properly performed. Noguchi also had evidence quickly went missing. He did not agree with the official ruling of death by suicide. Monroe's death has been the subject of numerous conspiracy theories for decades.
Even at this distance, you can hear the pounding of a war drum. Approach. Let's approach him. Let's come up. Human, no here. The sentry snarls. Me destroy. You good. What do you want to do? We're charming this motherfucker. We need 28. Group roll and pass with 20. The sentry is needed to charm by your display, nodding and stepping to the side. You've earned. War Chief Iraq want talk, must pass test. He gestures to a bed of glowing coals. What do you want to do? Zoo, what do you want to do? What do we perform? Okay. 20. 14. The orcs enjoy your song so much they forget about making your... Okay, fight or brag?
The FDA says mousse, foam, and whipped sunscreens may not work as promised in new warning letters to companies.
Zoot, fight or brag?
Do you want to fight or brag?
Brag.
Aren't approved in those formats. That makes them misbranded under federal law. The FDA is urging consumers
17.
to approved versions like
9.
sprays or sticks.
Group passed. We just destroyed them.
You are not the president. No one who leads so many could possibly.
Okay, one more test. The shaman steps forward holding a bubbling green potion. Fake it or drink it? Fake it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it. Use your strength.
2.
Oh no.
18.
Oh no. That's not good.
Miracle chip. Speak now, orcs listen. Convince.
We'll wait. We'll wait. We need a
20. 17. War Chief Harak Najumi, you speak wise. We know make war on humans. War Chief Harak Najumi, you speak wise. We know. Okay, go. 3 1. Okay. All right.
That was too easy.
I know. I had it on easy mode. All right, here we go. We're gonna play Go. It takes forever. I'm going to make it smaller. This is the last one. Here we go, Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, are you
I
going
want to play I want to play Dungeons and Dragons with Rose when they come next.
Okay. Zoot, are you ready? You're up, pimp.
Is that a bad move?
It was the one I've ever seen. Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Is that a bad move?
One of the worst moves you could have ever made.
What about that?
Terrible.
How do you play this game?
You and I have never played this game?
No, how do you play?
That's too complicated to go through it right now. Just put shit down.
Am I doing okay?
No, don't put it down there.
I think I got it.
You don't.
So the Bugman is offering a free termite inspection. That's the only way you're going to know what's going on inside that wood. So they'll get rid of the termites. If they find them, they'll do it without tenting, and they're going to repair any damage caused by those pests. I've been using them for 8 years or more, so I know this firsthand. Protect your home the way I do with your free termite inspection. Dial pound 250. Say the Bugman. You'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program with a complete inspection and service. So for your free inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Mobile Arena streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Number 1 on your car radio preset and the improved iHeartRadio app. Never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. You are listening to The Bill Hill Show. KFI AM 640. Bill Hill here. It is a Monday morning, August 18th. All right, big doings today at the White House, and that is Zelensky. President Zelensky is going to be meeting with President Trump at the Oval Office. Remember last time the two met, it wasn't so pleasant. Trump
Yo, pimp.
Zelensky, JD Vance laid
Am I winning?
Zelensky even more.
No.
And Zelensky
Oh, shit.
Did I just score?
Yeah, you did just score.
How did I score?
You removed one of my guys.
How did I do that?
We have the right to reserve to refuse service to anyone, and that's exactly what they did with Zelensky. Okay, so
Oh, I get it now.
You don't get it.
Which not only Zelensky's going to be there, but also
Get it.
No, you don't.
Major country in Europe,
I get it.
G7, plus the European Union are part of this.
Shoot.
At the same time, maybe it may not be, and they are coming to back up Ukraine. And here's what happened. It looks like it happened. That Trump, prior to meeting Putin, said, "I'm going there with ceasefire in mind. If I don't get it, I'm walking."
You sure I didn't get it?
That's what's going to happen. He completely reversed
Yeah.
himself. He walked out of that meeting saying that
I lost.
the only way peace is going to be accomplished if Ukraine gives up the land.
Are you gonna go?
Has been occupied by Russia after the invasion. 20% of Ukraine is in Russian hands, and the deal is here's the land swap, as the president, and that's in quotes, the president has said. You hold that land, there'll be peace. That's what Putin
Remember, how did it feel lose?
You give up the land.
I'm happy to lose. I want it to be over.
The Russians are occupying. We will then give you peace. And and land swap. How much of Russia is being given up? 0.
One.
And so the president is now advocating exactly what
Rabbi, you
to the T.
Okay, let's add it all up.
Security from the United States. Steve Wyckoff.
Here we go. You won Ocho. You won Pool. I won Carom. I won Match Monsters. It's 2-2. You won. I won. You won Brawl Bots 3-2. I won Mini Golf. I won Table Soccer. That's 5-2. I won Bounce 6-2. Bowling 7-2. Word Box 8-2.
I
Pots.
won table soccer.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay. You won Ocho. You won Pool. That's 2-0. I won Carom. I won Match Monsters. It's 2-2. You won Brawl Bots. That's 3-2. I won Mini Golf. That's 3-3. You won Table Soccer. That's 4-3. I won Bounce. That's 4-4. I won Bowling 5-4. Word Box 6-4. Fox 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Archery Skee Ball 13-4. 4 in a row 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. You won that. Backgammon 14-6. You won that. Cribbage 14-7. You won that. Bankroll I won that. That's 15-7. Dice Party I won that 16-7. Gin Rummy who won that? No, I won it. 17-7. Chess, I won 18-7. Sea Battle, I won 19-7. Spades, we couldn't play or something. Hold'em, 19-8. You won that. Blocko, 28. I won that. Moncala, 21-8. I won that. Werewolf, we couldn't play that. Dots and Boxes, 21-9. Basketball, 22-9. Cup Punk, 23-9. Bullshit, we couldn't play. Checkers, I won. 24-9. Truco, you won. It was 24-10. Draw Together, I won 25-10. Minesweeper, you won 25-11. Literati, I won 26-11. Old Zombie, we couldn't play. Big Two or Pussy Dose, I think you won 26-12, something like that. Reversi, I won 27-12. Hearts, I won 28-12. The Island, we couldn't play. Rock Hard, we couldn't play. Maybe we could play the Island. We did play that. I won that one. 29-12, something like that. Dungeon Tales, we drew. You couldn't really win that. The Con one, we couldn't do. Legions, like Conquest, you won 29-13, something like that. Legions, I fucking forget who won that. You won, so 23 or 29-14. Go, you won 29-15, something like that. Wow, dude, that was amazing. That was fucking fun, dude. Good job. I enjoyed it. Did you have fun?
Yeah. So what was it?
I think it was 29-15.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Dude, you did better than I thought you would do. I thought I would win like 35-5. There were a lot of those games I didn't know how to play though, but we'll learn. We'll be really good at Hearts and Gin Rummy and Backgammon and Spades. I don't think we can play that, but whatever. We'll get good at all that shit. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you played?
Yeah.
Good for you, man. I'm proud of you. You did well. And I'm really proud of you for doing stand-up comedy, dog.
relationship.
Are you tempted to do stand-up comedy tonight?
Out of the White House a few months ago. All right, coming up, let's move locally to the LA 2028 Olympics. And there's a big talk afoot. Let's get the hell out. We shouldn't even be involved in the Olympics. And there's a couple of legalities involved, just a little bit. And it's happened before. It wasn't too long ago where a city said, we're done. We're bailing out. So we'll talk about that. Amy, live in KFI News.
Here's the latest inconsistencies in a kidnapping has law enforcement raising their eyebrows. An elementary school in Tarzana has been spray painted with several swastikas and anti-Semitic graffiti. It's nice now, but the heat is coming to Southern California. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We will check some problems on the 405 next.
The Anaheim White House restaurant, by far my famous restaurant out there. This is a destination restaurant without the destination prices. I mean, look at their menu. This is an Italian steakhouse. The pastas are insane. They have lobster ravioli that you could die for. There's steaks, there's pizzas. I mean, it goes on and on. I've never had a bad meal. As a matter of fact, I've never had an incredible meal there. And let me tell you how much I love the Anaheim White House. My daughter was married there. I have our events. KFI has our annual pasta-thon there, helping Katerina's Club feed the kids every night, 5,000 of them there. I'm having an event coming up this Saturday, and White House Restaurant is going to be catering it. Do you know I've invited over 100 people, and 3 have RSVP'd and are coming, so it's not going to be that expensive. The Anaheim White House Restaurant, there's nothing like it out there. Go to AnaheimWhitehouse.com, AnaheimWhitehouse.com.
Lots of sun on the way today. Highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to low 100s inland. This report brought to you by Life Source Water System. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got slowing in Van Nuys on the 405.
The 405's had a rough morning there. Southbound side of the 405 right around Valley Vista. We had reports earlier of stalling lanes, some metal, wooden debris, and then a pothole, all kinds of things. Looks like everything's clear right now. Southbound 405 jammed up from Roscoe all the way down to Sunset Boulevard. It's also been rough on the 405 northbound, getting away from LAX, really slow from Century Boulevard on up past Slauson, stays slow pretty much to Venice Boulevard. The 5 in Orange County is recovering from an earlier problem southbound right there at the 133. Crash out of lanes there, but traffic's still really solid all the way back to the 22, the orange crash. And the Cajon Pass has been kind of slow southbound 15, a bit slow from Oak Hill Road down to the 138, with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports at Locals right.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. We'll make a memory and more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend. Every weekend, open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast to listen to. You ring? Hey, this is Lucy Brown, WNBA player and professional yapper. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from spilling the tea on Hoops for Hotties on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you with analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former basketball players telling their stories from their point of view, and I just think it's time for the girlies to tap in. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart,
Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real?
You will use the suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
What's inside a black hole?
Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
We have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Champ, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff
On America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is an 11-year vet in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory to validate it. I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of the Era. I'm Trevon Everett. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We will break down who is the greatest of the era in all the categories that you care about, like flex shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer. Listen to GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of their era on the iRadio app.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Waltera, and we've got a new podcast, Kate and Ty Break It Down.
We've been through it all. Raising kids, working through trauma, and figuring out who we are as the next phase of life. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's worth it when you put it in work. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being a 30-something parent without losing your mind.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome. My name is Paola Pedrosa, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning from them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
IHEART is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Who gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive new police training facility nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip upload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Camsat Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that rushed into officers now.
I'm Matthew Shea. Follow, we came to the forest. They were so dedicated to that forest and watching.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KMI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia. What are the repercussions for geopolitics? That's coming up today at 9.
KFI AM 640. Hang on a minute about this news. Okay, got it. Hey, welcome to the show on Monday morning, August 18. And let's talk about Olympics for a moment. The 2028 Olympics are quickly approaching here in LA. And there are a few things that should be discussed. One of the big ones is, should the Olympics be here anyway? And should we bail? Wildfires, immigration raids, the call for withdrawing from the 2028 Olympics have been testified. I have testified. Now it has happened already. Yeah, that too. Yes, it has already happened in modern times, and this is when Denver was awarded the Olympics, and then the Olympics were pulled. And why is that? Because Denver lied. Denver told the Olympic Committee, well, we've got plenty of venues, and it turns out there would be no snow at those venues. They were close, but they sort of miscalculated the snowfall. I can't imagine the National Committee would have figured that one out. And the Olympics have been moved. 1916, they were canceled. It was supposed to be in Berlin, so went to 1936. World War II, two Olympics were canceled. And one was 1940, the other one was World War II. But other than that, the Olympics move forward. And it doesn't really matter. Pandemics, floods, it doesn't matter. They move forward. And LA 28, which is the organization that is leading the call, leading the group of people that are actually putting this together, and it's a private organization. The federal government has promised foreign athletes and their delegation will be able to travel to LA. But there's still questions. Why is that? Because the government has said that, and guess what? They've said no to a couple of teams and will not give visas. And the problem is that during the course of the Olympics, all international conflicts are put aside in terms of the athletes getting together. So the call for LA Olympics to bail out is there, and it's becoming more persistent. So what happens? Well, there's a contract, straight out, and a breach of contract that puts LA into a real predicament. Now, the contract doesn't allow the city to bail out, but it allows the International Olympic Committee to bail out. And the contract calls for the city to still pay the expenses. For example, LA, if the budget runs over, is responsible for the first $200 million give or take. It is going to be a very interesting time. So why did LA get the Olympics? Actually, LA is probably one of the best cities in the world for the Olympics. The number one
Okay, that's it. Free communication.
The Olympics is infrastructure. Putting in new subways, putting in new transportation lines. We actually did that.
Occasion, 3 exclamations, that's it, you are totally wrong. He ends up being ritually.
LAX is one of the worst airports on the planet, and a lot of that is the infrastructure that was done for the 84 Olympics. And LA really is an advantage because it has virtually all the infrastructure. It has SoFi Stadium. It has the Coliseum. It has venues. The swimming venues have already been built. The Velas licenses. It's all here. So the amount of infrastructure that has to be built is minimal. And the International Committee looks at that. They look at what a city can bring to the table.
Actually humiliated yet again, and so he goes home and he sits down at the table and he writes a 10-page document, his autobiography called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, which is the example of human life, in which he basically tells his whole life story in a very short period of time. After he completes it, he waits at the table for his cousin to arrive. He picks up a revolver and fires it at his cousin and misses. And then he takes another revolver, and I imagine these are like single-shot muskets, and he ends his own life. So that's the sad story, the arc of the life of this Uriel Dakoska's experience with Judaism. This is a great example of a tortured soul deeply spiritual individual who is horribly damaged by the Inquisition, who tries to find his place in Judaism, but then sees that this island of Judaism that he imagined.
All that being said, who would have one between DDP, Tigger, and Hamza Shemaev? I'm going to have to go with DDP, just because I thought DDP is spot the best of the division. All right, so
his legacy is remarkably important.
You guys are going to see the first round, maybe even the second. Shout out to Drake, good blessing for doing the interview. I'm going with Shemaev, though. It's not Drake, good blessing. Usually don't fight back and forth, but then it's going to start to fade. Drake takes over, and Drake is good blessing. We'll still be the middleweight champion of the world.
Beginning to question religion in ways that no one else has, especially in
I'm fired up for this.
his
If I had to pick right now, such a fan of such as character,
Amsterdam Jew.
I think Drake is
And in this 1888 somewhat fanciful image, they never met.
Imagine if it happens. Imagine
He's
if it happens.
showing Acosta here.
Yeah, that's the prediction. We're DDP versus Cosmet Shemaev.
Indicating in the view of the strong connection between the two. The work by Samuel Hirschberg in 1888 is actually very penetrating. You see that, Spinoza, the child, looks very relaxed and contemplative, and in fact, Spinoza seems to be not terribly bothered by the ban that was put on him. He lived his life normally afterwards. But Acosta was a tortured individual. Look at how his hand is gripping the chair in this manner, and he's gaunt, and he's sort of brooding. And his colors are all dark, whereas Spinoza is portrayed in much more light and relaxed fashion. He is, I think, in the final analysis, though, an illustration of the kidnapped child phenomenon, that even as an adult, and even having grappled with the incredibly difficult aspects of living any sort of a Jewish life under the conditions of the Inquisition, he nevertheless was not able to gain full access and consent to the concepts of Judaism as practiced by those who possess the tradition. And I would like to think, at least in a philosophical sense, I'm certainly not qualified to render any sort of judgment in a religious sense, that he's a classic example of that kidnapped child that is ultimately not culpable for the damage he did to himself, and perhaps even for the damage he did to future Jewish thought. That concludes my presentation on the sad life of Uriel da Costa. I'd like to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention. Please applaud now, because it sounds good on the TV. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Change the baby's diaper when someone approached, said hello in Spanish, and punched her in the face.
I couldn't even turn it. I don't remember nothing. I got up off the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took it from me.
The child's grandmother says investigators asked
Thank you for coming to lecture tonight. Doña Gracia, it's fascinating individual. Doing the research on this individual just blew my mind. I read another book, another biography that was absolutely fascinating, and I feel this is one of those tremendously underreported histories of. So this is one of those tremendously underreported heroines of Jewish history that makes such a phenomenal difference to our self-understanding and, in fact, our continued existence, as we shall see. I hope that I'll be able to convey some of that to you over the course of the next 60 minutes. She is affectionately known by many Sephardim as La Senora, as the lady, because of her phenomenally important work on behalf of the Jewish people, her heroism, her unstinting willingness to stand up for what is right, despite tremendous legal odds against her, as we shall see. In Hebrew, she's often known as Hagiveret, the translation of La Senora, meaning the lady. We'll explore that. This picture is most likely nothing like what she looked like. It's modern artistic representation. But we do have a sense of what she might have looked at, like from a slide we'll show you at the very end. But nevertheless, her personality was incredibly appealing and attractive, and that's really what we're going to be concentrating on today. There we go. We'll be relying very heavily on her two principal biographers in English, Cecil Roth, the great interwar scholar and post-World War II scholar of Jewish history, who wrote an extremely important biography, and the book that I just read for tonight's lecture, Andre Elian Brooks wrote a fascinating account called The Woman Who Defied Kings, which is in fact a very accurate term to use to describe Gracia Nasi, using a lot of more current research, archival materials that have become available in the almost 80 years since Professor Roth wrote his book. We're very heavily indebted to the research of these two scholars. So let's start with her name. What shall we call her? This is an extremely complicated subject. So at her christening, we're speaking about a woman who is a converso, a woman who lived a double life, posing as a Christian in inquisitorial Portugal and later on through Europe. So she led a dual existence, posing as a Christian whilst secretly holding Jewish attitudes and behaviors. So at her christening, she received the name Beatrice de Luna Nique. Beatrice is a name used in any formal sense. De Luna was one of her ancestral names. In Hispanic culture, it's very common for women to take both their mothers and their father's names, and it probably alludes to the family background in Aragon, which is a region of Spain. Niques is also an interesting name. Both of these, by the way, were probably given to them by sponsors, because when a Jew was baptized as part of the often mostly sham conversions that they underwent during these difficult times, they would be accompanied by a sponsor, typically a member of the royal family or a nobleman or something like that, and then the Jew now converted to a Christian would take on the name of their sponsor, a kind of a godfather-like figure. Hence you have so many Jews with the name Nunez, Mendez, Rodriguez. These are all names of important Spanish royalty of the 15th century in particular. So the name De Luna is probably from a sponsor on one side of the family. The name Niques is kind of interesting because she actually has one family member. The name repeats itself several times in the family. He preferred to use it because it alluded to his date of birth, which occurred right around this time of year, Parshas Niques. So he enjoyed calling himself Niques as a result. She preferred, however, to use the name Gracia, which gives a diminutive of Beatrice. Beatrice, however, is a Latin term which means saintly one. Beatus means saintly in a Christian sense. She never liked using that term. She preferred using the term Gracia, which may have been a translation of her Hebrew name, Hannah. This is, to me, it struck me in a very personal way because, of course, you know, I also have two names. Like many Jews, I have my Hebrew name, and I have what I like to call my slave name, right? Henry is my regular secular name that my parents gave me, and Hillel is also my Hebrew name that my parents gave me as well. But Henry is what I use when I try to pass in the street as a regular American, not too successfully, I think. But, you know, this whole dual identity and the whole dual naming is something that probably dates really from the Spanish Inquisition. I'm hard-pressed to think of Jews having secular names prior to the 1500s. It's a very, very common phenomenon, however, and among Hispanic Jews, often the names are totally different. I mean, in English, Henry and Hillel begin with the same letter, but in Spanish we have completely wildly different names. Anyway, Gracia, she may have chosen that as a translation for her name, Hannah. Her surname, through her husband, who was also her uncle, a very common characteristic of converso families is that they are highly endogamous, always marrying within the same converso family. So in other words, even though they may have lived as Christians for 3, 4, 5 generations, they're still marrying other Jews who are similarly living as Christians. So she married her uncle, which quite a bit older than she, which is typical, which is actually considered ideal in some Talmudic texts. It's not consanguinity. Is that a real word? Consanguinity means marrying someone who's close to you in relation. It is also known as Benvenista, also a very common surname that is used by many Sephardic Jews today. I actually know some Benvenistas who claim descent from the house of Nasi all the way to present day in South Florida. So the bottom line, she preferred to go by Gracia Nasi. Nasi is one more name to add to the whole mix. This is a family name. It's a Hebrew word that means prince, as in Yehuda HaNasi, indicating a royal lineage, or at least a lineage of leadership. And this is how she allowed herself to be known most commonly. But all of these names really apply to the same person. Confusing, complicated, but we're going to stick with Dia Nasi in particular. What I find most fascinating about her life is that it is so illustrative of the liminal existence of the converso. We're talking about a person who is really living in two worlds. It's not that once a Jew converted to Christianity, especially under duress, that they could simply adopt this new identity. Because as we shall see and explore over the next 20 minutes or so, the Spanish Inquisition was specifically designed to root out those conversions to Christianity which were not sincere. And so even though these conversos had actually adopted a new faith, they were always being tested in that new faith. And the smallest little deviance from what was considered behavior could be grounds for incredible persecution, confiscation of their wealth, torture, and even execution. And this is a curse that they lived with for generations. The fear of being discovered as a crypto Jew, or even the fear of being denounced as a crypto Jew when it was not at all the case, was something that plagued conversos for many generations. Even those who may have wished to become complete and enthusiastic, authentic Christians, they always have to live under the shadow of suspicion. This is a rather interesting depiction of two converso Jews who have been accused of Judaizing, that is, of going back on their Christian vows and practicing Jewish rites. They're both wearing this ritual garment that was part of the Inquisition when they were taken to task for their behaviors. The figure on the right here, has a little caption in French that says, this refers to a man, a Jew, who was condemned to the fire, but he has acquitted himself through his confession, meaning he has, admitted, yes, it's true, bagels and lox, and I eat them every Sunday, or things like that, and as a result, he is, he's going to the flames, but with a clean heart. They would also give them the benefit of strangulation prior to their burning, so that they could, die a somewhat less brutal death. This figure on the right is saying, I refuse to confess my sins. I am actually a good Christian. I just like bagels. And the French says a person will be burned by the decree of the Inquisition. He's quite a bit saddened because he feels gratifying. But in both cases, we're talking about Jews who are forcibly converted to Christianity, and whether they confess or whether they don't confess, whether they regret or they don't regret, they are still bound by these Kafkaesque rules of the Inquisition to do the horrible thing. We'd like to say words about the experience, including primarily Spain and Portugal, obviously, because today's lecture and the next two lectures are really going to borrow heavily from this experience. we should consider the fact that in the 15th century, the destruction of Iberian Jewry was a colossal event that can be compared only to the Holocaust in our times. Spain was a country that had housed the Jews for centuries, had given them a phenomenal golden age, had been the home of Yehuda Halevi, diplomats like Chastai ibn Shaprut, scholars like Shmuel Hanagrela, scholars like Maimonides, it's true, who fled from Muslim persecution in the region, but nevertheless, Spain was like America, Lahatio. Spain was a tremendous home to the Jews for centuries upon centuries. And the rupture of Jewish continuity in this peninsula was overwhelming. And in fact, took Sephardic Jews centuries to get over it, and maybe they haven't gotten over it until today. To be sure, the next 100 years, Jews are obsessed with the idea of how would Spain fall and what it meant for the unfolding of the Messianic period.
What the fuck?
So we really can't minimize the impact of the end of Iberian Jewry on the Jewish consciousness. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora of Sephardic Jews, that is, Jews from Spain. We're specifically going to be looking at the Jews who were expelled from Spain around 1492, or some had left a little earlier, and then went to Portugal over here, where Ara is born. She lived most of her life in Lisbon. Later, I'll show you a map that shows how she fled Lisbon and made her way, like many of the expellees, up to England, and then to the Low Countries, down through Italy, and ultimately to Constantinople over here, Istanbul. The influence of Spanish exiles and Portuguese exiles throughout the entire Mediterranean basin had a telling impact on the future development of Jewish intellectual and creative thought for centuries. So let's look at the collapse of Spanish Jewry and understand a little bit of the roots of the Inquisition. As I mentioned, Spain went through several centuries of phenomenal acclaim. Jews reached the highest levels of cultural activity, their scholarship, their political activity. They had, they were really the leaders, like in American ways, the leaders of all cultural activity, of publications, poetry. We had a Jew who was the head of the army in one region of Spain for a while. Incredible amounts of achievements. It all came crashing to a halt, in particular in 1391, when there was a tremendous backlash after a few years after the death of one of the greater of the Jewish political figures in Spain, and there was a widespread pogrom that raised to Cordoba. This is the Alhambra Palace, which was possibly built by Jews, but it's perhaps one of the great landmarks of Spanish Cordoba. Following the 1391 pogrom, which was quite significant, there was more and more Christian influence coming down in Spain, and one of the attributes of the Iberian Peninsula in the Christian context is that since it is not only on the borderland but geographically, it's also on the borderland religiously as well. Spain for many years toyed with different forms of Christianity. Arianism in particular was a rival to the Catholic interpretation of the faith that was ultimately ousted in the 4th century. And of course, Spain was Muslim after the 8th century. So it was always kind of like it had the zeal of a convert. I can say that about an entire peninsula. The Spaniards in particular were often trying to demonstrate their Catholic bona fides, and one of the best ways to demonstrate that you were in fact true to the faith was by persecuting the Jews. So Spain had once it became Christian again, it had a very, very strong anti-Jewish streak that appeared over and over again. In our context, perhaps the most significant are the history of disputations which raged throughout Spain. 1263 is perhaps the one you're most familiar with. That's when the great scholar Nachmanides was called to debate a Jewish Catholic convert, to Catholicism named Pablo de Cristiani. Nachmanides ended up winning that debate. He officially lost, but then he was banished immediately thereafter because he had shown up his interlocutor. And much more of a horrific example in 1414 in the city of Tortosa, which Jane Gerber, a scholar of this period, has called more of a pageant than a disputation, where 2,000 guests were assembled in order to witness the ritual humiliation of the Jewish interpretation of the Bible. So there was just more and more events that were culminating, indicating that Spain was no longer a hospitable environment for Jews. It culminates in 1479 with the establishment of the Inquisition. Now, what exactly is the Inquisition? This is a key point that we have to bear in mind. In Spain, in the 15th century, there were a tremendous number of forced conversions of Jews to Christianity. Many Jews, feeling the threat of immediate violent harm, had acceded to the demands of their persecutors and had taken on baptism. This is an issue we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at the Ashkenazic lands and how many Jews there chose to actually commit suicide, murdering their own children before they killed themselves. Horrific examples. In Spain, many Jews chose the route of pretending to be Christian and hoping that things would eventually die down. And this lasted for close to a century. And so when you get towards the end of the 15th century, you've got all these Christians of Jewish origin who are sort of waiting to go back to Judaism. They're hoping that the political climate will change. There'll be a new king and things like that, things will calm down. This incensed the church and those zealous elements within Spain, and so they appointed Thomas Torquemada, who is reputed to have some Jewish origins himself, as the Grand Inquisitor. And the Inquisition was designed specifically to root out those new Christians, so-called new Christians, who may have been 2 or 3 generations Christian, who were secretly practicing Jewish rites. Note that, technically speaking, Jews who never convert to Christianity were exempt from the reach of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was directed at Christians who were Judaizers. Jews who were Judaizers were technically exempt. They would not be exempt from the expulsion a little bit here, but the Inquisition was directed specifically at these new Christians. And the Inquisition used the most horrific means possible to exact the information they needed. It was almost Stalinist in its scope, Stalinist in it, where Jews would be, or new Christians, would be arrested, and then they would be routinely tortured in order to exact confessions of their Judaizing practice, and even more importantly, to betray others in the Jewish community or into the new Christian community who had also similarly Judaized. Because they, and in the twisted logic of this time, because they may have actually been innocent, they may have actually been Christian, and it was forbidden to shed the blood of a fellow Christian, torture methods were used only if they did not pierce the skin. And so a whole range of devices were employed to try to coerce confessions out of these new Christians, typically involving hanging, stretching, formal waterboarding, some really strange devices like this one, which involved extremely uncomfortable positions for long periods of time. And not surprisingly, as we saw in the 1930s in Stalinist Russia, that people would give up all kinds of things. They would say anything under torture, and so then those people who were betrayed, who may have been innocent, would then be brought in, would also be tortured, and this expanded far out of control. In fact, it went way past the Ukraine and even attacked Christians with impeccable credentials. The Bishop of Toledo, for example, was also drawn into the net of Torquemada's excesses, and hence the Spanish Inquisition became proverbial as a purge or witch hunt that goes on and on for centuries. The Jews would be, or the new Christians, I keep on making that mistake, they would be brought before a public tribunal. Here you can see them wearing these hats of shame, these long conical hats, which may have had associations to later witches' hats and dunce caps, where they would be forced to either recant their ways, which would guarantee them a death by strangulation and then by burning, or if they refused to recant, then they would simply be thrown alive into the fire, which is of course, the auto da fe, the acts of faith, so called by the church at the time. So that's the sort of mechanism of the Inquisition. I reiterate that it's directed primarily at these new Christians and not at Jews saved. Let's also talk a little bit about terminology before I go on. I'm just going to go away from this awful slide before we do. The terminology is complex. You may have heard the term Morano, which is perhaps the most common term. And many historians have tried to find fanciful derivations for this term from medieval Latin and so on. In reality, it's simply derived from an Old Spanish word. It was a term used, a term of opprobrium used to describe these Jews who had become Christian and then were, so to speak, returning to their old ways, like as the church would have.
This is athleticism, folks.
So the term Morano is not exactly politically correct, even though it's overwhelmingly popular, even among Jews themselves. Another term that might be more appropriate is converso. These are Jews who had converted, or crypto-Jews, that is, Jews who were hiding their Jewish identity. And let us bear in mind that, the very tenuous nature of what could expose us to a charge.
Look at this athleticism.
The smallest kind of deviation from Greek standards was highly scrutinized by those who wished to denounce a new Christian. For example, the habit of many converso families of eating a kind
yes,
of
and they make clips with their YouTube link. TikTok.
Pork sausage with partridge meat or chicken would immediately expose a family to the risk of Judaism. So the very diet of a Jew was considered very suspect. Of course, if Jews didn't show up for regular mass, if they had unusually large, frequent gatherings in their homes, all kinds of things like this would point a finger of suspicion that would linger for decades and decades. And we should also recall,
And they post clips with the YouTube link. Technically, it's a Discord. We'll forgive you this one. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Why? Why not? Look at this athleticism, though. No, don't blame anybody. Yeah, everybody hates it outside. Oh, somebody talk about me and be like, "Oh, you're the best."
With this document, which of course is the decree of expulsion that was signed by Ferdinand and Isabella, demanding that Jews pack up and within a few months' time leave the.
Does anybody else get these? No,
for some 900 years. A terrible experience that left such a huge scar on the Jewish mind. Okay, that brings us to Portugal. Okay, so what's going on now? Portugal's a little different. Portugal, is a country on the westernmost point of the Iberian Peninsula, and they did not have the same history of persecution that the Spaniards did. Many Jews, of course, in 1492 felt that the easiest route to take to flee Spain would be simply to go to neighboring Portugal, and in fact, they resided there. However, the Portuguese realized that they would have a difficult time with their Spanish neighbors if they had a much more liberal policy. So they adopted a policy which was economically prudent, and that is they agreed to accept the Jewish refugees on the payment of very cheap and temporary residence Jews had to pay a rather astronomical fee to reside in Israel for any length of time, and there were fees for crossing certain bridges and fees for remaining in certain places and so on. And the Portuguese hoped to profit as much as possible from the situation. Things changed, however, within a very short period of time as King, now I wish I had written this down, there's a king, there's several of them actually in Spain, who's often referred to as King John in English literature, but in more modern scholarship, his Portuguese spelling is used, which is spelled Jajoao, right? And my daughter, who's fluent in Spanish, not Portuguese, I was trying to figure out with her, how do you say that? Jao. She thought it was like Joao. Could you imagine naming your son Joao? I mean, say J, Spanish say. So she actually said Jao. So anyways, I think I'm going to go with John. But luckily for today, the only Portuguese king we're going to talk about is Manuel, which is pronounced Frank. No, Manuel. So King Joao died, I think, in late 1495, and Manuel was the younger man who needed a bride. Ferdinand and Isabella had a daughter, also named Isabella, but she refused to marry the King of Portugal, which would have united the entire peninsula. She refused to marry the King of Portugal while Portugal housed Jews. So Manuel had a choice to make. Should he expunge all the Jewish presence in his land, which was economically not expedient at all? Portugal had a huge windfall by having the Jews come into their region because now the Jews were incredibly experienced traders, very, very experienced in commerce, literate, and so on. And so he really wasn't sure what to do about this, but Isabella was quite fanatical about this. She would not marry him otherwise, and so he came up with a kind of a plan. The plan was essentially to forcibly convert the Jews of Portugal to Christianity and then expel whatever was left. But that way he was hoping to keep the population and their business acumen and their business connections and so on, and of course their wealth. Then a small number he could simply expel them and he would win the favor of Isabella. And this is exactly the plan that he followed. With incredible cruelty, however, he began by looking at the economically weakest elements of the Jewish population, and he tore away some 700 children from their parents' arms and forced them, shipped them off to the little island of Sao Tome, over there on the equator, a relatively new possession of the Portuguese, who were at the time engaged in tremendous maritime activities. The 700 children who were sent there disappeared. It's assumed that the vast majority of them died. And according to a contemporary chronicler, many of them were actually devoured by the great lizards that lived on that island. I'm not sure if they actually have lizards that big there. Could be fanciful. That's just motor dragons, which is motor island. It's actually, I looked at motor dragons, but this is a monitor lizard. They're related. Okay, neither of them are Portuguese, though. But at any rate, I wanted to picture of a big lizard. I forgot there would be a professor of biology. But at any rate, it's a sad story. 700 children taken Sao Tome again killed. The rest, under duress and under torture, were converted to Christianity. And as a result, Portugal now acquired a large universal population as well. However, Manuel was not stupid about this. This was purely
check
a
out this
choice,
whole thing.
and so he signed into the conversion agreement that the Jews would be free from investigation for 20 years after the forced conversion. In other words, he said, okay, you all have to pretend you're Christian, but we're not going to look too closely at you for 2 decades. And that way, the Jews, unhappy as they were, and was definitely brutal and they were exposed to torture, nevertheless, they could more or less continue their lives as normal, more or less, under Portugal, with much greater freedom than they had enjoyed in Spain in the Inquisition. There was no Inquisition in Portugal at this time, so there was no interference of the church demanding that they conform to Christian norms, and so initially the Portuguese experience was really quite different from that of Spain. And it was an environment that Dona Gracia was born probably in the year 1510. That is some 15 years after the expulsion from Spain. She was married, I mentioned earlier, to a very wealthy family. The Mendez family were very big into banking, into jewels, and they really capitalized very heavily on the huge maritime that Portugal was really opening up in the 14th and early 15th century. Vasco da Gama, the great explorer, had already gone around the Horn of Africa and had discovered other routes towards India. And so there was a tremendous amount of trade to be had by supplanting the old overland route for spices from the Orient and taking it by sea and offering a much cheaper price to the expanding European markets. So the Mendez family were able to extend banking privileges to the Portuguese kings, loaning them sufficient funds to be able to mount these massive maritime exploits, and then receiving their payment after the ship came in, so to speak, making the Mendez extremely wealthy and powerful and very closely related to the king. So, like many convertible families, she married within the larger convertible community. And here you see a painting of her from the famous artist Arthur Zick, that shows Francisco here as somewhat younger than he probably was. He was twice her age when they married at 18. He was in his early 40s. But nevertheless, they enjoyed a brief but very happy marriage together that produced one child named Anna. Now, the problem is that the converso wealth that they had was a promise that gave them tremendous power at all times, because they were able to leverage wealth for policies that they promoted for the benefit of the Jewish community. They were extremely philanthropic and also quite involved in the realpolitik of offering bribes to make sure that the converso community remained safe. But at the same time, their great wealth made them a target. And so they were constantly under attack by people who wished to point out their obvious failures to conform to Christian practice in the hopes that their wealth would be confiscated. And so one of the many things that Gracia and her husband, later Gracia alone, had to do over and over again was constantly pay off bribes to ecclesiastic and temporal officials to gain exemptions and protections from the depredations of those who would denounce them. Let's have a look at one more kind of interesting thing that Zed put into this picture. You can see she's holding a scroll here, and when you look closely at it all, and I want to guess what it says there. Right, beautiful passage from the Psalms. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my lead to my mouth, let my right hand use its cunning. Proto-Zionism is very prominent. In fact, she would be a major figure in establishing a Jewish presence in Israel later on in her life. Yes. Oh, there's a little Jewish tie. This is quite anachronistic. We weren't using this as a symbol for Judaism back then, but nevertheless, okay. So let's go on. She was married at age 18. She was widowed at age 25, making her heir to a tremendous zanui. That's not chronological, right? She was heir to tremendous fortune. Maybe if I hold it further away, is that better? She was heir to a tremendous fortune, and once she was widowed at age 25, that made her incredibly powerful. Now, her husband had a brother named Diogo who was living at this point in Antwerp, and fact, she would join him later, and she would later inherit him as well. The whole family family here that I'll share some details with you. But in 16th, 17th century Europe, widowhood is really one of those few ways that women could exert power in the world. Certainly on a small scale, but when you're dealing with a woman like Lucia, who was working with and sometimes in opposition to kings and queens, incredibly powerful individuals, popes, her widowhood was really what gave her her independence and her might, her ability to actually flex her muscles financially and achieve her will. They were acting in a clandestine fashion when they were married together in Lisbon, primarily to thwart the Inquisition, which eventually did make its way to Portugal, but they underwrote a lot of activities to try and prevent the church from extending the Inquisition there, including very liberal bribes and perhaps some assassinations of inquisitorial officials. But the Inquisition was impossible to hold back. And, the smallest thing could set them off. So, for example, there was in the Jewish quarter, which they still had like a Jewish quarter, kind of a ghetto type of setup, but it was more like what they would call a Boca community. There was a young Christian courtier who was seeking out a Jewish woman that he had met in the marketplace earlier that day, and he went into a house hoping to find her, and he discovered a whole bunch of Jews gathered there around the table, and this happened to be Erev Pesach, the Passover Seder, and of course, these are new Christians, conversos. And of course, he came out and he proclaimed this in the streets, and it caused quite a hue and cry. Similarly, in another occasion, when there was a plague raging in the city, a whole bunch of new Christians and older Christians were gathered in a church, and they were praying for redemption from this plague, and the light shining through the windows back lit up a cross at one end of the room with an unusual luminescence. Many of the Christians in the room felt that this was a miraculous sign that, in fact, the plague was about to be lifted, and a converso, you can tell it's a kind of a Jewish approach, he scoffed at the idea that this trick of the light meant there was divine favor. This incensed the entire church population, and a riot ensued shortly thereafter. So you can see the kind of tip-off that Lisbon was at this time as Inquisition was approaching. So she decided to flee Lisbon and make way to Antwerp, where her surviving brother-in-law was living and making business. Tremendous difficulty getting out of any of the places she tried to get out, because, of course, her phenomenal wealth meant that the ruling authorities refused to allow her passage. On the one hand, they didn't want to insult her because they wanted to keep her wealth intact and keep her working for the benefit of the larger economy, and so they couldn't simply refuse her passage. She did allow her to travel, but on the other hand, if they allow her to travel, there's always the worry that she would not come back. And that is, in fact, what she did. She made her way up to London, where there was a kind of a secret underground railway for Moranos, for those who wanted to flee out of Spain and Portugal. And then from there, she went across the English Channel to Antwerp, where she met up with her brother. She was with her a character that I have not mentioned yet, but someone who will be very important in her later life, her younger sister, Brianda, and Brianda would later marry Diogo, would eventually have a child. Her younger sister, as we shall see, did not share Gracia's attitude towards Judaism, and in fact this would have disastrous consequences for all of them. Later on, just to jump ahead of our story because we have this beautiful map here, she made her way down to the south of France, to Venice for a while, to Ferrara, where she was a very active, and she most likely it is in Ferrara where she finally renounced her Christian status and returned to Judaism, and eventually she made her way to Constantinople, where she most likely passed away. Constantinople at this time was, of course, ruled by the Ottoman Turks, who were Muslims, who were openly inviting Jews to come to Muslim lands and were laughing out loud in their proclamations that the Christian persecution was in fact enriching the Ottoman territories. Very famous passages from various sultans to this effect. When she was in Ferrara, in particular, recall at this point she met up with Diogo, and there's a lot of fascinating sort of behind the creations over the will, the estate that belonged to her late husband and her brother. Ultimately, her brother-in-law ceded her complete control over the entire wealth of the house of Nassim, even over his own wife and daughter. He felt that she'd be a much better steward of that wealth.
Look at this move.
So when she up until this point, extremely generous
Look at this move.
fundraising and
It's really unprecedented. Look at this move.
resources for Jews who are fleeing
Look at this move.
actively promoting the rescue of conversos, in particular from various persecutions and depredations at the hand of the church. In Ferrara, she's able to spend her differently, and she becomes a great patron of church. Two works in particular are associated with her activity. The first is the work of Samuel Ruskay, a famous work which has been translated to English, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a sort of a historical and philosophical work of the nature of Jewish persecution over the centuries. And then the famous Ferrara Bible, which is a translation of the Hebrew Tanakh into Judeo-Spanish. It's got a fascinating kind of cover on it. You can see that the front piece here has a depiction of a ship in a stormy sea with sea monsters and a broken mast. And it's an unusual kind of emblem to put on the front page of a Bible. Anyone have any thoughts of why she would choose to have it decorated so? This special Bible written in the spirit really of the age, Luther publishing in German and so on. I was writing a Bible that conversos could read in a language that they were trained in school in, and yet having this kind of image on the cover. What do you think about like the experience of the Jews as a whole? Imagine these conversos traveling from place to place and trying to stay afloat, and yet, you know, the mast is broken and the winds are blowing. You know, I like the wind over here in the corner, and it's very dangerous. And nevertheless, they're making their way through the sea. I find it a very evocative and beautiful image myself.
He was hunting with his
Okay, well, let's go on. I find that fascinating. We'll talk about that. Now, at this point, so family conflict. So let's recall that the way the wealth is managed up to this point, she has all the money for her husband, and Diogo, her brother-in-law in Antwerp, has the other half. That's largely because her husband felt that Diogo had assisted in producing that wealth. In reality, it was her husband who made most of it. At any rate, when she gets to Antwerp, she becomes right away Diogo's right-hand person. Diogo ends up marrying her younger sister and having a child who is known as La Chica. She's named Beatrice after her aunt, after Gracia. La Chica means the young one, and that's often used to distinguish her from her aunt. But it seems that her sister, younger sister, is really not enthusiastic about all the schlepping around and the secret converso culture. She was really happy in Lisbon. She was happy living as a Christian. And all this, you know, living on a razor's edge, worried about what's going to happen to the family, what's going to happen to our money. She's seriously talking about moving to Istanbul, of all places. It appealed to her at all. And she becomes more and more restive when it comes to the discussions that her husband and Gracia were having about fleeing Europe altogether. Ultimately, after Jogo passes away, and in his will, as I mentioned earlier, he left all the money in the control of Gracia, his sister-in-law, not his wife and his daughter. Gracia, the younger sister, Brianda, would formally denounce her own sister to the church and claim that her sister was secretly living as a Jew, and that she, therefore, Brianda, the younger sister, deserved all of the wealth of the family, and her sister should be arrested, possibly tortured, and killed, and so on. It was a really difficult point in Gracia's life. You can imagine this human conflict that reached such a fever pitch, but it was clear there was no turning back between the two of them. The idea of fleeing Europe altogether and living in a Muslim country was something that was so foreign to Brianda's way of thinking. She had grown used to the life of heavy consumption that was associated with the uber wealthy of Europe, and she simply would have nothing of it. She tried, Gracia had anticipated this and had very early greased the pawn of all kinds of church and temporal officials trying to hold back a formal lawsuit challenging authority. She was not able to prevent a lawsuit from actually reaching a court, but she was ultimately able to defeat her sister in a legal battle and lay authoritative claim to the entire inheritance, which is a rather amazing feat. It shows you how useful money is. On the other hand, in a related development, there was also a rabbinic court convened on this particular issue that included some of the greatest minds of the era. Don't forget, this is the 16th century. This is the era when you have Moshe Vitrani, for example, none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Code of Jewish Law, the Shulchan Aruch, who debated this very point, and ironically, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, Yosef Karo, disagreed with Gracia Mendes. Even though she felt that she was a wonderful person and they did great things for Jewish people and so on, it wasn't right that the sister didn't get an inheritance and that the niece didn't get an inheritance. That's another story beyond what we're going to discuss here. Part of this whole debate was surrounding as well who would the younger child marry, who would Beatrice Lachika end up marrying. One of the, at this point, I've kind of omitted discussion of the role of kings here, but there was tremendous involvement of kings and queens, all having designs on the money of the House of Nasi. In this particular case, George V, the Holy Roman Emperor, had a wife who wanted to marry off Lachika to one of his friends, and in so doing, hoped to garner a large section of the assets that belonged to the Nasi family. When the queen approached Gracia Nasi about this, she actually avoided her several times by feigning illness, and when he was finally forced to answer up front what would she say about this particular marriage of the niece to this older Christian man, Gracia Nasi said intemperately, I would rather see my niece drowned than married to that man. Very strong language, which meant that she really had to flee Europe, because there was no more excuse for her at that point. So they ended up finally making their way to Istanbul, and at this point, Gracia Nasi had revealed her Jewish identity and was quite openly sponsoring Jewish causes without any relation or dissimulation whatsoever. But she met with several setbacks. One that's very important is the Altona incident of 1556, which is perhaps the saddest moment in her career. There's an Italian city with a port called Ancona, and they had a very zealous inquisitor there sent by a new pope, Paul IV. And there was a very large converso community. And these are, remember, what are we talking about? We would have in Ancona, we have the regular Jews, the Jews who would live there since time immemorial, who were not forced to convert to Christianity. You had regular Christians, and then you had this converso community, largely made up of Portuguese Jews, who were formally converted to Christianity and were in such confession, but were nevertheless living it pretty much openly as Jews, marrying with each other, keeping kosher, and all kinds of things like this. And they could not, declare themselves openly Jewish, because that would be in contravention of church law. You can't simply convert to Christianity and then convert back again. But they were not prepared to live as Christians. So you have these three distinct populations in Ancona, as you did in many centers where Jews settled. The Pope and his very zealous inquisitor arrested approximately 100 of these conversos in Ancona and proceeded to take the traditional inquisitorial route of torturing them, extracting confessions, arresting others, and so on, and threatening to burn them. Gracia Mendez, of course, was incensed and wanted to do everything possible to prevent the abuse of her co-religionists, but she was unable to succeed. She actually went so far as to enlist the aid of the Sultan of Turkey, which she had that level of with, and the Sultan sent an emissary to Ancona to indicate that any sort of maltreatment of these conversos would result in potentially military action from the Ottoman Empire. Gracia also rounded up a huge number of Jewish communities who agreed to impose a boycott on the port of Ancona and to bring that city to its knees economically, because Jews were extremely involved in all kinds of international trade, and refusing to do business with that particular port would actually bring their trade to a standstill. Unfortunately, she was unable to achieve unanimity on the question of a boycott. There were a few holdouts, notably the Italian Jews of Ancona, who felt that they were being unfairly drawn into this international dispute. They were, there was not always between traditional Jews and conversos. They were living very, distinct communities, even though they had quite good relations with each other. They were certainly not intermarrying and so on. So they felt that they were going to have their livelihoods destroyed by this boycott, and they argued against it, as did several local communities who were heavily dependent on the Ancona trade. And so despite her tremendous efforts, she was not able to bring together Judaism, Jewry with one voice on this issue, and the boycott failed. And 100 Jews were put to death as a result of the inquisitorial flames. She, however, devoted most of the energies of the last years of her life to developing the land of Israel with some very fascinating projects. One of them, most famously, is the city of Tiberia, which she essentially bought from the Ottoman Turks. She received an exclusive land. In perpetuity, she developed the city of Tiberias on the Sea of Galilee, in exchange, of course, for funds that would be produced and would be given to the Ottoman Turks on a regular basis. So the very city of Tiberia, which is modeled in many ways on the successful city of Tzfat nearby, is a result of Doña Gracia's specific intervention and her philanthropy. So if we want to bring it back to look at her legacy, this is perhaps our best chance of guessing what she actually looked like. This is a medallion that was struck in honor of her niece's 18th birthday. And you can see that it says in Hebrew, Gracia Nasi, on the Hebrew here, on her 18th birthday. This is the niece known as Lachika. So to whatever degree there is a family resemblance, that's the degree to which we get a sense of how our heroine actually looked. The medallion was most likely struck on the occasion of her marriage to Don Joseph Nasi, also a family member. But the overall scope and trajectory we get of the life of this really phenomenal woman is one of unrelenting heroism and one of unbearable will, in which she's confronted with these very difficult challenges. The challenges of great wealth, the challenge of Jewish identity within a very hostile environment. And throughout it all, she maintains very steadfast support of the Jewish people. She allows her burning love for Judaism to remain within her soul for the vast majority of her life while she is outwardly practicing as a Christian, and only when she is finally free to express herself as a Jew does she ultimately reveal her full intent. But we see her impact on the Jewish world in so many ways, not only in the land of Israel, but also in the overall legacy of the Jewish people as a whole. And thank you very much for your attention and your endurance tonight. Hope you have a fantastic week. Next week, we're going to come back to speak about another somewhat more tragic figure from the Spanish-Portuguese experience. Thank you.
And clear of the closing doors, please.
They gave him food to his, and then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands on. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he is running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, everyone.
And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition and chip. The most important thing above all else, because he hears his life story where he's abandoned over and over.
His father's old brothers, see, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because the children of their brother, they count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. But no, they had all the training. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family of outcasts, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women, for horses, and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China, that one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or
temporary thought as well.
Mongols produced nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents. They were not craftsmen, and so they had to get these items from somewhere. And it was okay. So even in the genealogy,
well, here, let's you see
going back generation after generation of women had kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's child, the father was, and all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is primarily across the coast. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things he talks about. In some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, that point, his wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman, what that means, and what the kidnapping
But
At age 16,
significantly over the course of
the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she was 9.
here.
She's now
This is a map
17,
which shows the
and she and her
gradual
mother
spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region.
It's hard to even imagine
northwards
what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food, trying to feed the 5 children, and plus the other wife and her 2 children.
As the peasants,
he loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement. And then
why this horrible plague come upon
it
us.
only lasts a few months.
Constitute a very traditional.
So there they are. And there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her Grandmother Rothschild. Granny Rothschild is there. Granny Rothschild is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family.
And
Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge.
Opens up the window and says, "There's going to be less cucumbers."
She puts all of her children on a horse.
All Jews go home.
She takes the baby girl to put it in her own lap.
And everyone's waiting in
She
line.
has one extra horse.
He opens up the door again and says, "We just
But
heard
she won't
that
take
some of the trucks broke down on the
she
way here.
knows, she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea.
So all
They're coming in the
Tatars,
back.
Ukrainians,
They're coming
Lithuanians,
full
leave the line.
They know there's a girl there.
All
This
these
family
other
of outcasts has acquired a wife.
nationalities,
And they know
status, they have to leave
that
the
they're
line.
coming for that.
Finally,
So she leaves Sochigal, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Rothschild, who actually has a car. And she leaves
the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says,
They
"We
pile
just learned
into
that the
the cart.
cars were taken over by the
It's
mafia.
like ox.
There are
They're
no
pulling, so they don't
cucumbers
get too far
arriving.
before the
Everybody go
attackers
home."
get there.
So Elon turns to
Mother Erlund is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, into Bukhan Haldun, to the mountainside, away from them.
So the
Because
Jews
they're
suffered quite a bit in the
this cart
14th century
and finding out how
as
many women are
the
in
black
there.
swept
They
through
are.
the region. And the Europeans got a taste for expelling economic implications as well. Watch the
But
video
it costs
on
suddenly.
gets upset. But
Lucha
more significantly,
realizes
if you look at the
He's
larger
obeyed
map
his
here on the
mother,
right-hand side,
but he's lost the most important
you'll
thing
see
in
that
his life.
the
And I
red
do
line,
think this
which
is
I've
the
added to the
defining
map here,
moment of his
shows
life.
the large
The
phenomenon
story began
of
back when his mother
leaving
was
the Iberian
kidnapped, but now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do?
and especially in the
Is he
Ottoman
going to
Empire.
just
In,
resign
Istanbul,
himself to it?
Constantinople.
Is he
Those are
going to go out
regions where
for another wife?
Jews felt to be more welcomed at the
And
time.
he decides that life is not worth living without her.
And the Muslims
He
welcomed
has
the
found
Jews
something
because
good
their
in his life.
potential economic
And if he has to
contribution
die
to the
trying
society
to get her back,
but it
he will
represented
die
the
trying to get
tremendous
her back.
end of an era.
And this is the early steps
in the
of the
15th
military
century,
genius.
how Jews
Born because in order to get back
sort of a
requires
post-Holocaust generation,
an actual
much
organization
like
of
we
troops.
in the later half of the
Allies.
20th into the 21st
He
century
goes to
are still reeling
a man
from
who
the
ruled the
incredible
area people in
demographic
central
assault
Mongolia
of the
and
Nazis
on the
on
Tall River
Jews
about
of
where the
Europe.
capital of
The
Ulaanbaatar is
Jews
today.
of the
He
15th
goes
century
there because that
reeling,
Wang Han
trying
is
to
the name,
understand
or
what's
Corporal
the
Han.
meaning that
He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he
So
went there.
it's not just a
And
shift
actually, he
of
took a
population,
gift
it's not
just
just a
because
migration.
Marshall's mother had brought
It's an
a sable
uproot.
coat
It's a
as a
destruction
gift for
of a
Mother
civilization
Erlund
that then had to be
at that time
repopulated.
for marriage.
It's also
So he took the coat
in this regard that
and he
there are
took
a lot of
it and he
Jews
gave
who
it
are
as a
actually heading
gift
to the west,
to Wang Han and asked for
not
his help.
necessarily for our
Wang
discussion
Han
today,
said yes.
but
And he said,
many
I'll send some
Jews chose
troops, but we need
to
more.
Europe,
And
to
you
what
need
would
to
become
ask
Brazil, Curacao,
Jamaica. You
eventually
need to ask
New
him
Amsterdam,
to
New
come.
York.
Also,
These are
he
really
said, I will send a message to
later
him.
ripple effects of the expulsion.
You have to tell the story of
on a smaller note, many Jews chose to leave
The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him because he's being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his away brother.
So that's one really important about the demographics is that
as you've
the huge
described,
population of Spain was totally
the best
destroyed.
thing to us happened
Spread out
on, and one of the biggest challenges
one last detail before I forget,
in
of
the
course,
later
there were
years.
crypto Jews who
So who
chose
was
to
Jalka?
mask their
was a boy about the same age as
Christian
Jim.
guys.
And his
Called
family
Marranos,
had
which
winter
is
camp
inherently
close to where Mother Erdud was living with her
their
children.
history is also
And so the two boys met during the winter time. In
So the
fact, they
second
both
major
claimed
element
descent
for
from the
shift
same
demographic is
woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5 if you want to clear. She was a Hanghai woman
Western
who
Europe
herself was
making
kidnapped.
their way
And actually, Jalka was the
particularly
descendant of
Poland,
her
Lithuania,
the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then
this
Temujin
was
is
for two
descended
basic
from
reasons.
her
One,
through the new
increasing
kidnapping
levels
of
of
Jalka's
anti-Semitism
ancestor.
in Western
So they're
Europe,
both
based on
through the,
factors
as amongst
those
say, from the
videos.
same
And
womb.
secondly,
They come
very
from the same
specifically,
historic
the attraction
origin.
to the economic
So
zone.
their lives were similar in that
the
both
economy
lost their
very
fathers very
poorly
early,
developed.
but Jalka also lost the mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with his whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of older women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life.
So the
The
shift
two
in
boys meet,
demographics means
so they come from different backgrounds, and Jalka's not as deprived by any means as the wife of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then
German dialect
very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called being Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is the language, and there are several different types of friendship.
So that's the first major
Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life.
Disruptive technology.
They swore that they would be there forever, protect each other, help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knucklebones. So each one of them had the knucklebone of
that changes the way
deer.
we do business.
Knucklebones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future.
The invention, of course, is talking about the
It's very strange. On the ice, I will say,
this
wintertime in
basically
Mongolia,
took
it could
the
be
world
up to
from
50
a
degrees
manuscript
below
culture
zero.
in
It
which
doesn't
we
really
have
matter
months
that far to see that Celsius or Fahrenheit.
copying out line after line of written
You
text
slide something
and then
across the ice
circulating
and
them
it's
one
totally
at a
smooth
time,
like silk and it goes
incredibly
on for a long way.
expensive and difficult
And
to
if you
get
put
together.
your ear down to the ice,
Actual books
you
were
hear
very
this
hard to come
celestial
by,
sound
and
that's
you only
unlike
see them
any
with
sound
great
on
rarity.
earth. It's just
You know,
like
kind
the
of like a
angels
tourist
are
book
singing
today,
under the
incredibly
ice.
valuable
So once
and
they
expensive
sworn
things
this
to
place
procure,
of Anda, then a couple
generally
years
only
later they
purchased
swear it again, but this time there's like the older boys, they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other.
by the Jewish
In
count
fact,
that every person
the text is very specific that Jalka
and
took the horn, cut it off
Jews
of
see
a 2-year-old calf,
technology very early.
and
Particularly the
he whittled it
Sonsino
down,
family
and
in
then
Italy,
he drilled a
who
hole
started
into it
producing
in order to make a whistling
high
arrow,
quality, beautiful work,
which is
for
used
example,
for several
beautiful
purposes.
page,
But
the
one
first
was it's
page
used
of their Bible,
for signals from one thing, from one
Genesis,
person to
and
another.
how it's
But also when you're
very
hunting, if you want to move the
illuminated,
animal
also
in a certain direction,
much like a
you send a
manuscript
whistling arrow in the opposite direction to
absorb
make the
that
animal.
aesthetic
But it had a lot of use. So the boys that exchanged rope knuckles, this time they exchanged until they had been close friends. And Banghan said, okay, Jalka should
nevertheless, you can see
raise some troops and go with you.
later, particularly with the
So the three set out some troops from Banghan. He himself did not bring his two boys, but he sent some troops under Jalka and his troops.
Not necessarily as high
Basically just
quality
to legit his family. He just had his brothers. That's all.
it was complete. It was
To find the
fairly
people
quick
of the
fashion,
Select River,
which
flows into
rapidly
Siberia
essentially put the
and on
Sonsino
into
family
Lake
out of
Baikal.
business because
Then extremely rough territory.
circulated with some
And
standardization.
you see in this episode,
back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so
it's
disruptive?
already a little bit
Tremendously disruptive.
fierce
All of a sudden, it means
without necessarily thinking it through carefully.
he gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the working people. We're going to jump through the tunnel, the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Von Hahn's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are lawless, and if we give our word is our promise forever, and the police are to allow. It doesn't matter, we'd be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, he's very helpful.
It's out there for like 2 billion people.
Troops, they move in on the Merkin camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small warning because some men are out hunting sables on the Merkin camp, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people. People are getting ready to kill them. So Buxton has no idea who's coming. She's going to be kidnapped again to somebody. So she and the grandmother come up in again, and some people are loaded into a car. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon that night, so they could see what they're doing.
Basically was a nothing town.
He's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he says, this is the goal. This is why we are here. Need anything else? He was very clear about
And there was his first full-on military engagement.
Made their way to Swan.
yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
So within the space of about 50 years,
And that
explosion
deeply
of
formative
Jewish
experience. So
creativity
what was that about? Can you explain the Mongol society,
at the center of it,
the older brother, and the power struggle there, and
the author
you know,
of
not
the
to moralize, but there's also
noted Kabbalist, together with his
you know,
student
the
Moshe
ethical
Cordero,
foundation
wandering the hills around
The killing of Bector, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was
sort of like
deciphered and
spiritual
translated.
tourism destinations that were
Bector was the older child of
You also have
Sochiko,
people like
and his son, the brother has complete authority over the younger siblings.
now, he's
It's like
baked in there.
they have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time. He refers to them as
With a
chief.
million rabbis who say, we have
A
so many
formality.
lines here.
And
It's fine.
his word knows he is the father in the absence of the father.
Meaning the
But also it's
that
quite
originally
common
Moses gave to Joshua.
if a
and
man dies
Joshua
and his brothers has no brothers or his
it was
brothers
lost sometime.
do not marry his widow,
Period
and
of
if he
diaspora.
has a son
He said
by
we can read
another
it
wife,
right here. We can all
She
agree
will
that we're the most brilliant
become
rabbis
his
of
wife.
the world, which is
so it would have been
the
common
case.
that
So let's all
Bector
give each other
eventually, when he
smicha, and
passed
let's
through
pass it
puberty,
on. This
would
movement didn't
perhaps
gather a
marry
lot of force,
a virgin.
although it gives you a sense of what's going
Now,
on there. And finally, of course, the incredible
But either
Arizal,
it did,
who,
or
let's see, his
Temujin was trying
grade
to prevent
is
it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather.
alphabet is on the right,
Temujin just
the
couldn't
Ramak
handle
is
that.
on the left.
And he
The
was
Ramak is
already, Bector was ordering him around, so he would take things like fish
translated
or
and
bird,
published under the title Kabbalah.
and that's perfectly acceptable.
And also one of
in
the great systematizers
the hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a
wide
fish,
range of writings.
and
It's so hard to replace. He kind of like
It's
made
only recorded once, but
autographs
perhaps
that
actually.
so that's no key
comprehend
thing to
without
do for an older brother.
falling into
Just take stuff.
kind of mystical
Yes, he can do anything he
At
wants,
least,
just
that's
around
what
with
they
his
say.
younger
I
siblings.
still don't understand.
That's,
Nevertheless.
yeah.
The Arizal,
But he's
Rabbi
established
Isaac
that.
Luria,
So,
left
mostly
Egypt
in the record, they
and
kind of put a
studied
blame on
under the
this
Ramak,
fish,
under his system.
which I'm not
And although
totally
they
sure
studied
that's really
together
the
for
blame.
only a period of about 2 months
The boys
before
had
the
actually taken the
Ramak
sewing
died
needles
of
from their mother.
the
They were using
Arizal
them
went
for
on
fishing.
to eclipse his fame
I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next brother, Hassan,
This is all
decided to
happening
kill
in spots. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch,
Why
Code of
to you is
Jewish
it
law.
more
You have
complicated than
these
that? It feels to me like
world-altering
stealing a
Kabbalist writing,
fish
and you have
is like the
this
final
idea of
straw.
social change.
Here he's
These
being
are
abused
new models of leadership. It's all
over and
happening
over
in
and
spots.
over.
Now,
And the
if you
fish
bring
is a symbol
these
of that.
three
So
things
here he
together, I
takes
think we can make
matters into his own hands.
I think it is
sort of
the symbol of that, and it
generalization
can be the thing that
as to
pushes
why
him
these
over.
fit together and are very
But it's all these other tensions of what's going
First of all,
on with the
shifting
family.
demographics. Well,
Because
the Jewish world is
they shoot him with arrows, they kill him.
the Sephardic population
Afterwards,
dominated
it's
by the
also
scholarship in
interesting for
Spain
the
that
dynamics of what was going on
a couple
before,
years
because
earlier is now
we hear nothing
really
from
on
Portugal.
the wane.
She and her younger
Base
son,
in the Iberian
Belgatoy,
Peninsula is
they
destroyed,
stay with the
and
family.
although there
They
are
don't go
still
away.
very strong
One who's
expressions of Sephardic
outraged is Mother
Judaism
Erdl, his mother.
in
She
Northern
screams and
Africa,
hollers
the
at
Ottoman
him in
Empire,
the longest kind
it's
of
definitely
tirade you
declining.
can imagine.
Population-wise,
You will
the
never have
Ashkenazi
anybody in your
grow,
life
and
to
they
their own
themselves
shadow. And
towards
you know, you won't
they
do
will
everything that she
overtake the
could
Sephardic
make it worse.
population
She
numbers,
was outraged and went on and on and on about it. Obviously,
organization of Jews as well.
extremely distressed about it.
Latino and other Sephardic languages declined, but Ashkenazic and Germanic languages become the most important language of the Jews.
So he does have this episode of having killed off his
Second,
mother.
and related to
But
this,
I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for
look
him.
at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and
Problem
ultimately
solved.
create some
Mother is
tectonic
extremely
shifts that
ticked off.
alter the Jewish world phenomenon.
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort
It's a
to
good thing in
murder
that, oh,
take
here it is.
care
It's
of a
reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's stated.
He is
It's written
capable of doing
right here. What
anything
you
that
do,
needs
it's
to
on.
be
That's
done
great.
to
On the other
resolve
hand,
what he sees as a problem.
setting it down in black and white,
He resolved
print,
it.
all
At a
of the
very
other
young
oral
age.
traditions
So he had that experience
lose their
behind him.
impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have
His
been
younger brother
plainly
Belgatoy
wrong.
is on the rail with
For
him, and
example,
with Domka when
how
they go
much
to
wine
capture
does it
Barcelona.
take to make kiddush?
So
How much wine do you have to say a prayer?
his both loyalty and Belgatoy stays loyal to
Then we
him
have
his
a
entire
we have
life.
a controversy
His entire
because,
life.
you know, we've
It was
lost
very
the sense of
interesting.
these sizes,
So
something
that
that
if we return
for
to
the
the
Shulchan Aruch,
is it normal to have such a
people
low
kind of
story
pick up and
across
say,
many
well, yeah,
years
that looks like
if
about
you're
right
separated?
there. Others say, no, that's not big enough. My
This
is
is
much bigger.
two-way
So there's
loyalty.
like a whole
Version to
which
Timothy
ultimately
and
becomes
Timothy first.
what is the same text?
And this
That's
is like before he
in
was
fact,
Genghis
one of
Khan.
the reasons
I
why
think
there
his
was such an
children,
objection in some
he was
circles
too preoccupied with staying
to
alive.
Ramah's right,
Getting
the Ramah
kind of ambition,
is
roots to
very
eat, and things like that.
commentary
To really
on
be
Rabbi
hiding for her all the time.
Ramah,
But for whatever reason, she came, and it could
the
be that
Ramah's super commentary
her
is called
family
Mappa, or the
liked him
table
in
cloth.
some way, or
So
that she
some
remembered
Ashkenazi
him, or
people said,
that she had no
who is
other
this Polish
suitors.
guy, Rabbi
But
Yisrael,
this teach
telling
each
us
other
how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it
So
like that.
I can't explain
The
why,
German rabbis were
but it was certainly a strong
because
love
the
story
Ramah came
after
out
the
with
fact,
his
if not
commentary.
before. I mean,
Even German
they
Jewish
two were
studying
loyal
it
to
for
each other
hundreds
throughout
later
their
would
lives.
be inclined
She
to go
was,
with what the
I
text
would
says.
say, the
So
most
Judaism, in
important
some
person
ways,
to him.
halachically becomes a lot
After
more
that,
focused on what is the text,
The literal
even when there may be areas
to get her
where,
back.
according to
He was
family
everything.
tradition,
He was willing
right
to
or
die.
wrong,
He was willing to kill. He was willing to
according
die
to family
in
tradition,
order to
might
get her
change all.
back.
I'll give you an example.
Got her back.
Kadishas. So
And now
in
he's
America,
reestablished his
there's
relationship with John.
one bait. I mean, I've served
So they decide
privilege
to stick together.
Sad
They
privilege
all
of
go
serving
off to the
on
Hoffernach
many
Valley.
different Kebra Kadishas that I've looked around in my
And
academic career. And
she
there's
is
one
pregnant.
particular ritual that is
This
pretty much
becomes a
standard.
huge issue for them.
And if you look at the halachic literature, it's
It's one of those things
a
that
lot
to
of
this
things
day
in America
almost it's
skip
a
over
issue.
things that were not were
What
done in Europe
happens?
all the time.
But as he
Extra
says
things
much
that were not
later
done
in
in Europe,
life,
and there's a whole bunch of
when his own sons
details
rebel against
that
him,
are just
and
not
they call
present
that
in our
first
teaching.
child of
Why is that? Well,
master.
my thinking is
He
because
defends
there
his
was one
wife.
particular Kebra Kadisha, I think it was in
Here's
Chicago,
his-
that was the
his
first one to actually
own
write it down
sons.
in English.
You
So
were
as
not
soon as
there.
they
You
wrote
did not
down
know who
their
loved
customs
you
in
and who did not.
English,
You did
so
not see
lots
the
of other
sky
Jewish
turning
communities saying, well, what are we supposed
around.
to do?
You did
Well,
not see the stars falling.
check
You
it
did
out.
not
Here
see
it
the
is.
earth turn
That
over.
becomes
You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You are not there.
So that's one of the things that
same
happens
warm
with
womb.
is
If your
disruptive
mother could
technology.
hear your
Another
words,
thing
her
is,
warm womb
because
would
everybody can
turn
do it,
to
all of a
cold
sudden,
stone.
copyright
So he
law
defended her
becomes
forever.
challenged.
But he's off
And
now.
like,
We go back
who's
to
to
the
say a
beginning.
person
She
can't
is
print
pregnant.
something that's against Torah? Oh
They're
my
the
gosh,
family.
Chas v'shalom. All of a sudden,
And he and Jomo
threshold
decide
of
to renew
that
their
would be
vows of
represented
being
by
undone.
hiring a manuscript copies to write out your heretical
So this
writings.
time, it's more
is
serious.
disappeared because now
ceremony
basically
in
you
front of
get a
the
certain
whole.
amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of
can't say
ideas
tried,
that
it's not
would
big enough
not
yet for a
have
trial.
seen the light
But
of
the
day
whole
in print
plan that's
or
there.
manuscript, I should say, with printing all of a sudden it's
Someone
fair game.
takes off a
Everybody
gold belt,
put
which
their stuff out
actually
there.
he stole
So
it
you
from
see
the
the
merchant.
thought of
It's
people like
according
notes
to
and so on.
a gold belt. He
As
took
a
off a
result
gold
of
belt
this disruptive
and he put it on
so the
Temujin.
religious diversity
And then
that will expand
Temujin
and come
gave
to a
him
crisis point in the 19th
a
century
mayor who had
has its
never
origins really.
had a fold and never given
Finally, the
There
spot
was an
circle.
unusual mayor who had a little roof over Henry's
Clear
gold horn. It was
activity that was
unusual
going on in
again.
North
I
Israel
don't
for a very, very brief
meeting,
period of
but I
time.
don't know all the
Decades,
meanings
and it was all
behind
over.
it.
And that's
Sort of
tremendous.
But
It represents
golden
a
belt,
lot
you
in
know,
a
think
very,
about it
very
different ways.
powerful way. Kabbalah, of course,
The
is very
belt for the Mongol man is really the
text
sign of
goes all the way
manhood.
back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible for Rabbi Moshe Cordovero,
and even now
Pardes Ramon, and of course
person
the
without
Rizal's
a belt.
history, their crimes
Because
of
that's how
Tal,
they were at that time.
popularized
Today,
their
women
dramatic
wear belts.
understandings of the world,
But they still
and
use
so
the
on.
word.
So the study of Jewish mysticism
was very important
throughout Europe and has
He gave that
ripple
privilege,
effects on
and they
many
celebrated
movements that are not necessarily
words of the
closely
secret
related
history.
to the Jewish tradition.
They stepped
In
apart
particular,
under the same blanket
false
of
messiahs like
other
Shabbat
groups,
Tzvi,
and they were
heavily
happy together.
influenced by Kabbalah,
And then when
and on
baby
the other
was
side of
born,
the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily
named the
appreciated by all Jews in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic
Some people
Kabbalah,
say, oh, it's
and
because
was
the child was really a
therefore
market
a
child.
tremendous amount of
Other people say,
creativity in
no,
the
it's
18th
because he
century
was a
as a
visitor of
result
the
of what
territory of Jamuk at that time.
Wow, that was
And
a
other
very
people
quick
would say,
tour
well,
of
ancestor
incipient revival,
had
the
been born
beginnings
from the
of
African woman who
growth
was pregnant.
of ideas in the
They
Jewish
had
world,
named that
and at the same time
Johnny
divergence as a result
which meant
of
foreigner.
factors.
Like a parallel, visitor to foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Juggernaut. So all these things sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the total mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that I think the pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And
ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. Sorry for the, oh my gosh, record late start. We had actually a technical problem because they put a new lock on the door. And I don't have a key to the new lock yet, so we were trying to get it together. But, so, for those of you who were here over Shabbos, you know, we had a magnificent affair. The Rav's son of Rami was bar mitzvah, and he was a tremendous, he was brilliant. We really enjoyed not only his laning, but in particular his Dvar Torah. And he started with the following joke. So the joke, and this is an Avrami Grunstein original, I think. The joke goes like this. So between Mincha and Marav during the week, many Rabbanim like to say a short Dvar Torah, you know, in that period before, you know, during sunset during the week. And so the Rav gets up to give a Dvar Torah. You have to imagine this joke told by a 13-year-old, the son of a rabbi who gives a Dvar Torah between Mincha and Marav, by the way. And the rabbi's giving his Dvar Torah, and then he notices towards the back of the room, one of his best Balabata, one of his, you know, most loyal parishioners, congregants, gets up and walks out unexpectedly in the middle of his drasha. Rabbi is used to having people get cell phone calls and things like that, but have his best member, really, his most supportive member, got a shul during the drasha. He was very, very disturbed by this. So, and then a while later, just before he's about to wrap up his Dvar Torah, the member walks back in. So he's very grateful to see him back there. They daven Marav, and then afterwards he goes up and he says, "Listen, Shlomi, I was kind of surprised to see you leave shul right in the middle of my Dvar Torah." Shlomi says, "Yeah, I had to get a haircut." And the rabbi says, "You had to get a haircut? You couldn't get the haircut before Mincha?" And he said, "Before Mincha, I didn't need a haircut." Okay, I think Avrami said that one better than me, but at any rate, you get the deal. Okay, so tonight's lecture is actually a lecture of tremendous meaning and value for me personally, and I'm hoping that it'll reach you as well, because it has tremendous value really for anyone who goes to synagogue on Friday night to have automatically a connection to this particular figure. Exactly. We're going to hear a lot of versions of the Kadodi from the audience tonight, and I'll even play a couple of for you. But basically,
two of them do not
we're going to be talking about Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is one of the most important Kabbalists of the 16th century. He was in many ways the founder of the Tzfat school of intellectuals, that very unusual 16th century explosion of Jewish religious and intellectual creativity that occurred in northern Israel at that time. But he's really mainly known for one particular prayer that he wrote. As we shall see, it was apparently a wedding gift that he gave to his bride, which has a whole new dimension to reading about what this prayer is all about. And this prayer was universally accepted. It was printed almost immediately after he wrote it, and it is one of those rare pieces of liturgy, particularly early modern liturgy, that was accepted by all streams of Judaism as they were known then and even as they are known today. It's hard to imagine a Friday night service without Lecha Dodi. I don't know exactly what it would look like. And you can think of a lot of different strange ways to observe Friday night service, but Lecha Dodi is pretty much central. So over the course of the next 40-odd minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of Rabbi Alkabetz's life, and in particular look at the Lecha Dodi prayer in a little more detail, and place it within the context of the Jewish liturgical and intellectual tradition. Okay, so first of all, here's a photograph of his grave. I'll actually have a few of these here. In the city of Tzfat, the holy city of Tzfat, which we'll also explore a bit. You can see his name is Alkabetz, which is probably of some kind of Muslim derivation, like Al-Ghazali or Al-Jabra or things like that. Al-Jibr, Al-Jabra, I think that's where it comes from. And a little factoid from my daughter there. We're not exactly sure of his origins. The family name is Islamic in nature, so it could be that he came from Moorish Spain, perhaps. We catch up with him in Turkey, and he's very much associated with the Portuguese exile in Tzfat later. So it's difficult to say exactly what his family origins are. They definitely have significant roots, though, in Turkey. We have a grandfather we know of as a printer, for example, but otherwise much of his origins is lost in the background. His years, by the way, just so you know, roughly 1505 to 1584. Comparatively short life, not as short as many of the Kabbalists that he was to. That 16th century, in the space of about 25 to 40 years, created such a tremendous revolution in Jewish thought that we're still feeling its echoes today, 4 centuries later, 5 centuries later. So let's place it in context. The 15th century was in many ways, it can be compared to the post-Holocaust generation in many ways. Very difficult to make that kind of comparison. The scale was nothing like the Holocaust. The suddenness and the ferocity of it was nothing like the Holocaust, only the suddenness perhaps. But you have to understand that the first decade or two out of the 15th century, Jews were reeling from the shock of the Spanish expulsion. The expulsion, of course, came in 1492 when Isabella and Ferdinand here decided, after a significant amount of time persecuting the Jews and also Muslims, they decided to simply do away with them. This is the writ of expulsion that was slated for Tisha B'Av of that fateful year. Of course, Tisha B'Av is the sort of national Jewish bad luck day. It has to be a day when so many bad things in Jewish history seem to occur, all the way up to the Warsaw Ghetto, decimation under the Nazis, so on. It's a very, very bad day for Jews. At any rate, they expelled the Jews from Spain. You can see here in the Iberian Peninsula. Many of them chose to go to Portugal nearby, but that was only a very brief respite because 5 years later there was a tremendous forced conversion of Jews in Portugal and an ensuing expulsion as well, particularly hard on children. Thousands upon thousands of orphans were created in the very brutal Portuguese expulsion, and Jews made their way, to the north, to the Netherlands, in particular Amsterdam, where they found some safe havens. Many of them moved along the coast of North Africa, and many of them made their way finally to Israel, which is where we'll be focusing on for most of our lecture today. For others, however, the destination of choice for many of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles was the Greek city of Salonika or Thessaloniki, which was a major Jewish center at the time. It was supported by some very important Jewish largesse, some very people like Don Gracia de Mendes, who supported the Jewish exiles in a very significant way, and the Jews found a lot of shelter in Greece and later in Turkey, which was essentially the route that would be followed by our protagonist, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz. He made his way first to Salonika. Again, we're not sure exactly what his backgrounds were, but he shows up first in Salonika, where he is a student to the great Kabbalist Yosef Taitatza, who's left behind several writings, but he is known as one of the brilliant early Kabbalists of the period, who was reputed, for example, to only sleep on a bed on the Shabbat, on Friday nights. Otherwise, he would sleep on the floor, and he did this for 40 long years. He was a teacher of many, but in particular, Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz instructed him in the mystical arts and doctrines of the Kabbalah. And that brings him to Tzfat. His route to Tzfat goes through the several towns in Turkey, and in particular Adrianople, where he is acquainted with some of his greatest disciples, including this man. Of course, this is the iconic picture. We don't know if this is exactly right, but none other than the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, who was to the author of the Shulchan Aruch. It's not very well known outside of cognoscenti, but this great legal mind who composed the 4 sections of the Code of Jewish Law was also a noted Kabbalist, and in fact, much of his Kabbalistic thought and his halakhic thought overlap. He borrows from much of Kabbalistic ideology as to inform his halakhic writings as well. So Rabbi Yosef Karo and several others were attracted to Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who was by then beginning already to gather disciples, directing them along the teachings of Rabbi Taitatza that we saw earlier. And it was at this time in Turkey that the two of them, with other disciples, spent the night on Shavuot studying and learning, which has become a de rigueur tradition now for Jews. There's a midrash, I'm sure you're familiar with it, that when God wanted to give the Torah on Mount Sinai, the Jews slept in, so he had to make thunder and lightning and things like that. And so as a result, from then on, the Jews, as it were, resolved to always get up early and be able to receive the Torah on the holiday of Shavuot with passion and eagerness. But a custom developed, particularly from this one incident in the 16th century when Rabbi Alkabetz and Rabbi Karo were studying together, and Rabbi Karo reported a visitation from an angelic being called a Magid, who would come to him many times over the course of his life, and as a result, the tradition became widespread to spend the entire night of Shavuot learning, as a fact we do in this synagogue many others. And there's a particular text, Sepharad in particular used. This is a cover from an 1860 printing of the Tikkun Leil Shavuot. Anyway, so they stayed up all night. Now, he arrives in Tzfat in the year 1535 or thereabouts, and this is really where the huge explosion of activity occurs. He gathers around him a host of Jewish celebrities, the like of which would not be seen for hundreds of years. It was like really such a phenomenal concentration of people that you never have anything quite like this. An all-star game of Jews, as it were, all at once. And we'll try to explain what the reasons for that on the next slide. But his disciples included Rabbi Yosef I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Rothschild, who wrote a fascinating book called Sefer Charedim, essentially a book that lists all of the 613 mitzvot and then compares them to the parts of the body that are used to perform those mitzvot, along with the ways of atoning for those transgressions. So, for example, if you use your right hand to threaten to strike someone, then you have to use your hand to give charity. An act of cruelty has to be matched with an act of kindness with the same hand. And he goes through all the body parts like that, eyes, ears, nose, so on. And it's really quite an amazing book. Rabbi Abraham Galante, very important. And the most important of all of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, known as the Ramah, who is very, very dear to my own research. I published a book on him just last year. And ironically, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero turned out to be so influential as a student that Rabbi Alkabetz, who, by the way, was also his brother-in-law, because Rabbi Moshe Cordovero married Rabbi Alkabetz's sister. Rabbi Alkabetz then turned around and became his brother-in-law's student. The teacher became the student, and he ended up really teaching his disciples own teachings afterwards. But that's going to take us further afield of where we want to go today. The question is, why Tzfat, or Safed as in English? What is so special about Safed? It never shows up for the vast majority of Jewish history until the 16th century, and then all of a sudden it's like ground zero for Jewish activity. What exactly happened? The place is referred to in Tanakh in a passing way, and it does show up in the Hebrew Bible in a passing way, but there's no known activity, there's no known personalities for the first 2,000 years of the existence of this town in northern Israel. It's a cipher, it's comparatively nothing. So, whenever you have one of these kinds of conundrums in Jewish history, I mean, why not Jerusalem, for example? Why aren't all these exiles from Portugal and Spain making their way to the holy city of Jerusalem, which was, of course, so central? Why did this town of Tzfat, a good 150 miles from Jerusalem, that has no resources whatsoever? So, what I like to teach my 18-year-old undergraduates, and I feel that many people will appreciate as well, is what I like to call the Abramson rule of history. Do you remember the Abramson rule of history? Follow the money, but it's not exactly that phrase, follow the money. I like to say it that if you don't know why something happens, Judith, the answer probably is money. It's probably money. If you can figure out the Kogo, the who benefits, what is it? That's in Latin, they say cui bono, right? Who gets the benefits? But in Russian, I like it better. Kogo, who's feeding who, right? If you can figure out who's getting the benefit of it, and then you can usually figure out what's going on. So if you look at Tzfat, it appears to be basically economic in nature. The Turks who were controlling Israel at the time, the Ottoman Turks, they put in place some very beneficial tax policies to encourage the development of businesses, particularly textile and import-export businesses in Tzfat during that century, which suddenly made it quite a magnet for business interests. And you have a lot of new money that is sort of released as a result of the Spanish expulsions, where Jews are leaving, they're looking to invest, they're looking to settle down somewhere, they need something. It's either Istanbul or maybe it's Salonika, or what about this new spot? It's kind of like, as it were, the Las Vegas of the era. It was a Wild West, a lot of people, and many Jews have the next question.
I haven't done it very much. But I said,
Well, it actually could serve as a crossroads to the north, because the way the Galil is separated, Jerusalem definitely has an amount. And yeah, but it's got a commanding presence over the entire region. It's the largest town in the region, so it had a lot of benefits that the inhabitants could find. But there's one in particular that is especially important, and that is spiritual tourism. This was a new industry that was very big at the time, and that is, and in fact, by the way, Rabbi Alphabet was very important in developing this industry. Visiting the Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of the righteous ones, was considered like, an act of great piety. People were finding these all over the place. Most of the graves that we visit in Israel today, they're doubtful origins, but that was really well placed for that. It's beautiful, it's well watered, lush, lands for growth, has all kinds of things that Jerusalem at that time did not. And so money concentrated there, people set up, and actually your question is so fascinating. Think about Las Vegas, the comparison. What does Las Vegas have, right? I mean, there's no water there, it's a desert, but it's a human-created economy. Just get all of us there together in one place and we'll figure out a way to make money. And in fact, it happened. It's just boomed for about 80 years, and they had a problem with earthquakes and plague, and that kind of shut it all down. By the 1580s, it was on its way down, and it declined significantly since then. But the first 3/4 of the century were great. Judith, I'm sorry for waiting.
Part of it, I don't know, other people contributed, helped it, was still clear. All those, they don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where.
Crusades are definitely way over by this point. And to my mind, we're over by like 300 years, 350 years.
1228, Genghis Khan had died in 27.
Yeah.
So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the...
To my knowledge, it was not. It was not on the coast. So even those, those arrivals by sea would not have affected spots. And it's not such a direct route. So I don't think so.
They look at me.
Yeah, it definitely has strategic value because of its height.
He was named Woodbury Wolf. She was named on the year. They married. They're practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know.
No,
but to this
but,
earlier
there's rules and then there's ways to get around them. So there's always familial connections, and the Abrahano family found ways to, some bizarre ways, but they found ways to funnel out a lot of their funds when they had to leave Spain as well. So there were ways to get money out. Difficult, but then once again, the money is in play. It's not invested in a particular industry or real estate. Textiles seems like a pretty good idea, and Shiva really benefited from that. So what happens next, of course, is once you have a thriving economy, then culture develops. You don't have universities develop in the middle of nowhere. You only have universities develop where there is a significant amount of concentration of resources to allow for the development of higher culture. And that's what attracted all of these people, because there was suddenly a wherewithal for them to, ply their trade in religious thought. Here's an interesting picture. I wonder if I can you can't see the full picture. Graves there. Can't really see it, I'm sorry. Some of the graves there, I'm glad you're enjoying the lecture, but you should put me on the camera right now. This is one of her favorite cities, by the way. So some of the graves here, they're in colored blue, which is considered a way of warding off the evil eye. Blue is considered here is the Ramak, who was one of the great disciples of the Rabbi Rothschild. And way up here you can see the Ari, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, who was without doubt the most famous Kabbalist of the time. Zurianic Kabbalah deeply influenced Hasidic thought far more than Rabbi Cordovero or his Rabbi Alphabet's Kabbalah. But they're all like grouped together here because they have this tremendous concentration at one place. Now, Rabbi Alkovitz, who was perhaps not the most well-known, was probably one of the most prominent at the time. He was the head of the yeshiva in Meron, which is close by to Tzvat, and he had many students who were actively learning in his classroom. Based on the relative ages of these people, and it's also important to note that most of these people were in their 20s and 30s when they were their most creative, and many of them died in their late 30s through their 50s. So it's a period of young people getting together, being extremely productive, writing a tremendous amount of material, and then unfortunately dying off under tragic circumstances, something which historically affects Kabbalists far more than regular people. Rabbi Alkovitz himself was extremely prolific. He left behind many titles. Unfortunately, at some point, quite a few of his manuscripts were lost. There's some suspicion stolen by his rivals, but they are simply lost. We know of these texts, but we do not have them. Only a handful of texts remain in their completeness. Ironically, he makes no mention of the Arizal in his extant writings, which could be due to the fact that the Arizal, the great Rabbi Luria, was one of the latecomers to the party, as it were. By the time he arrived, it was really already in the, I believe it was in the 1570s by that point, so correct me, Dave. I think so. And Tzvat had always had such a tremendous reputation, and he had come specifically to study under the disciple of Rabbi Alkovitz, Rabbi Cordovero, and then Rabbi Cordovero died just a few months later, and everything began to go downhill at that point. So we don't have any references to the Arizal from one of the greatest teachers of the time, which might be a reflection of the distance between them in ages and the limited amount of time that the Arizal was actually there. So what did he do while he was there? We knew he had a job. We knew he had a wife whose name had been lost to us. We know he had a son, Moshe, who he named after his grandfather, his father, excuse me. But what did he do for a living? He's only left behind a few signatures on communal documents, indicating that he was a highly respected figure who was consulted on legal decisions. But he was something of a recluse when it comes to communal affairs. His main activity was in the yeshiva, studying Kabbalah and so on, and not as, an askan, a person who was deeply involved in the affairs of the community. Rabbi Caro, the Shulchan Aruch, was much more deeply involved in those kinds of things, although he himself would consult with Rabbi Alkovitz on many weighty issues. What we do know about his activities primarily comes to us, once again, from his disciple, the Ramak, and he used to have this very unusual form of meditation, which he called gerushin, or divorces, or exiles, something which Rabbi Moshe Cordovero actually wrote an entire book about, describing this particular spiritual practice that his teacher would engage in, and that he, on many occasions, would go along with him. What exactly were these so-called gerushin? And by the way, the word gerushin was loaded with meaning. Not only does it mean divorce in contemporary Hebrew, it also means exile, but it was also the same term used to refer to the expulsion from Spain. Gerush Sfarad. So when people would practice gerushin, it was like, again, think as the way we do in a post-Holocaust generation. It's a frightening thought. I hate to make these kind of comparisons, but I was saying, like going to concentration camps.
Absolutely right.
Imagine such a thing. It was extreme, bizarre, and strange, but what exactly was it? Basically, he would go off alone for hikes through the forest surrounding spots in the regions like you see in this photograph here. And he, often with his disciple, the Ramak, would wander around, following rivers and climbing over ridges, until he would sense, through a level of spiritual sensitivity, that some righteous person was buried here. Again, remember, this is a fairly remote part of Israel at the time, not very well settled, but it had a long, hoary history. And so they would come to a place by a brook or something, and Rabbi Alkovitz would say, on this spot, there's no doubt the grave of, and he would name some figure from the Talmud, let's say. And at that point, he would sit down, I imagine in a lotus position, but probably not. And he would simply meditate for hours on end, maybe 6 hours at a time. And they might go back into the spot and then come back the next day and do it all day as well. Strange rituals, enforced silence, strange body positions, and just meditating on the spiritual resonance of the land that they were occupying. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero put that as they were doing these things, tremendous insights would appear to them, and they would compose in their minds great Talmudic commentaries and so on, and later they would set them to writing. And essentially, he recorded a spiritual journal of these many trips that he took with Rabbi Alkabetz, discovering these graves and then kind of imbibing the spiritual influences that came from them. It definitely sounds very strange. It reminds me of a joke, which I'm not sure I can include in the internet version, but I'll tell you the joke anyways. Did I tell you the joke about the woman from Brooklyn who decides to go to Tibet? So she's playing mahjong with her friends, and she says, I'm going to Tibet. And they said, Tibet? What do you want to go to Tibet for? It's like past Europe and everything. Why don't you just go to Boca or something? No, I want to go to Tibet. So she goes to the travel agent. The travel agent says, Tibet? At your age? On your own? I mean, Del Rey is very nice this time of year. You want to go all the way to I insist on going to do that. So he sells her a ticket. She goes to Tibet. She lands there. She says, I want to hire a Sherpa to visit the Holy Mountain. They say, it's quite a long distance. It's not, like, there are no 5-star hotels between here and the Holy Mountain. And she says, I don't care. So they hire a Sherpa. She goes, travels on the back of a yak to the Holy Mountain. And she says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. They say, no women are allowed to climb the Holy Mountain. It's a very difficult thing. And it's dangerous. She says, I don't care. Get me another Sherpa. Get me, all the guys I need. Sure enough, she climbs the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to enter the Temple of Silence. They say, no, you can't go in there. No one except the disciple is allowed. She doesn't care. She bursts through the doors. There are all these monks in saffron robes. They're trying to hold her back. She bursts into the central sanctuary. She says, I want to speak to the Holy Man. And they're all afraid. She goes behind the curtain, and there's the Holy Man sitting there in total silence, emaciated, in the lotus position, meditating. And she says to him, Howard, come home already. That was jokes. It got me in trouble.
Just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything.
Thank you, Jules, for letting me get to the end of the joke. Anyways, so he would do these kinds of things and have these kinds of experiences and so on. And these visiting of graves, you can see that, in terms of the industry that was created, he certainly furthered this along, not only by discovering, as it were, more graves, but also by developing the culture of what one does at these graves. I mean, how is the visiting of graves a religious activity? He essentially sort of codified rituals that are still in practice today. The lighting of candles, or those little sign that says you're not allowed to light candles here. Stretching oneself out of the grave, which has biblical precedence as well. The prayers and meditations, many things which, of course, persist to the present day. Maybe I can mention, I know this is a little bit of an aside, but it's a very beautiful thing. One of the many beautiful rituals that we have lost in the 20th century as a result of the huge weight of rituals that we used to have in Eastern Europe that have simply disappeared in the modern world, was this beautiful thing called the measuring of wicks. You ever heard of this? Measuring of wicks? So it was a custom that was very widespread in Eastern Europe for hundreds of years, that in the month of Elul, right, the month before Rosh Hashanah, the women of a community would all go to the graveyards, to the ancestral graveyards, and they would go to their deceased departed relatives, and they used to make wicks out of candles, and they would measure out all of the graves. They would literally line the graves with this cotton string, and then later they would take that cotton string back home, and they would make Shabbat candles with those wicks, and they would use those Shabbat candles all throughout the year. Way of kind of tying together the dead and the living in a very, very beautiful ritual, which was practiced specifically by women. That unfortunately we don't have anything like that today. The best we have today is, some schools have a custom in the month of Elul that they send the kids out to clean up the graveyards. Now we have professionals too, and we pay them and so on. But that's a beautiful way of connecting the dead and living, which we have simply lost. If you're curious about those things, I have a great lecture on Sarah Bastovin on the internet website, which has a lot of more of those things. Okay, so you get the idea of the creation of, or at least the development of this ritual of visiting graves and what one does at the graves and what the value is and so on. That certainly accelerated the interest in Tzvat and in the entire Tzvat circle as a whole, because these were people who were expert in those things. And I think at this point, we're going to turn to his writings. Maybe I'll pause for a question or two. And Yosef, could you do me a favor and give me an Hebrew-English sitter? I appreciate it very much.
Also, it's dangerous to live close to the river. There are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away.
The earliest, the earliest, in my humble opinion, would probably be, thank you, that of the Rashbi, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which will be 2nd century.
And even today, with the
that's the one that's certainly most celebrated.
Panels, and they could get TV out in the middle of the step. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks.
11-9?
If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it.
9, so Av is 11, but the 9th, the month of Av. It's very good. It also happens the 11-9 in the European calendar is the night of Kristallnacht. Was also on November 9th. Okay, fascinating. All right, let's talk a little bit about his writings. As I mentioned earlier, we lost most of his writings, but we know of many of them. He wrote commentaries on many books of the Bible, and he wrote specifically Kabbalistic works as well, including a fascinating work which deals with the Kabbalistic interpretation of the act of intimacy, which is something that permeates much Kabbalistic writing, and he devoted an entire book specifically to that topic. He also wrote quite a bit of liturgical commentary and a commentary on the Haggadah. And it's at this point that after his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, came out with a classic Pardes Rimonim, or the orchard of pomegranates. Makes sense, right? Pardes Rimonim. Then he was so impressed by what his student had written that he began to quote his student literally and essentially form his own thoughts around the famous thing that we've got to study, and I know I'm waiting for it, is specifically is the Chadoti poem, which I'd like to spend a little bit more than a few moments with. So, what is this poem? It is a piece of liturgy is inserted on the Friday night service between the afternoon service and the evening service. And as I mentioned earlier, is the linchpin of the entire service. It's a beautiful hymn which is sung typically by the entire congregation. And in many different tunes, I have a couple of them that I'd like to show you or play for you. But it is associated with the Friday night prayers more than anything else, and in fact, it's associated with the onset of the Sabbath more than any other prayers. I find myself many times during the week when, especially Mondays, Wednesdays, if I start humming L'Chadoti to myself, it means I can't wait for Friday. I got to get back to Shabbat. It's got deep associational roots that any Jew who observes the Sabbath specifically connects with the wonderful time that is the seventh day. So let me just read it to you with some translation and maybe a little bit of commentary, and then I'd like to play for you a couple of versions of it, or maybe entirely, just to give you a sense of how resonant this is in the culture. The prayer itself, as I mentioned earlier, is apparently a wedding gift that he gave his bride. That is a pretty amazing gift. I mean, it's economical and yet long-lasting, right? I have to remember those kinds of gifts. It describes, although it's got some mystical, basically describes a dialogue between two figures, one inviting the other to greet the Sabbath. Most of the commentaries follow the line of argument that it's the Jewish people inviting God to together welcome the Sabbath, but there are other commentaries that follow a slightly different track as well. And then after, there's this little introduction of a couple of verses talking about what the meaning of the Sabbath is. Then there are a whole series of stanzas that refer to Jerusalem and the yearning for its renewal in the Messianic age, and then connecting at the very end to the arrival of the Sabbath. The specific origins of this is a passage in the Talmud, which there's one rabbi who says on Friday nights he used to tell his friends, let us all go together and greet the Sabbath, and another one would go literally into his courtyard, like leave his home and go outside to, as it were, welcome the Sabbath queen into his home, which is why, by the way, in the very last stanza of the Talmud, the custom is, a universal custom, that everyone faces east during the prayers. So the last stanza, everyone turns around, as it were, welcoming in the guest, the Sabbath guest. Kind of on a darker note, and since it is such a beautiful and uplifting prayer, mourners in many congregations are not allowed to be in the synagogue while that prayer is sung, and then they're only invited back in after it's over because it's simply too happy for the association. Okay, so let's have a look at here. I'm reading from the English translation in the Art Scroll. Come, my beloved, to greet the bride, the Sabbath presence let us welcome. Right? Come, my beloved, in Hebrew, the implication here is that the beloved is either God or it is the Jewish people. Together they are one Sabbath. Safeguard and remember, those are two quotes, in a single utterance. That's referring to the two different times that the Ten Commandments refers to the Sabbath. In one place it says safeguard, shamor, right, guard it. And another place it says zakor, remember it. And the commentators say that this discrepancy between the two versions of the Ten Commandments means that both of these words were uttered at the same time and understood at the same time by the Jewish people receiving the Torah. The one and only God made us here. Made us here the Ten Commandments. God is one and his name is one for renown, for splendor, and for praise. To welcome the Sabbath, come let us go, for it is the source of blessing. The idea is that the spiritual energy that one builds up on the Sabbath is the energy that is the source for all the energy throughout the week. So you really have to recharge your battery Friday night through Saturday night, and then you can use those energies for the rest of the week. Right, the chulent is the physical energy, right? This is the spiritual energy. From the beginning, from antiquity, she was honored, meaning that God thought of the Sabbath before he began creating the world. And this beautiful phrase, Sof Maaseh v'Machashava Tefillah, the last to be created, but the first in thought, meaning that God said, well, we have to have this fantastic world so we can have Shabbos. So he set Shabbos aside, that was the seventh day, the last day. Everything else had to happen in order to make the seventh day possible. Now there's a shift from that kind of, welcoming the Sabbath and how fantastic the Sabbath is to discussions of Jerusalem. O sanctuary of the King, royal city, arise and depart from amid the evil, meaning Jerusalem, arise from your ruin. Recall, of course, that although there is this tiny settlement of Jews in Tzfat, a somewhat larger settlement of Jews in Jerusalem, we're still talking about the hundreds of people. We're not talking about tens of thousands of Jews. We're talking about very, very small populations. So Jerusalem is still definitely considered in exile itself. Too long have you dwelled in the valley of weeping, he will shower compassion upon you. And this can refer either to Jerusalem or to the Jewish people living in exile, the valley of weeping, the valley of tears. Shake off the dust, arise, don your splendid clothes, my people, through the son of Jesse, that's of course David, the Bethlehemite, meaning that's the Messianic age, draw near and redeem it. Many of these passages, by the way, are little bits of verses, especially from the book of Isaiah. So people familiar with the liturgy will hear echoes throughout the entire poem. Wake up, for your light has come. Rise up and shine. Awaken, awaken, utter a song. The glory of God is revealed upon you. Feel not ashamed, be not humiliated. Why are you downcast? Why are you so disconsolate? In you will my peoples afflicted find shelter, as the city is built upon a hilltop. And in Jerusalem, speaking directly to the city, do not be sad, because you will have your
just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of the force.
May your oppressor be downtrodden, and may those who devoured you be cast far off. Your God will rejoice over you like a groom rejoicing over the bride. And with that transition to the wedding ceremony, we go back to this idea of greeting the Sabbath, which is itself called the Sabbath of the bride. Rightward and leftward you shall spread out mightily, and shall extol the might of God. With a man descended from Herod, once again the Messiah, then we shall be glad and mirthful. And by the way, I should mention here, we really need a cause to explain these things to us, but there are certain points, and even though there are maybe 100 different melodies for the Kadodi, there are certain points where it shifts, like it shifts from a major key to a minor key, like feel not ashamed, be not humiliated, and so on. The music invariably picks up on the meaning of the words in a very special way. But when it talks about the groom rejoicing over the bride, you suddenly have a swelling of emotion that comes along with the music as well. And then this is the last verse where people turn around, face the western wall, enter in peace, O crown of her husband. And this, the Kabbalists say, refers to the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of God, even in gladness and good cheer among the faithful of the treasured nation. Enter, O bride, enter, O bride. So that's the English translation, with a little bit of commentary there. Let me just give you, I won't play the entire thing for you because it will take about 5 minutes for each of them. But I'll show you two very brief excerpts that will give you a sense of how these are sung. You may have the pleasure of enjoying them yourself, synagogue, so forgive me. The first one here is by the incomparable Shlomo Karlov, a unique sort of soulful tune. Let me play you now another version. This is by a very popular a cappella band called 613. Believe it or not, this is entirely a cappella. So it's one of my favorites.
You have this perfect weapon.
Okay, so you get the idea. I personally would like to sort of sit and listen to these all day, but I happen to be in Avelis with my father in August, and so I can't even listen to music for very long periods of time. I'm at that stage on my morning, for the last 11 months, 12 months actually, this part of it where you're not allowed to listen to music, but when I get put on hold, I really enjoy it. So, at any rate, so the legacy of Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet is tremendously profound. I mean, I can only imagine what a tremendous achievement it must be to compose a song that will move people for centuries. I mean, very, very few pieces of art have this kind of, he outpaces Shakespeare, so his impact on the Jewish people, to be sure, and in many ways reaches much deeper. One of my favorite experiences when I was living in Israel, and I'm sure many of you have similar experiences, there was a broken down old synagogue in the region, and it was literally broken down. Like, side of it was a big crumble of rocks. And I don't know how long, it was probably built in the era, 19th century or something. And it was abandoned during the week, but on Friday night, they would have a restaurant there, and the chazan would sing the chadodi, and it would literally take about 50 to 75 minutes just for that one poem that I read in its entirety in about 5 minutes. 50 to 75 minutes just singing that one song. And the synagogue was so packed that people would come and would stand outside. There were like several minyanim people outside the windows listening to this song. And what was most beautiful about it is that most of the people who were at this minyan, the people who came early and got inside the synagogue, okay, they were your usual typical Shomer Shabbat, most of them were Hasidic and so on. But outside, there were all these Jews who were coming en route to a soccer game or, various other secular activities of mine. No intention of observing the Sabbath other than that brief and intense spiritual moment that they had listening to the Chadodi and participating in the singing of it. It's a tremendous work of art of soaring genius that speaks to his deep Kabbalistic and intellectual profile. So with that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. I'll take questions afterwards, but I want to listening to the life of Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
They knew they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or everyone. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was, they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, so many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage when they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They couldn't knock them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows, right? So all little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew, and sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you go to Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them, and then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dry dairy products. Auto, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important. as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his faith to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. Those two wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center that was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually did have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it marched. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line, of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was in command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain what you did, and then we will talk. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was treating the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight, the other one said it's older than I am, so probably I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from Mila Zakhtawitzer, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. And you know this story, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul. I'm going to shul. And Mom says, but Benjamin, what's nice is, you know, they don't like me, they make fun of me, I feel terrible going to shul. She says, listen, Benjamin, you have to go for two reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi. Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Jeff Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are, and I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza. Fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and give me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. Now, what exactly is a Jew? who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Maui and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joker auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Molly is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trunk. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old Boaz, who was starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters said the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of it. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the truk. When you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Molly and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the show and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner.
The horses, I mentioned every soldier had 5 horses.
5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year too. Sorry, wrong Jason. Thank you. I never had these videos. That's why I'm in trouble. Now, one more good welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes. But I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son, Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Denny
It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open step. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in circling the place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the famed retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
Fight for honor. The way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and the Iliad, and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would offer the retreat. And Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. He won every battle he fought. Wasn't true for every general under him.
Okay, thank you. So what this is all about is that my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged, and he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight.
So they're firing coming, they're firing.
How long is the marathon? 26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss at least in brief tonight that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level, but in the Jewish world he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happened by the way at 3, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy, and one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear, but I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication, and I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own community, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were ruled by Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One of them, in many ways, now that I'm thinking, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans. Byproducts of the still quite young Protestant revolution, Reformation, and as a result, significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500, one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid. And this Chinois, right, my Chinese friend, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson, and we had it the worst because we fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists, and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment, where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance. And the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo, but not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head. Except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions, when they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And in that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is non-conformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I'll ask If there are any questions, yes, please.
So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what, this is a tremendous loss.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they proved their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there, and Steve says, "Well, okay, all right." No, did I? It's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals. Yeah, okay, all right, okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyway, so there are legends of Jewish settlements in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and Import turned her and tried to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London as if beauty was something really, to go about, so to speak. And it was like something shocking, was like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell this. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands. That's one of these kind of like Geschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moved to Amsterdam, and their claim status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, what are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, they said, "Listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews." And they said, "Okay, Jews, fine." But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, "Okay, fine, you're here already, as long as you're not Catholic, Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later. And they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the community, of a grudging acceptance of something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rather famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology. And it was Van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while. And as we shall see, he formed a ship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior. But it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, translated usually as I think, really it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes and the sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon. That absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. This is, by the way, the actual way he writes. A very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length. It's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are two possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, and others to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this space and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under, say, hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist, or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist, because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. So that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yashakoa, well done. So that's your first statement. I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very, very appealing proof called the teleological argument. Which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God. But he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this religion that I've been believing all along. It's exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in der Grenzen von bloßem Vernunft. Religion. Funny just even saying it. That's what I was saying in German. There's a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing. Ultimately, when he gets to the end of the book, look at that. Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation, no reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same line as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times, the way people were like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth. But I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the, there's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karlovac. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people, and someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone I'm from New York says, oh, you're a Jew. Because as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything, that there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning Ein Sof, or Ein Od Milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which are circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe Ein Od Milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God. The philosophical divergence between traditional Judaism and Spinoza, however, definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle like the splitting of the Red Sea. The concept of hashgacha pratit, individual supervision, the idea that God is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact every inanimate being, and somehow directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man of the Year award in terms of believing that Ein Od Milvado. But there is no question that to call him an atheist would be totally misunderstanding his thought. He also believed that contemplation of God was the ultimate expression of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read, but one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were, taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him? He was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had a long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment. But it includes phrases like Spinoza cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and witnessed to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. But the sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza, with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate him. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa. I don't know much about fatwas, but it definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you are a Lutheran, or you are a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please. Right. That's a good question. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to make vows, it's that we're strongly discouraged from making vows. If we make a vow, we really have to keep it. That's why if we make them by accident, we have kol nidre. So curses also, we're not supposed to curse, but we do have the power of cursing. And in fact, they're quoting biblical verses here. And if you're familiar with Yiddish literature, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts, right? It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you'd have 100 years earlier in feudal Europe. This is where you have people who, don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like, so to speak. Ultimately, come the majority. Most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you were in. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term Orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be Orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly, you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own home, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed. Well, I don't want to go into particular stuff, but the concept, but my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Madler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Löwe's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out. But the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. Almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of Shul, if we were like to take attendance at Shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabboses, then, we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in Shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, sir. So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law, my daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud. One of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but at the very end of the day, a person may not be married against his or her will. So what does it mean then? I'll turn it back to you. What does it mean if the community is saying if you get married without parental consent, we'll put you in a ban, when the Torah explicitly says, or the Talmud explicitly says, you can get married without your parental consent? It means the parents are breaking the rules. Yeah, I would like to say that it means that the community wants to be, so to speak, more Catholic than the Pope. That the community wants to uphold a standard which is even beyond what the Torah actually dictates. For obvious reasons, they want to make sure that their society is kind of moving along the straight and narrow, very predictable, the same society that we had 50 years ago, we're going to have 50 years from now, and so on. Payment of communal taxes, that's an old one. Jews have often been put into harem and things for not paying their dues, that sort of thing. But in general, Nadler says that the ban was used as a kind of house cleaning device to try and really enforce that kind of rigid adherence to authority and conformity with the said rules. Now, if we turn this to Spinoza, what exactly did he do? He certainly didn't marry against his parents' will. We have evidence that he's showing up at shul. He hasn't published anything, that really is his own ideas or anything like that. So what Nadler argues is possibly one of the big issues is his talking about Descartes. Remember we spoke about him, the first philosophy? So Descartes was a destabilizing factor in 16th century philosophy, that he was like taking religion down to the grain, to the very bottom, and building it up again. And there are many who felt that this guy Spinoza, who was recognized as a sharp intellect, that he was simply getting too vocal about his circulation of these ideas. And Nadler argues that it was perhaps his openness to discuss these things without fear. One of the great characteristics we see of Spinoza through his life, he was never afraid to speak what he thought was the truth, that this ultimately got him into trouble. Now, I find Nadler's analysis, based on my limited study of his ideas, it doesn't seem to fit the real severity of the text of the ban. I mean, to put him into that lifetime ban, and nobody stands with, I guess nobody stands with 60 because he might talk to you, right? But it seems so harsh. So there must be more missing pieces here beyond the kind of things he's thinking about. I myself even did a little casting about the internet to try to understand, why did he never marry? Was there some kind of question there about his personal orientation? I couldn't find anything, It was fun looking, but I didn't find anything. No, Elise, no more questions now. Ask me about that later. Okay, but it seems that it's just it says more about the community than it says about Spinoza, at least on the surface. And I think there are a lot of implications for our understanding of identity today. Now, how did Spinoza react to this? We only have limited evidence of his response. He did, in fact, compose a treatise which may have been published, but it has unfortunately been lost. Parts of it may have been incorporated into another piece that he published posthumously. It is written with the Latin title, An Apology for the Justification of His Leaving the Synagogue. We don't know exactly what he argued, but apparently he made his case, but he did not protest. He did not ask to be readmitted. He simply said, these are the reasons why I'm maintaining my position. He never converted to another religion or anything like that, but he simply left the community, again, at this tender age in his 20s, and he spent the remainder of his life wandering from place to place, setting up shop as a lens grinder, mainly outside of the Jewish community. He continued to engage with other philosophical circles, and his fame as an intellect slowly grew, although certainly would only explode after his lifetime. One small nugget to give you a sense of his personality during these trying years. At one point, one of his older sisters argued that he should be cut out of the inheritance of the family. Since he was, formally excommunicated, then he should, as an excommunicee, no longer have any inheritance rights. He sued. He took her to court. He won. He effectively defended his inheritance, and then he said back to his sister, "But you can have it all. The only thing I want is," he wanted his mother's bed and some other trifling things that were of sentimental value. Everything else, all the money that his father had made in a very successful business career, he gave to the sister who was his litigant. So you get a sense of his value of the truth and his willingness to defend his impression of the truth, but at the same time, he was not out for glory in any way. And in fact, many of his philosophical colleagues wished to support him out of their own funds. He refused to accept any funds, and he insisted on making his own living in this very meager way. So his legacy is, especially for our purposes here in this Jewish biography course, is somewhat confusing, because on the one hand, he's incredibly important for the history of Western thought. He laid the foundations for a tremendous body of work on the idea of religion, the place of politics in society, and so on. And in many ways, he surpassed even Descartes in the approach to epistemology and several other disciplines of philosophy. Nevertheless, his tenuous connection to Judaism, although I think a study of Jewish influences on his ideas is really something that deserves more attention, in my humble opinion. And I can't say that as someone who has really explored the historical literature, but the coincidences between some of the Kabbalistic ideas and his thought are uncanny. Nevertheless, his connection to Judaism is primarily through that one negative moment of that very, very stark communication. And I think it has implications for us, even in the 21st century, to try to understand how we must deal with those who are perhaps at the margins of our own community today. So with that, I'm going to conclude the lecture. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I'm going to make a little plug for next week. We have a topic that I find absolutely fascinating. We're going to look at a woman who is not well known, Sarah Bas Tovim, who was a paitan, a liturgist. She wrote a lot of specifically female prayers, much of which have been lost in the Holocaust, but they're beginning to be rescued by scholars of women's history in the Jewish world. So I certainly encourage you to come. I look forward to speaking about her work with you next week. Thank you for your attention.
We are going to check on traffic. Looks like we've got a crash on the 110 downtown.
Downtown LA, it's the 110 northbound right there. The 101 crash on the right shoulder. Two vehicles, and that northbound 110 got jammed up.
Okay, very good. So, I'm relying on your prodigious memory to not recall some jokes that I tell, so that I can repeat them with some regularity. And it's really appropriate for tonight's topic, which is going to be on one of the greatest mystics of the Jewish, experience in the world. It's appropriate that I tell you a joke about mysticism. So I know that, my canary in a coal mine, Steve Schwartz, remembers this joke. So does anyone else remember the joke about the 3 college students talking about their spiritual leaders? No. Okay, Baruch Hashem. So I'll tell you this joke, and then we'll be able to get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. There are 3 college students sitting around a dorm room, and they're talking late at night about all kinds of things. And one of the students says, "My guru, he is so amazing. He has so many spiritual powers." You remember the joke now, so maybe I shouldn't tell it? It's too late already. All right, too late. So he says he has so much metaphysical power. He's in communion with the divine. Once we were walking through the forest, and we were walking next to a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river there was a rock, and a little kitten was on the top of the rock in the middle of this river. So my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing, and he walked straight out, and he rescued the kitten. And the second student says, "Oh, you think that's something? That's nothing. My Swami, with whom I study all of the Vedic arts, once we were walking by I-95, and there were cars that were just going 75 miles an hour. Okay, it was I-95, they're probably basically parked. But let's say an imaginary I-95. Cars went 75 miles an hour. We saw that in the middle of the median, between the lanes, there was a little puppy trapped there. And so my Swami, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, all the traffic stopped. And he walked out, and he rescued the puppy and brought him back. And the third student says, "You think that's something? That's nothing. My rabbi, he is amazing. Once we were walking on Shabbos, and as we're walking down the street, we see on the middle of the road is a $50 bill. And my rabbi stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. It's a mildly anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't. What do you think, Mr. Rodriguez? Cut it out? Yeah, okay, it's good. All right. Okay, today's topic is a fascinating one. We're going to talk about the Holy Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, one of the most influential figures in the history of Jewish thought. The vast majority of contemporary Kabbalistic study owes its origins to the thought of the Arizal. And even if you are not predisposed to study Kabbalah, his thought and his practices are so pervasive that they literally permeate every aspect of Jewish practice today. It'd be very, very hard-pressed to find a synagogue that willingly or knowingly does not have extensive Lurianic practices built into everything from, you know, the way we sing Lecha Dodi Friday nights, which was something that came out of his circle in Tzvat, or certain songs that we have, prayers that we have, and so on, and even basic ideologies about the meaning of Judaism, the metaphysics of Judaism, go back to the thought of this one individual who died tragically young at the age of 38. And in the space of really just a couple of years, he made this phenomenal impact on world Jewry. So what I'd like to do today is take you through his life, look at some of the major influences on his thought, explore some of the arcane ideas that are behind Lurianic Kabbalah to the limited extent that I am able, and then we'll speak a little bit about his legacy. So before we begin, we have to thank our super anonymous sponsor. We do have a sponsor this evening. We're very grateful. But when we asked him, you know, should we sponsor it in your name? He said, no. And then we said, so we'll sponsor it anonymously. He says, no, I don't want that either. Because, you know, we want to say sponsored by anonymously so people should know that it's worthwhile to sponsor lectures. He didn't want that either, so this lecture is simply sponsored. Anonymous, okay? Thank you anonymously. Okay, let's go. And by the way, I'm getting some interesting comments. Did anyone hear of Williamsburg, Brooklyn? Yeah, so anyway, someone from Brooklyn has been watching these videos and said, hey, can I sponsor them? So yes, you can. Just go to the Young Israel website, yibh.org, and you'll see a little button there that says donate, and it gives you to make a pledge, and we're very grateful for the support for the Shiur and for everything that Young Israel does for this Kehillah, and very much all of you out in the Philippines and Williamsburg and places like that. Okay, so let's get to our material itself. Start with his name, Yitzchak Luria. So he is known popularly as the Ari, which is either an acronym for Ashkenazi Rebbe Yitzchak, but the word, of course, means lion. Ari is a lion. Or as most of his followers in the generation after he passed away called him, Eloki Rebbe Yitzchak, the divine Rebbe Yitzchak. Now, this morning I had to go to Rabbi Grunstein and ask a lightning shot, on-the-spot question, because his name in Hebrew, the title they gave him, a very rare title, Eloki, the godly. I had to ask Rabbi Grunstein, should I say Eloki, which is, for those of you who are familiar with Hebrew, one of the 7 divine names of God you may not use in vain. The big 10 commandments, right? That you can't use the name of God in vain. And so when you're not pronouncing in the context of prayer, you would say it with a hey instead of a kuf and Eloki. So I said, if this is it, can I say Eloki, or do I have to say it with the kuf, or can I say it otherwise? And right there on the spot, right over there, in fact, Rabbi Grunstein passing the Shiloh without hesitation, I should say Eloki, just to be Yotze Kolodeos, just to satisfy everyone, because the people in the Philippines are very strict about these things. We have to make sure we say it right. But anyway, they called him the godly Rabbi Yitzchak, a very, very rare name for anyone in our tradition. I myself cannot think of anyone else who was called with that name. We do have a few rabbis in the Talmudic period who are called Hakadosh, the holy, but never the godly. But that gives you an indication of the status with which he is held. He's also known by a little bit more formalized term, Arizal, which stands for the lion of blessed memory. Zal, like Zichron Livracha. So sometimes that's all brought together to one word, the Arizal, meaning the lion of blessed memory. But his name actually was Yitzchak, family name Luria, possibly the a rather famous family from Provence, although unlikely because they were Levim and he was not a Levite. And Ashkenazi because he hailed originally from either or France, as we shall see. This is a photograph of his grave in Sfat, which is a renowned pilgrimage site for spiritual seekers. It is a magnet for those who wish to study the arcane arts of Kabbalah and to revere his memory, just as it was for him when he first migrated to Sfat in the 16th century. So let's try and get a sense of the background here for his life. It really starts in Jerusalem, where he was born. The early 16th century, Jerusalem was quite a backwater. There was only one synagogue, the Ramban synagogue, which is shown here. We even know its dimensions. It was approximately 63 feet long, which I would say is probably about the size of this room here. So if you're thinking of Jerusalem, you know, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, and the only synagogue in town is the size of this, you know, young Israel before we build the big building, gives you a sense of how weak the community is. But in the early 16th century, it began to attract a lot of refugees from three primary regions of Europe. The Spanish Inquisition, followed by the expulsion of 1492, and then the Portuguese expulsion of 1497, and then a series of rather unfortunate expulsions from France as well drove a lot of Jews out of Europe and out of the Iberian Peninsula at exactly the time when the Ottoman Empire sought to make their empire more inviting to Jews. So there's a lot of new economic opportunity, and I'll discuss in the next slide exactly what Jews were doing, that attracted Jews to regions in the Ottoman Empire like Greece, Saloniki, Constantinople, Istanbul, and of course Israel. So at the beginning of the 16th century, there was the beginnings of a burgeoning population boom in Israel, still very small. We're talking about less than 2,000 families total in Israel at the beginning of the 16th century. We have relatively good population statistics because the Ottomans kept very good records, but it was something that would grow dramatically. What the Jews brought were a series of interesting new trades that the Ottomans did not engage in. One of them was printing. Gutenberg, of course, had invented the printing press in the 15th century, and the Arabs were slow to pick it up. The Arab society in general was viewed printing with disdain because they considered the bookmaking as an art. The very fine calligraphy and the illumination, the arabesque decorations and so on, they felt that's a book. But to print these things off a machine and they're all identical, and they just couldn't see the value in it. And so although they viewed it as something kind of useful, okay, fine, communicate something to a large population, but that's not what we call a book. The Jews, on the other hand, really recognized the tremendous technological innovation that printing represented, and so the first printing presses in the Ottoman Empire were actually printing in Hebrew. In fact, they were not even allowed to print in Arabic because the Ottomans said, keep that stuff away from us. You can use it for your things, but not for ours. But this only took about 20, 30 years before the Arabs realized this is actually a very useful thing, and they came to admire printing as well. Jews were also, of course, advanced in medicine. This is something that historically Jews had plied their trade in. But interestingly, two other areas were new to the Ottomans, or the Jews had significant advancements. The Jews brought with them the concept of theater. They had in Europe developed some kind of association with troubadours. And this is something that we should think about. Actually, it runs through much of Jewish history because Jews are typically a liminal people. Jews live on the borderline of societies, often in little urban islands that are heavily Jewish, whereas the countryside is all non-Jewish. And so there are all kinds of entertainment-related arts and activities that Jews historically are attracted to. Klezmer music in Europe, for example. One would like to think, for example, Hollywood out in California, which is itself a very liminal edge sort of culture. People tell me that the country is built on a slight slant, and things that aren't tied down very well eventually make their way to California. I don't know if I should say that. Some of you are here, but and I have one or two people who watch in California. But anyways, and also strangely enough, Jews brought a lot of armaments. They had a lot of weapon-making technology that they had developed in Europe with some advanced sciences going on there, and they were teaching the Ottomans how to create greater firepower, surprising kind of things. But that was not the backbone of Jewish industry. The essence of the Jewish economy was always in commerce. And for the last 400 years, the Jews had especially pioneered international commerce, primarily because of the great tensions between the Muslim world and the Christian world after the Crusades. In 1095, when the First Crusade was declared, essentially you had the beginning of a geopolitical war that continues really to our own day, a huge split between the Christian world and the Muslim world. And one of the very few peoples who could easily transverse that boundary and find, pockets of support within either realm were the Jews. So the Jews were quite active in international commerce, and the Ottomans saw the expulsion of the Jews from Europe as a tremendous boon. The Ottoman emperor at the time was famous for making these kinds of statements, laughing at the European nations for expelling the Jews, because he was extremely happy to bring them into his empire and then to advance the economies in Greece, in Turkey, and places like that. So this is a period where, Jews were really expanding their economic sphere, and this will be very important for the development of Kabbalah, as we shall see. One last function that they were very active with in Europe, and they were used as well in the Ottoman Empire afterwards, is tax farming, which I believe we have discussed in a previous occasion, so I won't go into great detail. But basically, in a corporate society, sometimes called a feudal society, the rulers do not tax people by individual status. No one had social security numbers. There was no way they could identify individuals and say, you owe so much and so much tax. They taxed entire communities, entire estates, entire classes. And so in order to manage this kind of mass communal collection of funds appropriately, they would frequently, both in Europe and in the Arab lands, they would farm out tasks to middlemen. In other words, the Ottoman leader could say, all right, from this particular region, I estimate I can get whatever, 5,000 gold coins. So the Jews would say, we can get that for you, sire. And the Jews would go and they would collect maybe 6,000 gold coins. And the extra 1,000, the profit, they would retain for their own use in the community. It's called tax farming, and Jews were quite adept at it. Why specifically? A couple of reasons. One is their numeracy, the fact that Jews had valued the ability to work with numbers and mathematics and literacy as well. And they had a long tradition of this that extends from both European and North African and Middle Eastern experiences. And at the same time, perhaps even more important, they were a border society. It was often very useful for the leader to have a different ethnicity controlling the dominant ethnicity. It guaranteed their loyalty because they knew they could never, cheat easily on the king because they were at his mercy. They could not collude easily with the dominant nationality, and so there's a lot of reasons why Jews as a minority were a favored choice to engage in tax farming. It did not make them a beloved people, as we shall see a little later on in this course when we talk about the uprisings in Eastern Europe, for example, but that was part of the economy. Okay, so let us move now to Yitzhak Luria himself. He was born in this new Jerusalem community in 1534. We know very little about his parents. His father was named Solomon, and most likely had immigrated from the Ashkenazic lands. He was called Ha-Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, which is the kind of designation that you give to someone who has originated elsewhere but is now living in a new territory. As I mentioned, his name Luria is a famous name in Provence, but it's unlikely that he himself came from that same family. His mother's name is unknown, but she is most likely Sephardi. biblical, as we know from her brother's family. Solomon died when young Isaac was very young. We have only very limited kind of bibliographic and biographical data about this period of his life, as in fact with his life in general. But Isaac is called a Katan when his father died, which we would assume would mean he was then 13. His mother elected to take him out of Jerusalem to Cairo, where her brother Mordecai was a well-to-do tax farmer. And under Mordecai's tutelage, they prospered, and he ultimately ended up marrying his first cousin, which did not violate the rabbinic laws of relationships. But he married his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle, Mordecai Francis. His uncle was probably from France, as the name implies. In Ladino, Francis is often used to describe someone who came from France. So he has Ashkenazi background. He also has Sephardi background, living in Cairo. Okay, I'm going to pause for a drink of coffee, and I'll ask if anyone has any questions so far. Yes, please.
I know that there's a lot of Sephardi in the state of France today, but at that time, were most of the people living in France who were Jews, were they Ashkenazi?
Yes. The question is, were the Jews in France this time basically Ashkenazic? Yes. The Jews in France, for the most part, they come from Spain over the Pyrenees up to the Rhineland. We're talking about a process of several hundred years. In the Rhineland, which is more or less northern Germany, you have the development of traditional Ashkenazic culture. And then, of course, there's a lot of communication down through France and into the coast area of Provence and so on. But they're definitely identified as Ashkenazim. By the time you get to the 15th, 16th century, they diverge significantly from the Sephardim in Spain. On a ritual level, perhaps on an ethnic level, we're not sure about that. But they're definitely arguing with Sephardim a lot. We have arguments between the Baalei Tosfot and the Maimonidean camp, for example, that's quite intense, from the 13th century. Okay, so let's go on. When he was in Cairo, we know actually a little bit about him from the Cairo Geniza. And just to refresh your memory on what the Cairo Geniza is, this is a fantastic collection of 250,000 fragments of documents from the Ben Sira synagogue just outside, or is it Ben Abraham? Ben Abraham, Ben Sira, Ben Ezra. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. He's got his, this time he knows it automatically. He knows it cold, but he can always fact check me on Google. At any rate, a tremendous treasure trove of documents found just outside Cairo that is incredible insight into the dense nature of Jewish society in the Middle East for about 500 years. A tremendous trove. And through these documents, they found several documents that specifically mention Yitzchak Luria in the 16th on an international level. We know that he was involved in selling pepper. We know that he was involved in selling leather. He has some, it's hard to say if they're business disputes, but he specifically, writes letters requesting payment for, he sent out invoices, things like that. So it appears that he was quite active in international commerce in his 20s, and that's likely where he got his the wealth to be able to travel to Tzfat. Just a kind of interesting side note, 3 days before his death, he settled all of his business accounts and made sure that all was right, which is, I think, in itself a rather interesting attestation to his probity and to his perhaps missed of what was coming. But anyways, he's making his living there in his 20s as a spice and leather merchant, basically traveling around, dealing in various things. And at the same time, he's engaged deeply in Talmudic study. two specific aspects of study characterize this early period. And in general, it's a dichotomy that is preserved in much of Jewish study. You can study what's called Toras Nigle, the revealed Torah, and Toras Nister, the hidden Torah. These are euphemisms for a body of knowledge, information that is kind of like considered open. It's hardly open in the sense that you really have to develop quite extensive training to do so, but it's a body of knowledge that is considered accessible and open even to children with proper training, and another body, which we'll call Kabbalah for now, which is essentially hidden knowledge. The open Torah, or the revealed Torah, refers to, of course, the 5 books of Moses, the Bible as a whole, the Talmud, the Mishnah upon which it is based, and the vast corpus of halakha, books which have not been written yet, but for example, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. This is all called the revealed Torah. And for anyone who has ever attempted to study Talmud, especially as an adult, you realize it's hardly revealed. It's an extremely coded and difficult and mysterious text to enter, but this revealed means that basically anyone can approach this text regardless of their level of training. They may not understand it, taboo about studying it. Toras Nister, on the other hand, the hidden Torah, the mystical aspects of Torah, is something which is restricted only to those who have achieved great heights of personal experience and personal training. This is something that we find in the Talmud, which says things like, for example, you should not approach this Torah of truth until you have eaten bread and wine, which means you should have a full meal of the regular revealed Torah before you approach the hidden Torah. And in fact was a subject of massive controversy around, for example, Maimonides' works. And one of the strange patterns that seems to repeat itself over and over again, including up until our own times, is that the most gifted Kabbalists tend to die very young. So the rabbis placed a ban on the studying of Kabbalah until a person is 40 years old, and there are several other qualifications. They should be married, they should have completed all of the revealed Torah before they try the hidden Torah, and so on. Not everyone agrees with this ban. One of the most important teachers of Rabbi Yitzhak Luria himself, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, felt that people should start studying Talmud, start Kabbalah at the age of 20, for example. But that's basically, it's a widely accepted ban. Nobody studies Kabbalah until they've reached a certain level of study, of expertise. At any rate, in Cairo, he studied under a very famous Kabbalist, the Radbaz, Rabbi David Ibn Zimri, and he studied both the revealed Torah, and as we shall see, he studied also the hidden Torah, the Toras Nister. In his revealed Torah studies, he proves to be quite a gifted student, and we know quite a bit about his participation in various councils and Bate Din and courts of law and things like that, that indicate that his opinion about standard halakha was definitely accepted. He was a very reputable person with all of the credentials. And we also know a couple other interesting things about him. For example, the Geniza has a document in it that's dated 1557, which has 9 signatories to it, in which these 9, they're all rabbis, agreed to form a kind of conventicle, a kind of association, a chevra, in which they promise to behave on a very high level of ethical conduct, and they stipulate specific punishments if any of them ever transgress even a tiny little breach of ethical conduct. This may have been a secret fellowship, and it's the kind of thing that you see quite often among the great Kabbalists. You see the same thing, for example, with Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the Ramchal, who also had kind of like a secret gathering of friends. You see it also in the Musar movement, where rabbis would get together and they would form these secret little groups where they would criticize each other if they saw, step out of boundary in any way. And it appears that the Ari, at a very young age, in his early 20s, was admitted into one of these secret circles. This definitely had a strong impact on him because he would later form a much greater circle of that nature in Sfat. But while he was there in Cairo, he spent a lot of time studying the Talmud and, in fact, collaborated on a commentary that was incorporated into the famous Shita Mekubetzes, which is a collection of commentary on various Talmudic tractates. I myself studied the Shita Mekubetzes when I was in yeshiva myself, so it's a very well accepted text. The specific parts that he worked on, unfortunately, were lost to fire, but it's well attested by secondary sources that he was one of the multiple authors of that text. Bottom line is he had excellent credentials when it came to the traditional revealed Torah. He was not like, let's say, you find sometimes in Hasidic leadership where people have inspired visions, but they can't necessarily demonstrate mastery of Talmudic tractates. This is a person who definitely had all of the credentials to be a traditional rabbinical scholar, and yet his primary fame was going to be in mysticism. Okay, pausing for questions again. Ms. Abramson, I better get ready. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Elisa. That's brilliant. This is the future of our people, right? This is great. She says, okay, let's give her a round of applause. I have to repeat the question, though, for the internet audience. Basically, my brilliant daughter asks, wait a minute, so they have a secret fellowship to be ethical? I mean, isn't that the point? What do you have to have a fellowship for? That's being Jewish, right? Okay, everyone got the question? Yeah, so it wasn't so much that they were secretly being ethical. It would be nice if people were secretly ethical, but they would secretly monitor each other, and they had each other's backs to make sure that if Reuven saw Shimon doing something that really wasn't quite up to standard, then they promised that Reuven would take Shimon aside private and say, listen, the kind of behavior that you're engaged in is not up to our standards. And it was a support group, really. It's almost psychological. A support group where they would get together and they would promote each other's ethical development. So that's kind of like super Jewish, right? That's kind of like getting your friends to make sure you are a great person. And the Ramchal, exactly the same thing. The Piaseczner Rebbe, the same thing. It's actually a repeating trope in Jewish history where a group of individuals who care about each other and care about Judaism work together to try and leverage their communal strength to be even more ethical. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. Yeah, I think the key difference is that whether it's a voluntary self-imposed restriction. I've heard about some communities up north that shall go nameless that you're not supposed to have internet in your house, so they'll have people in front of your house with their cell phones to see if there's a Wi-Fi going on in your home. And if you are, then you receive social ostracism, and they'll cut off your YouTube. And then you won't be able to watch these edifying lectures. But now we're talking about a group of people who, voluntarily choose to self-associate, and that's what is charismatic or characteristic, of Luria. But let's go on to the Toras Nigla now. So, the last thing he did. Now, the Radbaz, his principal teacher in Cairo, was also a noted Kabbalist. Not nearly at the same level as his student would be, but under his influence, he elected to engage in a very unusual, highly idiosyncratic practice. His uncle, you recall, brother-in-law now, wealthy tax farmer, owned a small island, presumably in the Nile Delta. I didn't actually look it up on a map. This is the actual, we know which island it is. He owned this island, and what the young Yitzhak Luria would do is he would go out to that island and spend 6 days a week in total solitude. And he did this for 6 years. He would come home only for Shabbat, I presume for holidays as well. He would speak to his wife only in Hebrew, engage in holy association with his wife only. She must have been a tremendous woman, but we know very little about her. And then he would return to this island, which is called Jazirat al-Rauda. And he spent 6 years in this solitary communication with the divine, solitary contemplation of what he would later reveal to his students as the mysteries of Judaism. You take this all together, he's engaged in the outside world in business for quite a while. Then, while he's studying the Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah, he gets to a very, very high level. And then he basically takes 6 years off, a long sabbatical, to be able to focus on the development of his mysticism. And this was all in preparation for what would really be the brief flourishing of the Safed Center, which is where he would make his mark. So we should talk now a little bit about Tzfat, which is a fascinating just explosion of Jewish creativity in the 16th century. Tzfat is a city that in many ways is kind of like a nowhere place in Judaism before it explodes onto the scene. It is in northern Israel, in the Galil region. It is not mentioned at all in the Bible, although the name Tzfat, or Safed in English, indicates that it's kind of like a lookout point because it's about 800 meters above sea level. And it's possible that it was used, for example, when the Jews would communicate the announcement of the Rosh Chodesh. It was one of the high spots where they would light fires to signal that Rosh Chodesh had appeared. And it attracted, primarily for economic reasons, some of the brightest minds of Gerush Sfard, of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsion in 1497. Among them was the greatest of them was Rabbi Moshe Cordovero in terms of Kabbalah, someone that I study personally very deeply, and I'll share with you a little bit about his thought in a moment. But around this Rabbi Moshe Cordovero were a circle of students who were focused intensely on studying the mystical aspects of Judaism. The Ridbaz, the Arizal's teacher, had spent some time at Tzfat and had been exposed to it, and no doubt encouraged his student to leave Cairo and to go study under the Ramak, who had emerged as a great leader of Kabbalistic thought at the time. So the thought of the Ramak, and now we're talking about the principal teacher of the Arizal. The Arizal, by the way, only got to learn with him for less than 2 years, and nevertheless, he called him principal teacher because the Ramak was a revolutionary thinker in Kabbalah and completely transformed the Arizal. Even though the Arizal differed with him on some very, very key essential points, and in many ways the Arizal eclipsed his own teacher, nevertheless, he showed tremendous reliance on the thought of the Ramak. So I have to tell you what exactly is Kabbalah, at least for the limited purposes that we can use this brief lecture, and understand what is going on in Tzfat that allowed the Arizal to catapult himself to such heights. This thing we call Kabbalah, the word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. Lekabel means to receive something. And so that term is used in the sense that this is not information which can be deduced by logical analysis. This is information which must be somehow received, either through a revelation directly from God, as many of the mystics will find, the skies open up and they are greeted with some kind of messianic vision, which they later communicate, and it's inaccessible beyond, there's no reason that you can use to understand it. It's simply an experience. Or it is a mystical tradition that's handed down from teacher to student, teacher to student. We definitely have a very, very old tradition in Judaism of this mysticism. There are passages in the Torah which are clearly mystical in nature. For example, Abraham's covenant between the parts, where he is given vision of the future, Ezekiel's vision of the chariot, all kinds of passages in the Torah. The Talmud is rife with magic, spells, astrology, all kinds of mystical information that is certainly not rational in the common sense of that term. But it gets a huge boost in the 13th century with the appearance of the Zohar, which is considered the principal work of Kabbalah. There's a lot of controversy about the Zohar. Most scholars assume that it is not an ancient work, as many of its readers believe. It doesn't date from the ancient period, authored by the Tana Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Most scholars believe, I'm talking about academic scholars, that it was actually written in the 13th century. That's a debate that I don't think we should entertain today. The most important thing for our points is, however, that the Zohar becomes sort of the focal point of all Kabbalistic research at this time. The problem with the Zohar, however, in my humble opinion, is that it's almost impossible to understand it. You can translate it into English, and it reads like gibberish. It's really, really hard to figure out what is it all about. It's a massive document. On my bookshelves, it takes up about that much space. And it's just so arcane and complicated, and the metaphors are weird, and it sounds very New Agey. It's perfect for New Age kind of stuff. And who knows how to make sense out of it. I will tell you that on a personal level, when I was about 25 years old, I started studying a beautiful book called Chok Israel. It's a Sephardic book that basically it breaks up the week into 7 days of study, and every day you study a little bit of the Torah, a little bit of the Tanakh, a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Gemara, a little bit of Halacha. So you get like a little bit of dose of every little kind of piece of Torah information, and it takes about half an hour to go through it every day. And at the very end of each selection, there's always a paragraph of the Zohar. And I asked my Rebbe, I said, am I allowed to read this? I'm not 40 years old. I don't know anything. And he said, yeah, you can go ahead and read it. I said, but what about the band? He said, you're not going to understand it anyway. Just go ahead and read it. So that was my first encounter with the Zohar. What the Ramak did, what he did brilliantly, this is the Arizal's teacher, is that he systematized the Zohar. Among other things, he wrote a massive commentary on it called Or Yakar. But more importantly, he wrote basically manuals for Kabbalah. Most famous, the one that made his reputation at the time, was Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he just sat the reader down and said, okay, look, this is how it works. And he started from the idea of how creation happened, and then he explains how this relates to our souls, the world around us, the purpose of the commandments, the purpose of the Messiah. All those things were systematized and written in almost a Maimonidean fashion, meaning he took this scattered, bizarre commentary on the Bible, and he just started from the ground and said, let's just explain this in a very straightforward fashion. It was a phenomenal hit. Even before printing, it was circulated widely, and the Ramak surged ahead as the preeminent Kabbalist of his day. So the Arizal went to Tzfat to specifically study under the Ramak. Just to give you a taste of the Ramak's teachings, and again, I'm not a Kabbalist, so I don't really know what I'm talking about, but that never stopped me or anybody speaking about Kabbalah. But so this is, you may have seen this very symbol, this very common symbol. This is the designation of the 10 Sfirot, the 10, hard to translate that term exactly, but kind of 10 emanations of God. And basically what this refers to on one level is the process of creation, a process which is ongoing and unfolding, meaning that as God created the world, he allowed his light, as it were, to penetrate each of these Sfirot in different orders until they come down here to where we live in Malchut. There's a lot more we could say about what this strange thing means, but let me give you one basic kind of metaphor to understand it. So God, as it were, is like in this diagram up at where the word tree is, and then he descends through Keter, Bina, Chochmah, through all the Sfirot until we get to the world as we understand it today. You should consider it kind of like trying to look at the sun. The sun is way too powerful to look at with the naked eye. It'll burn out the retinas. It's dangerous. But if you take a mirror, then when you look into the mirror, you may be able to get some fleeting glimpses of the sun, because a mirror weakens the radiation of the sun. And especially if you take a second mirror and you position it in such a way that you look in the second mirror reflecting the first mirror reflecting the sun, then it's much easier with the sun. And if you set up 10 mirrors in a sequence like this, you can actually look directly at the sun, because each one of those 10 mirrors has weakened the power of the radiation until you're able to exceed it. That's essentially what the Sfirot are doing. God's light, as it were, goes into, and it is filtered through these mirrors until we get down to this world here. Tremendous amount of implications for what the Sefirot do. They're associated with the human body. They're associated with the human soul. They can be manipulated. They are interrelated. But that takes us far beyond where we're going to go today. I will do one little, however, to give you a little bit of a selfish plug onto my forthcoming book, which should be coming out. I hope to have a book launch in this room, God willing, in about 3 months. We're looking forward to it. We'll have some music, and it's going to be, I think, a great time. But basically, he wrote his most famous book among lay people is called Tomer Dvorah, the palm tree of Devorah. It is perhaps the most widely studied Kabbalistic book, and it's certainly the most well-understood Kabbalistic book because it's far easier than most of the other things. And basically what he does in Tomer Dvorah is he says, if God emanates and presents himself as a word to the world through these 10 Sefirot, and we have a mitzvah of imitating God, imitatio Dei, v'halachta b'derachav, you shall walk in his ways, then we should imitate those Sefirot. We should imitate each one of those Chokhmah, Bina, Dad, those various Sefirot, that were not Dad in his Court of Aaron Kabbalah, and that's ultimately what we're supposed to do. So, for example, there are times when, we are supposed to evince Gevura, power. Like, let's say, for example, we're attacked, Israel is attacked, God forbid, and Israel has to rise up and defend itself, so it means it has to, energize the Sefirah of Gevura. By acting appropriately with Gevura, we then, as it were, excite the Sefirah of Gevura, and God sends more into the world. By matching our behavior, these Sefirot, we can infuse the world with more godliness. If, on the other hand, we use Gevura when we should not, for example, on Shabbat, if you get angry at your kids on Shabbat, the Ramak says that's a terrible thing to do because you're using Gevura inappropriately. Shabbat is not supposed to be a day for Gevura, and you're ruining it. You're mixing the wrong Sefirah at that time. So in the first chapter of his book, which deals with Keter, he goes through 13 different levels of forgiveness, 13 levels of mercy, and describes how you can forgive others in 13 different ways, 13 different manners. It's a fantastic classic of spirituality, and God willing, we'll all be together in good health, and I'll be able to tell you more about it at the book launch. But let's go on. This is kind of a cool cover, right? This is a baby palm tree. Okay. So, the Ari becomes the Ramak's disciple. Again, they only learn together for about 18 months, and then the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who is not even 50 years old, is killed in a plague, dies in a plague. Nevertheless, the Ari is tremendously influenced by the Ramak's systematic approach to Kabbalah, and basically adopts all of it, and then makes a few key changes that brings his Kabbalah really to a much just to give you a sense of how they relate to one another, and this is jumping ahead a little bit, but the Ari left a few writings behind. We have very few actual texts written by the Arizal. Almost everything that we have today, we rely on his students, and his most important student, his principal student, was Rabbi Chaim Vital. So the story goes that Rabbi Chaim Vital, as he records in one of his books, he was visited in a dream by his teacher, the Arizal, and he asked him, he says, what does it mean that you have a different type of Kabbalah than your teacher? And the Arizal said, in heaven they study the Kabbalah of my teacher. Earth they study my Kabbalah. So there was still a sense of Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim Chaim. These and these are the world of the living God, even though there are some really sharp differences between them. So let's understand what happened in Tzfat. Here we have an amazing and incredible explosion of Jewish creativity at this time. Besides the Ramak and the Arizal, we also have Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, and we should remember that he himself was a tremendous mystic. In fact, he claimed not to be the rational mind that was writing down Jewish law, halakha. He claimed to receive nightly communications from an angelic being, a Maggid, which he later wrote about in his own book, and he would just write down what the Maggid told him to write down. So they were definitely, Kabbalah and halakha deeply intertwined with one another in Tzva, engage in all kinds of really bizarre practices, which make the Lecha Dodi ritual of going out into the fields Friday night to greet the Sabbath Vine, that looks absolutely pedestrian compared to some of the other weird things they're doing. For example, they're engaging in a sort of dowsing for graves kind of behavior, where they will go on long walks in the environs of Tzfat, trying to spiritually sense the graves of righteous people. And they will stop by a brook or something, and one of the Kabbalists, either Arizal or others, will see this particular rock, and they'll say, under this rock is buried Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai. And they will stop there, and they will say all kinds of prayers, and they will prostrate themselves on the ground, and they will have these spiritual illuminations, and they will record them later in their own mystical writings. And this will be kind of like a spot pastime to go around and find these graves of the tzaddikim. And they're engaged in heavy writing, and they're engaged in all kinds of rather new and innovative spiritual practices like exorcism, it's like kind of a crazy place if you think about it. It's an extreme place with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy swirling around, and they're experimenting with all kinds of different ways of expressing Judaism that's clearly not things that are done in normative practice whatsoever, and yet highly influential. You may wonder, why did this become so powerful in our thought? So I'm going to tell you in this slide here. Let's try and understand what is Lurianic Kabbalah within the last 10 minutes that we have, and we'll see why it was so profound and why it made such a huge impact. First of all, I want to place a caveat on it. As I mentioned earlier, we have very few autograph writings of the Arizal. He left behind very few writings, which was very intentional. He wrote a few things when he was on that island back in Cairo, but otherwise he wrote nothing of his most profound mystical insights. And he instructed his students not to write down what he was teaching either. He wanted it to be a highly reserved esoteric doctrine that only his students and those who they deemed worthy would share. He certainly did not intend to create a massive revolution of Kabbalah with, blessed bottled water and things like that. That does not seem to be the Arizal style. His students, after his death, tried to enforce this. In particular, Reb Chaim Vital, who used to be a student of the Ramak, but after he met the Arizal, he sort of focused essentially on the Lurianic Kabbalah, and they tried to keep a lid on the Arizal's teachings. However, the word spread far and wide, and what ended up happening was some of the people who had studied with the Arizal began to sort of break discipline and start writing their own manuals of Kabbalah, attributing them to Arizal, and many of them were contradicting each other, which is not impossible because Lurianic Kabbalah, unlike the Kabbalah of the Ramak, was not at all systematized. It was not at all a start at point A and move through B and C and all the way to the end. He would just sort of teach on the spur of the moment without necessarily connecting it to a larger doctrine. It wasn't like a course where you started with the basic principles and went to the specifics. Very charismatic leader, but not a systematic disciplined leader like the Ramak. And so it's very difficult when you can take all these things together. The fact that we have no actual writings to speak of from the Arizal himself, that everything we have comes from his students, many of whom were disagreeing with each other. And we have the very nature of Lurianic Kabbalah itself, which is very disjointed and not necessarily connected. It's very difficult to get a whole picture of what this is. Nevertheless, we can identify a few doctrines that seem to be common to all of the Arizal students, and they are so powerful that they've kind of become mainstream thought to this day. The first one is this concept of Shvirat HaKelim, breaking of the vessels, which is not present in Kordoveran Kabbalah at all, but is perhaps the most pronounced element of Lurianic Kabbalah. If you recall, we go back to the 10 Sfirot that I showed you earlier. One of the key differences between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and that of the Arizal is the idea of what happened at the moment of creation. So for the Ramak, the teacher, creation was a logical unfolding of God's will, set up in such a way that the universe would be perfectly balanced in a kind of metaphysical law that mirrored natural law. That God, so to speak, imagined the structure of the universe, he, as it were, looked into the Torah as its blueprint, and they created a universe that looks something like this. The Arizal, however, injects a major element of drama into the creation, placing human beings, and particular Jews, at the center of a cataclysmic crisis that is ongoing until the final redemption. How so? This concept of Shvirat HaKelim, or breaking of the vessels, refers to some kind of mishap in the moment of creation. I have difficulty understanding this, so I'm sure that when people see this on YouTube, they'll put all kinds of useful comments at the bottom. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be at the top of the list there. But this is my basic understanding of it. I talked to you about the sunlight pouring into the mirror. So if you think of it instead using a Lurianic metaphor of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. So you pour this really super hot oil that represents, as it were, the light of God into a clay vessel, which is, let's say, Keter up here. But the heat of the oil is so overpowering that the vessel shatters. By the way, if any of you have ever traveled in the Soviet Union, this happened to about, 1 in 10 tea glasses that I was ever served. That's why they put the spoon in the tea glass, because otherwise you put the hot water in, smashes everywhere. But so the first vessel shattered because it could not withstand the power and intensity of God's light. So the light mixed with pieces of the broken vessel flow into the next vessel, but it too shatters because it can't stand it. So it flows into the third vessel, and it's mixed with the pieces of the broken vessels until finally you get down here to Malchut, and in this part of the world, the universe, we have the system kind of slows down because it's cool enough, but the physical universe that we are presented with today represents a mixture of this divine spark, the light of God, with the pieces of the shattered vessels. So, for example, this cup of coffee here, the cup itself, it has its existence. It owes its existence to the spark of godliness that is within it, even though it is an inanimate object. And the part that I can feel and touch and apprehend with my senses is really made up of the klipot, of the shells of the broken vessels that are mixed with that divine spark. Now, how this becomes dramatic is that the task of humanity, and in particular the Jews, is to identify the divine spark in everything and then to release it so that it may join its source once again, ultimately bringing about the divine redemption. And the way we do that is by performing mitzvot. So, for example, I've already said it, so I'm not going to say it again, but if I say a bracha on the coffee inside this cup, that bracha takes it from being asur, which means not permitted, since it does not have a blessing, and turns it into mutar, which means permitted. And by doing so, I release, as it were, I perform a kind of addition of the cup and allow it to return, the holy spark within to return to its holy source. The word asur, in Lurianic thought, means forbidden, but it really means tied up, constrained, restricted, because the spark is trapped in there. And the word mutar means untied, means released. So the bracha makes the cup, as it were, the energy in the cup, released. So too with the food stuff and so on. So in other words, what the Arizal did to Kordaver and Kabbalah is he took this moment of creation and he essentially made it into this huge drama where we are now in an imperfect universe, struggling to bring it to perfection through the performance of mitzvot. And everything we do is literally tied up with that grand adventure. And if we fail to do so, then we bury the sparks deeper in the klipot. So every single action, every conscious moment of a Jew's waking existence and even sleeping existence is in fact tied to the unfolding of this metaphysical story. The process of dealing with these issues is called tikkun, or repair, which is where we get the root of the term that people know so well, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, in which everything that we do is designed to try and support this ultimate redemption of the universe. So while Cordovero's Kabbalah is fascinating and intricate and absorbing, the Arizal's Kabbalah is energizing and gives people kind of like motivation to go do something, because you got to save the world. Rabbi Cordovero is about thinking about the world and about its meaning, but the Arizal is all about action and implementation of this Kabbalah on a daily sequence. The way you do this is through something called Yichudim. We're running out of time to go into that in greater detail. But one kind of detail that I find interesting, I just read an article for today that talked about the Arizal's metaposcopy. I had to look up how to pronounce that. Apparently it doesn't rhyme with anything, but I looked up all kinds of rhyming anyways. Metaposcopy is a technical term for reading the face. And one of the things that the Arizal will do, just to give you a kind of sense of who we're dealing with here, he was very much into the idea that the whole world was created through the divine name, through the alphabet. The whole quasi-science of gematria that we have is associated with Lurianic Kabbalah, and that whatever a person did with themselves would be literally written on their faces. And the Arizal, because he had purified himself through so many tikkunim and yichudim, was able to read on people's faces, especially their foreheads, specifically what transgressions or positive deeds they had performed. And he wrote, tremendously about this. For example, if you give tzedakah, it's the word tzedakah is planted on your forehead, and it lasts about a week, which is interesting. And isn't it fascinating? It's about a week between classes. You can sponsor a class, but I don't even make fun of it. It's just too bizarre, though, in many ways. So these are the kinds of things that he would do. He would meet people, and he would say, "I know what happened at his home yesterday," and so on, all related to this grand scheme of the tikkun. So his legacy. Here's an image of his grave, and the tradition of Tzfat, the graves of Tzaddik decorated in blue, and it is a noted pilgrimage site. His legacy is so deep, it's very hard even to find a place where it does not reach. Certainly it reaches very deeply and consciously into the Hasidic world, where the Hasidic masters were deeply influenced by Lurianic Kabbalah. The Baal HaTanya is suffused with it. It reaches into the Lithuanian world, where the Vilna Gaon was also a Lurianic Kabbalist. It reaches beyond that into the non-Orthodox world as well, because there's so many of the rituals and songs and practices. Tikkun Olam, we mentioned earlier, is a very important concept for many in the liberal communities, that it really trace themselves back to Lurianic Kabbalah and his sense of the drama of human existence. So without doubt, it's amazing when we contemplate how this man, in a space really of about 3 years, from age 35 to 38, he was able to articulate, without even writing it down, this vision of the meaning of existence to such a degree that we feel its reverberations from Tzfat even to this day. Thank you very much for your attention and engagement. Next week, we're going totally off the mystical Kabbalistic, and we're going to talk about Baruch Spinoza, one of the most important philosophers of the early modern period, and I think you'll find it interesting. Thank you once again.
This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How did we succeed?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell has been going on?
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. Tonight we're starting, of course, half an hour early, so that'll give me a little bit more time to relax, and I'll speak slower, but we still hope to conclude at 9 p.m. as usual. So the joke this week is also courtesy of Zach the Oyster, who sent me 4 really useful jokes last week. And it actually is very appropriate for today's material because we're going to be looking at someone who is slightly antinomian in his approach. That is, someone who is slightly non-traditional in the way he observes Judaism, as we shall see. So the joke goes that a Jew goes up to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I'm so sorry, I need to do something. I have to confess, I didn't wash Yadayim before eating bread last week. And the rabbi said, you did? He said, well, Rabbi, the truth is, the bread wasn't kosher. The bread wasn't kosher. Well, why? And he says, well, it was a non-Jewish restaurant. He says, you were a non-Jewish restaurant? What were you doing in a non-Jewish restaurant? Why didn't you go to a Jewish restaurant? He says, Yom Kippur, I should go to it. So, that's the last laugh for tonight. So tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to Mr. Eliezer and Mrs. Greta Hermes, who once again sponsored the lecture. It's a wonderful thing when we have people support the lecture financially because it goes to defray the costs of our lovely assistant, Ms. Eliza Abramson, who greets you at the door and prepares the cookies, and Mr. Rodriguez, who is now actually amassing a bit of a fan club online. They say, go Mr. Rodriguez, because they enjoy the video. So thank you very much. The shul appreciates it very much. And for those of you who are here, your presence alone is a tremendous sponsorship, and I'm very grateful to have you here. So tonight we're going to look at someone named David Reubeni, also known as Ha-Reubeni. The name is very significant. He ascribed his lineage to the tribe of Reuven, the biblical tribe of Reuven, and we'll speak about what that means shortly. But basically, he's a rather anomalous and highly unusual figure in Jewish history because he appears on the scene in the early 16th century, and he makes a tremendous tararam where he introduces himself with success to popes and kings and emperors and claims to be the brother of King Joseph, a leader of the 3 tribes, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, living on the other side of Israel, somewhere in the Far East, and he's there on a mission to create some new geopolitical reality. Amazingly, he was like a comet on the European political scene for about 10 years until his untimely demise. But he created not only a lot of consternation, particularly among Arab nations, for reasons that we shall describe, but also a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for a renewed and revived Judaism that was especially found within the converso population of Spain and Portugal, Jews who had converted to Christianity rather than be expelled in the expulsions of the late 15th century. His meteoric rise to fame was cut short when the Inquisition got wind of his activities, and he died a horrible death. But the entire arc of his participation in European history is quite fascinating, and I think gives us some pause to think about several aspects of Jewish history and its relationship to world history as a whole. So what I'd like to do over the next 55 minutes is just give you a quick overview of the life of David Reubeni. At least that is what we know about it. And I think that by the end of the evening, you'll have some food for thought and wonder, but we will leave with a lot more questions and answers as usual. So our story begins really here in Oxford, England. We know of David Reubeni from non-Jewish sources. Many, centers of power had him traipse through their hallways at various points in the early 16th century. But the most important document that gives information about David Reubeni is his diary, which he composed and then would actually, have people read as a sort of travelogue to bolster his own authority. The diary was purchased by the Bodleian Library of Oxford in the middle of the 19th century. It was duly copied out and then promptly lost. So unfortunately, we've lost the original text, which is highly unfortunate because it means that we don't have a lot of paleographic evidence. We don't have, for example, to see where he struck things out and rewrote them. If it was perhaps a scribe involved, perhaps he had a professional writer involved. A lot of things are difficult in this journal, and it's also impossible for us to analyze some of the bizarre place names that he cites because we can't compare his handwriting. Plus, his diary does exist. The copied version was published in a critical edition in 1892 and has been the source of some wonder for the last 100 years. This is one of the most important buildings in the Bodleian Library, and I'd like to take a short interlude. It's a little surprise for my daughter over there, because I actually spent quite a bit of time a summer working in this library where I have a lot of fond memories. It's a tremendous institution, fantastic Judaic collection, and I'll tell you a personal story that I think you might find interesting. This is what they do in Oxford, by the way. This is me several years ago. This is what they call punting, which is not what they say in America where you have that ball and you kick it with your foot. Punting is you get these flat-bottom boats and you go on the Churchwell River and you pull along like in a gondola kind of thing. And that's one of the colleges in the background there. And of course, you have to do this kind of punting with a lovely lady sitting next to you. So this is Aliza when she was, I guess, about 7 or 8 years old. You all know her now because she's 18 and she's like, the greeter. But there she is, just enjoying the ride. And here's one more picture of her, also in Oxford there. So sweet. Right? So anyways, I have a couple of funny stories. I'll tell you both. No, I can't help it. So, the first one is the library story. So it's a really old library. It's like 1,000 years old, this library. And they have a lot of arcane, bizarre rules. And one of those rules is, believe it or not, that before, it's not a public library. You have to have credentials. I had to have a letter of introduction. I had to have all kinds of stuff to get into the stacks there. And you go to the library office, you present your credentials, and you present your research purpose and so on, things like that. And they make you take an oath. They make you swear an oath that you will not set fire to the books. I said, why do I have to take this oath? She said, apparently, like in the 1500s, it's cold. And the students would say, we don't really need another couple of Virgil and Aeneid, do we? And they would set fires to keep themselves warm in the library. So they made this rule, and it's been a rule for like 400 years. You have to take an oath. You're not to. So the problem is, Jews avoid taking oaths. That's the whole business with kol nidre. You don't want to come up. If I happen to accidentally set a fire, then I would be, responsible for it on a heavenly level as well. So I was, for a moment, I was put back. I didn't know what to do. And so then I asked myself, I said, wait a minute, can you take this oath in any language you like? And she said, absolutely. And she pulled out a huge binder, it was about this thick, and it had like all these the text of the oath in all these languages. In English, it says, I swear I will not set fire to the books. And I said, could you show me Hebrew, please? And she flipped over to Hebrew, and there it was, in perfect rabbinic language. It did not say, I swear I will not set fire to the books. It says, I will take responsibility for the cost that I incur should I set fire to any books in the library. Like, perfect. So I could read it, I got access, and all that stuff. The other funny story, which I'll tell you very quickly, then we'll go back to David Rubin, I promise. But the other funny story is, there's a Jewish mitzvah. When you buy new vessels, new cooking vessels, you're supposed to, before you use them, you're supposed to immerse them in a mikvah. That's just one of those wacky things in Judaism. And if you don't have a mikvah, you can use any flowing body of water, or the ocean qualifies, things like that. So there's no mikvah in Oxford, but they have that Churchwell River, which is actually the Thames. It turns into the Thames. But it's a really old town, and they have these banks that are really high, and they're 6 or 8 feet high. You can't just stand on the edge and dip your pot in. So I was carrying this huge bag of pots, like Santa's big bag, and the only place that I could toivel where I could put these in a mikvah is if I walked down where the punts were released. Like, you'd rent the punts, and so I walked down there, and I'm wearing a suit like this, and I got all these dishes, and I'm toivel them in the water, and there are all these Japanese tourists show up and start taking pictures of me. And I realized they must be thinking this is a native Oxfordian washing his dishes in the river. Okay, let's go shows up in Venice in 1523, and he says, I come from Abyssinia. Possibly he came from Sudan. There's a huge debate among two of the major scholars on Albania as to where exactly that was. But he claimed to be somewhere down here, either in Ethiopia or in Sudan, in the upper Nile region. And he quotes a long travelogue of places that he visited and strange customs that he observed. The place names that he mentions on this travelogue are garbled. They're, it's very hard. Scholars spend a lot of time trying to figure out exactly where he was. But the consensus of modern scholarship is that he made the whole thing up, that he never was any of these places, and that reporting things that he had heard from others. So much of his early travels are lost in mystery, shrouded in mystery. And in fact, one of the commentators on him wrote in the 1930s that his reputation for veracity was not particularly high. So a lot of the things that he says about his origins, we simply don't know. In fact, we don't even know if he is Ashkenazi or Sephardi. He was physically swarthy, very dark-skinned. He was possibly, what the technical term, or the politically correct term, is a little person. I'm speaking about a midget or a dwarf, to use the older terms. A very small person, often wore Islamic robes, which would have looked very exotic and fascinating to Europeans. And in fact, he claimed to have pretended to be a Muslim on many occasions. In fact, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad when he was living in Egypt. But there's no real evidence to indicate that he has any of those origins whatsoever. The two most fascinating theories about his background are as follows. One is that he was actually from Prague, a Czechoslovak or a Czech Jew. And that's based, again, on paleographic evidence and internal literary evidence, because he has in his travelogue little Ashkenazic ticks. Like, for example, the phrase, which I will quote in modern Hebrew, a nice little proverb, ki hakas misalek hadat. So that sounds okay, which means anger causes knowledge to leave. Ki hakas misalek hadat. But it sounds much better if you pronounce it in Ashkenazis, which is ki hakas misalek hadas. Right, then you see the rhyming. So that little tick in his language may have indicated that he was Ashkenazic. I think a more persuasive theory is that he was actually a descendant of conversos, meaning those Jews who had converted to Christianity or who perhaps had become expelled from Portugal and Spain in the late 15th century, ended up in Israel, because he quotes in an offhand and obviously unknowing manner a very unusual custom that is no longer practiced today, but was practiced by the converso community. Specifically, that is that if a Jew were to convert to Christianity because of duress or social pressure and things like that, and then that Jew, now Christian, were to convert back to Judaism, there was a kind of quasi-conversion process they would go through, including immersing themselves in the mikvah, along with the guy wearing a suit and the pots in Oxford. And also, this is not practiced today, they would shave all of their hair and trim their fingernails and toenails. Kind of like, if you're familiar with the captured slave, the captured woman in the Torah. So that was a custom that was practiced by converso Jews living in Jerusalem, meaning they had converted to Christianity in Spain and Portugal, then they had emigrated, they made their way to Israel, and then when they became Jewish, this is what they went through. So at one point, he describes how he purchased a slave woman, and then he manumitted her and converted her to Judaism, and in the course of his description, he describes that this is what they did to her with the, cutting of her hair and the trimming of her fingernails, which is something that's not required for conversion to Judaism, but may have indicated that he came from that specific community in Israel. We simply don't know. It's lost, and he certainly wasn't telling us, so we're just guessing. At any rate, sometime in the Middle East, shows up in Europe, and it's in Europe where the fun starts. So I mentioned he appears in Venice in 15. Oh, look at this. The screen is a little too small. So, well, I'll just have to, I hope I can remember everything I wrote there. He's small, as I mentioned, swarthy person. It's the screen, it's because the resolution is and he was surrounded by a lot of pomp and circumstance. You know, he liked to, for example, get expensive rides, like a beautiful white stallion, and he had like these gorgeous banners that would proclaim him as the emissary of King Joseph from the east. And he claimed to, now why the tribes of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh? Anyone remember what's special about those three tribes? Of course, Aliza knows, but we'll ask an audience member, please. Exactly. You'll recall, thank you very much. Excellent. This is your first time here, isn't it? Amazing. Welcome. Just don't ask any hard questions. Okay? But this is what happened. Yeah, if you recall the story of the conquest of Israel, there were two tribes and one half tribe, Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, the half tribe, who said, you know what, Taka, why are we going into Israel? This looks like a very nice place here. We can cover all the furniture with plastic, you know, the roots of the Hungarians. And they said that, I've used that joke too many times now. But so they stayed on the other side of the Jordan River, like what would be today something like Jordan, Syria. And Moses made a deal with them that they could have that land as long as they came in and fought for Israel first and so on. So there's this kind of mystery of those 2.5 tribes that never settled in Israel. And Reuveni, he took the name, Reuveni meaning from Reuben, to say that yes, they're still there. There's 100,000 of them. My brother is the king. And guess what? He wants to forge a political union with you to attack the Muslims. And so with all of this, you know, noise and fury and like pageantry and things like that, people were willing to listen, except for the Jewish community. The Jewish community, by and large, was not buying it. They were not convinced. There were a few significant individuals who were willing to financially support him, but by and large, the Jews tended to be rather skeptical about the whole story. Nevertheless, with his few wealthy supporters and a few key introductions, he actually gained an audience with Pope Clement VII. And when he meets with him, he goes in with the white horse, that kind of thing. And he specifically asks for 4 things. One, he wants letters that will allow him to create an alliance between France and the Holy Roman Empire. He wants to get these two countries, Holy Roman Empire, historians like to joke, it was neither holy nor Roman, and it wasn't an empire, but it did have some political connotation. It was basically Central Europe, what we call today Germany and environs. He wanted to get France and Germany essentially to unite, and for the purposes of attacking the Muslims, as we shall see. The second thing he asked for is he wanted armaments. He wanted a tremendous amount of cannons and ships that he himself would lead to attack the Muslim empire. And the third thing is he wanted a letter to visit Portugal, which is especially significant, as we shall see now. But we'll come back to that. I know I said 4 things, but I actually went 3 things, if you're paying attention. He specifically wanted to go to Jeddah, over here. And the idea was that he would somehow, with all these ships, attack Jeddah with, once again, the support of the Holy Roman Empire and the French, and of course, the sea, the Catholic Church. And this would somehow disrupt the Arab control of much of the trade in the Red Sea and especially the Arabian Sea, because India, you recall, we're talking about a time now, it's the age of exploration. The Portuguese at this point in history are the leaders of all world exploration. And they've established a lot of trading posts along the Indian coast. They were defending it very forcefully. Their main competitor in the region, besides the European nations who were slow to pick up on this, their main competitor were the Arab traders who were dominating the Indian Ocean. And it seems that Reuveni wanted to somehow get in there and interrupt the Portuguese trade by attacking the Muslims. So the Jeddah is maybe not the best port, because you'll recall there's no Suez Canal at this time. So it's not like people are using the Red Sea to get to the Arabian Sea and out to India. Aden would have been perhaps a much better port for that, but there's something else really valuable about Jeddah. Anyone see it? It's really close to Mecca, right? Mecca being, of course, the center of the Arab world spiritually, and so on. So an attack on the port city of Jeddah could really disrupt a lot of Muslim thinking and could really plunge Europe into another kind of major geopolitical crisis that would perhaps lead to nothing less than Armageddon. And that's where we get to the messianic aspect of this. Many historians believe that ultimately he wanted to provoke the coming of Mashiach by instituting a war between the Muslims and the Christians. But before I put this out of order, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention one other thing. There is 4 things. I forgot it and I recall it. They claimed to have knowledge, direct personal knowledge of Prester John. Anyone recall this name? This is one of those weird footnotes in medieval history. Prester John was this widely held belief in Christian Europe that there was somewhere in the Far East a true Christian king named Prester John. Here he is, offering communion to his subjects, who had like hundreds of thousands of soldiers and was just waiting for the moment, the second coming, to reveal himself and his people, and they would somehow, dominate the globe and put an end to the Muslim infidel and so on. So there's all kinds of these strange, large geopolitical forces at work, tectonic forces really, that are pulling at each other. And Rubeni is trying to pull on those strings and get the popes to go along with this idea that would somehow bring the Muslims down, reveal Prester John, and everything would result in a messianic conclusion. But specifically, he was thinking clearly of a Jewish messianic conclusion. His real goal was the 4th request, which was, I want a letter to meet the King of Portugal. Please recall that Portugal was, as they say in German, Judenrein at this time. The Jews had been expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them sought refuge on the edge of the Iberian Peninsula here in Portugal. And then Portugal, once on its own, went through an even more brutal inquisition and expulsion in 1497. And so Jews were not allowed there. The only Jews that were there were the so-called conversos. Just take a moment to think about that as well. The great historian of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, wrote in his magnum opus, The Destruction of European Jews, that he felt that the Nazi hierarchy of race had its intellectual origins 500 years earlier in Spain and Portugal. Why? Because one of the things that the Spanish and the Portuguese did was that it wasn't enough for a Jew to convert to Christianity. The Jew would be under some kind of cloud of suspicion of Judaizing, of doing the Christianity for show, but in reality practicing Judaism. And that shadow of suspicion would last for several generations. You would have conversos of the first generation, conversos of the second generation, and so on. And so this brought the whole question of race and lineage into something which was prior to this primarily a religious conflict. The rest of Europe, once a Jew converted, then in fact, he became Christian. That's all there was to it. Did I tell you the joke about the 2 Jews who walk by a church and they see a sign? Oh, it's terrible. I shouldn't tell these jokes. I just put them on the internet. So the joke goes like this. Okay, so 2 Jews walk by a church, and there's a sign outside that says, convert to Christianity, earn $500. So one of the Jews says to the other, I'm going to do it. I can use $500. I'll go in, I'll say what I have to say. I'll get $500. The other guy says, are you crazy? No, listen, I need $500. So he goes in. It takes a while, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Finally, he comes out an hour later, and his friend says, so, did you get the $500? He says, what is it with you people? Yes, question, please.
I was going to say, the line from Hilberg actually says that the history of Jews in Europe is divided into 3 stages. You may not live among us as Jews, forced conversions. You may not live among us, which is ghettoization. You may not live.
This very powerful.
Those 3 stages.
He's a doyen of of Holocaust history. And anyway, yes, you have a follow-up question. Okay,
I do want to say that it was my understanding that actually began against the conversos, and that the Jews actually signed on. They were sort of supportive of it because it was intended. This is President Netanyahu's work, and Rabinel. That's what he seems to feel, is that it was originally directed because the Christians were very upset because here these conversos were now able to function in business and be quite successful. And so they were very jealous that here you had these Jews, as they saw them, successful business, taking away their thriving economics, and that the Jews originally were on board for this.
I don't recall reading in Professor Netanyahu's book that the Jews liked it, but definitely it's true that the Inquisition was not directed at Jews per se. It was directed at Jews who were feigning Christianity, and that they were not effectively Christians. Ironically, if you remain Jewish, you did not, try to subvert the intention of the laws by converting, then you were technically exempt from the rigors of the Inquisition. You were not exempt from expulsion, which of course came later. But you're absolutely right that the Converso community, sometimes called Marrano community, they were highly endogamous, marrying within each other. They had all kinds of business relations. They were exempt from second-class, status that they were given as Jews, and now they had freedom of business and so on. So it was really an advantageous decision. More than $500. Let's go back to David Rubin. So the context is one generation after the expulsion. But here he is. It's like in 1523, he's going back to Portugal 25 years after. If we're thinking about the Holocaust. Imagine going, so to speak, back to Berlin in about 1965, 1970. That would be the same kind of feeling, except how much more so because Jews were not even allowed into Portugal. And here he is wanting to show up there, and he specifically wants to draw the king of Portugal into that battle with the Muslims. And some of the scholars on Rovani opine that what he was really trying to do is he was trying to start the final world. This was going to be it. Muslims against Christians, Gog versus Magog, Armageddon result in the ultimate coming of the Mashiach. So, strictly speaking, Rovani, if this theory is true, Rovani was not a false Mashiach himself. It's not like he's saying he was the Messiah, but he believed he could bring about the Messiah by sparking this, massive conflagration. He met with King John in 1524. He was very open about his intention to seize Jerusalem. He made some pronouncements that the Ottomans were very upset with because, of course, they were controlling Jews at the time. And he provoked a tremendous surge of enthusiasm among the Jews who were conversos in Portugal at that time. Many of them flocked to him because for them, this is 25 years later, and they're living in a very, very tenuous state, and they see him and they believe him as being the possible form of the Mashiach himself. Perhaps the most fascinating of his followers was a young man named Diego. Oh, by the way, this picture here, this shows, this is one of the few artistic renditions we have from the period that shows Rovani riding on a white horse. Again, we don't know for sure if the artist really saw this or not, or was creating it from memory. And he's carrying that huge banner that has the 10 Commandments written on it. Apparently, he received a major gift from one of his wealthy supporters, none other than Benvenida Abravanel, the daughter of the great Spanish leader and Torah commentator. As part of her donation to Rovani was this banner with the 10 Commandments that he would carry with him when he went in to seize the king of Portugal. At any rate, one of his most fascinating and unusual followers was a young man named Diego Pires, who had reached a certain level of authority in the Portuguese government. He was from a converso background. He was born in 1500, so that would make him, he was born 3 years after his parents had converted to Christianity. And he was so taken with Rovani that he strove to be his follower and begged Rovani to take him along with him. Rovani initially refused, doesn't take followers, but when Pires demonstrated his bona fides by circumcising himself, then Rovani realized that maybe this guy is the real deal, so he took him with him. Pires then went on. They split up after a while. He ended up in Jerusalem. and where he declared himself the Mashiach. He believed that Reuven was introduced to the world, that he was the, so to speak, the John the Baptist, to use another religious metaphor, and that in fact Peres was the Mashiach, and where he didn't get too much traction with that idea in Jerusalem, because in Yerushalayim, every 4 cubits you trip over another Mashiach, so you don't have to do much. But this is a kind of interesting artifact of the period. This is his signature. So that's a very interesting kind of. This is the signature of Peres, who took the name Shlomo Molcho, Solomon King. Very unusual with the banner and things like that. Anyways, once this happened, if you can imagine Peres, a government official, circumcising himself and declaring himself a Jew, and following Molcho, following Reuven, the king said, Shanganug, or in Portuguese, something like, that's enough. And he had Reuven banished from Portugal. At this point, we sort of lose track of the story. There's a strange interlude where he's apparently shipwrecked. This is a very old picture. He's shipwrecked. You know what? My daughter Elisa is looking like what? It's funny because you have to be at least 40 to appreciate this thing. So, at any rate, he's shipwrecked somewhere on the coast of France, and he is apparently taken captive by a Lord Clermont, a mysterious figure. We don't know if any of this is true. And finally, the Jews of, I think it was Avignon and I forget where else, they put up the money to ransom him, and then he's set free. So it's about 2 years where he is somehow, exiled from Portugal, shipwrecked, taken captive, ransomed, and then he tries all over again. One of the reasons why this period is uncertain is because the diary shows some evidence of literary tempering. Like maybe he used the diary one way and then he changed it because, for example, one of the great scholars of this figure, Ben Melech, argues that what's really going on is that Portugal was his main goal, and when Portugal did not work, then he had to rewrite the whole story and had to try something else. So the diary itself doesn't give us a really good sense of what exactly was his plan. Anyways, he goes back and he tries again. He shows up in 1530 in Italy, and he once again tries to get an audience with Pope Clement VII. At this point, the Jews, he's been around now for 15 years. The Jews of Italy are not quite enthusiastic about the entire thing, and they warn the Pope that in reality they're not sure that Reuven is as, he's not the real to speak. And specifically, they point to the numerous letters that he is bringing with him, letters from King Joseph, the letters from Prester John, all of these documents, and they say they're total forgeries. He tries to defend himself by saying, no, they're not forgeries. What they are is that I lost some of them, when I was shipwrecked. Remember that shipwreck business? So while I was shipwrecked, I lost some of my letters. I had to rewrite them. I wrote them from memory, it's true. But at any rate, the Pope was not really interested, and so the story ended. He did, however, get a chance to meet with Emperor Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire. And by the way, at this point, his student Shlomo Molcho had rejoined him, and the two of them went together to Emperor Charles V, presented the whole story. Unfortunately for both of them, Charles V has just recently signed a new law into place that specifically bans any form of Judaizing in the Holy Roman Empire. And so therefore he handed over the two of them to the Inquisition, which was active there as well. And that proved to be disastrous for Shlomo Molcho. Reuven himself was taken away in chains to Spain. Molcho was given the opportunity to rejoin the Christian church through baptism. He refused, and so he was burned at the stake on the spot. And so his brief life ended there. We don't know exactly what happened to Reuven, but some external evidence indicates that he was probably put to death in a similar manner in 1538. So in the space of about 15 years, we have this meteoric rise of this unknown Jew who gets access to all of the chambers of power, and nearly starts a world war, at least comes closer than anyone else to that fact. And that's basically the arc of the story of Shlomo Reuven, of David Reuven. So what do we get out of this? So we can assess a few things from this. First of all, why did he do all of this? Where did all of this come from? So you recall that I described his origins in possibly in Jerusalem among the converso communities at this time. You recall that the early 16th century was a period of tremendous Kabbalistic speculation. This is the period when, for example, the great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was born in 1522, and the Tzfat Center was established with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with, of course, Cordovero, with the Arizal coming from Egypt to study Kabbalah in Tzfat. And Jews are very much engaged in an exercise in theurgic or practical Kabbalah. The idea that we could, through our own efforts, bring about the coming of the Messiah. For the most part, the Kabbalists of Israel at this time were doing this primarily through, quasi-approved portals, such as prayer, fasting, self-exile, things like this. No one before Reuven had really taken this kind of idea of forcing God's hand, so to speak, to bring about Messiah and applying it to geopolitics. This was something that was his innovation. At any rate, Ben Melech, again, one of the scholars that's done most of the work on Reuveni in the last 20 years, argues that he was heavily influenced by Rabbi Abraham Eliezer Halevi, who was one of the most famous Kabbalists of Jerusalem at the time. Halevi had produced several Kabbalistic texts, including the fascinating Nevuat HaYeled, the prophet's child, in which he specifically anticipated that the Messiah would come, I believe, in 23, which was exactly when Reuven appeared on the scene. It was delayed 1 year, so maybe that threw everything off. But there was a tremendous amount of messianic speculation and attachment of messianic ideals to specific dates and time and things like that. And so with all of this energy devoted to the idea of the end of days, it is Ben Melech's contention that Reuveni picked all of this stuff up and decided to do something with it himself. Not necessarily working with the Kabbalists. In fact, it's likely that they never met, but he nevertheless took these ideas and put them into practice. He acted apparently alone. We don't have any evidence that he's the head of a cell or involved with any other people. But he was nevertheless able to attract the significant support of select individuals, wealthy Jews, who felt that this was actually something that could come to pass and deserved their financial support. That in itself, I think, is worth thinking about. Why is it that the mass of Jews really went in two different directions? There were the Jews, the conversos, who felt that this was really the end of days, and other Jews who were perhaps not so hard-pressed in their material circumstances felt that this is a crazy person. He's making up rhetorics. Nevertheless, there were those individuals who were willing to put their money behind it, and with the right amount of financial backing, he was able to get access to the highest chambers of power ever. I think that if you put this into an equation, we have to look at it in something like this. His personal piety, he is known to have been, highly observant of Jewish law. In fact, rather punctilious. Some of the accounts say that he fasted 6 days a week. Obviously, he'd be eating at night, kind of like Muslim style. But lots of fasting, very careful with the laws of the Sabbath, things like that, combined with tremendous sense of theater. The audacious nature of his self-presentation was overwhelming to people. That resulted in tremendous credulity, and there were people who were willing to believe this combination, which actually is a good idea. Maybe I should think about this for a second career. Maybe. Okay. At any rate, I have to ride a horse, a white horse. I think a white jag would be nice, actually. But at any rate, this is a totally new tack for false messiahs, of which there have been so many in Jewish history, but it proved to be a very successful one that would later be emulated. But for example, in the 17th century, perhaps the most famous or infamous of all false messiahs is the great Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, went to centers of power, the Ottoman Turks and so on. But perhaps I would connect it more likely with Nathan of Gaza, who was his propagandist. Nathan of Gaza worked with Shabbatai Tzvi to present his material to the Ottoman emperor, and it turned out it was a disaster, much like it was for David Reubeni, but nevertheless the same kind of idea. So taking all of these things together, I presented to you a rather bizarre sort of story. I've never spoken about David Reubeni before, so it's kind of interesting for me. But he's an unusual sort of comet that appears briefly on the stars of the Jewish constellation. I'm not exactly sure what it means for the overall scope of Jewish history, but it's a fascinating episode, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present it to you. I apologize, I sort of mistimed this. It was much more fascinating to read about than to talk about. If you like, I can make some stuff up in 15 minutes. But maybe I'll take a few questions because we have a little more time. Yes, please. He was never married. Single guy. He's got a mission.
What I find interesting from the story of the whole episode with Shabbatai Tzvi was that occurred when there was also some terrible.
Absolutely.
So you think about this episode of history where it was after all the devastation of the Jews having to leave Spain and Portugal and so on. Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more of a following, it seemed. And it almost seems like it may be similar in terms of cataclysmic effects on Jewish society. So I wonder, why was it that Shabbatai Tzvi had so much more following under sort of similar circumstances?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I'm not sure what deserves much more thought. The cataclysm that you're referring to is the terrible pogroms of 1648-49, which devastated the Jews of Poland and Ukraine, which that was huge. It made a tremendous impact on the Jews in Europe. The expulsions from Spain and Portugal, though, were no less horrific, and in many ways they were thought of as a much greater tragedy. That it was considered like a huge rift in the world that the Jews should be expelled from those two countries of all. So there's definitely an argument to be made, I think, that the Jews, when they're at their lowest ebb and they feel that redemption just has to be around the corner, they're certainly willing to listen to people like this. Why was Shabbatai Tzvi so much more successful than Reubeni? That I don't know.
It may warrant another PhD thesis or something like one of your students.
Yeah, it might be. Mr. Rodriguez, that's for you, I think, right? Yes.
To the modern sensibility, it may seem very odd, this fellow just coming out of nowhere, but in the medieval mind, it really isn't so out of place. You have to realize this is, Gutenberg's Bible is just barely good. People had no access to books. They really knew very little. It wasn't uncommon for people, religious people, to travel the countryside claiming to have all kinds of holy relics, pieces of the cross and the bones of Jesus, and they were very well tolerated and accepted. It was the naivete of these people is really something that was very common.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point. Good observation. You'll note also that no one was willing to give him any money or guns or things like that. It was very interesting. You made my day quite fascinating, but there's no way I'm giving you a ship with cannons. Forget it.
I'm far away from my home. So you have a chance. They can believe it. Maybe Shabbatai Tzvi gave me really whenever I have a chance. So the following, I think that's what part of so many followers.
Interesting. Yeah. So just to paraphrase, that it's hard to compare the Khmelnytsky revolution and the violence that attended that with the expulsions from the Iberian Peninsula because in the case of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, there was an opportunity to convert and avoid death. I'm not sure that's completely true, though. I think that there were some options to be baptized, and so it's very hard. I'm not sure that we can quantify that. Maybe they're too much apples and oranges. It's true they're a century and a half apart. That's not so big a difference, but I don't know. It's worth more thought. Did I see a question in the back?
Given the resurgence of Zionism happening in Europe in the 15th century, what made this emotional consequences and successful?
In relationship to false messiahs?
Yeah. It seems that all this background of these failed, individuals, you'd imagine that we're going to enter the individual as opposed to resurgence of a success.
I don't know. That's a hard question to answer but I suppose I'll try anyways. I think most Jews approach these kinds of questions not thinking that they're following a false messiah. They think that we've had so many false messiahs in the past, but this one is really the right one. And when you join to that the fact that I don't think that very few of the movements actually proclaimed messiahhood, especially the Hasidic movements. Maybe a handful here and there may have made messianic pretensions, or that the Messiah is just around the corner. But I'm not sure that we can mix these guys with some of the more mainstream movements. It's another very good, thought-provoking question that I have to think about some more to answer appropriately. Okay, too many hard questions. Thank you very much for coming. Next week we're going to look at the Arizal, a much more mainstream figure, at 8 o'clock promptly. Thank you very much for your attention.
I just want to see if you're listening. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartMedia app.
So, gentlemen, why don't we get started? First, I have some really good news for you all. I'm really grateful that you come on this auspicious night. It is, after all, Wednesday, and it's great to have you here. I'm really pleased because tonight Ms. Zach DeWeiser gave me some new jokes. So I don't have to keep recycling these jokes over and over again. Just wait 3 weeks and I'll tell you them again. But this is, there's actually several good jokes here. And, okay, I'll tell you one. And maybe I'll tell you the other 3 later in this lecture because they're so fun. So it goes like this. There's a very, very, well-respected rabbi who spends many years working for the benefit of the community where he lives, and he is well-respected and honored by his colleagues and so on, and he goes up to heaven, but it's known that he's very, very particular about all the mitzvot. He's very careful to observe all the mitzvot. So he goes up and he sees that they've prepared a beautiful smorgasbord with all kinds of appetizers and all kinds of, delicious little, hot dogs. I don't know, whatever hot dogs one that is. But all kinds of beautiful meat like this. And so he says, this is so wonderful. I've always imagined having something like this. And he goes up to one of the other rabbis eating there. And he says, so who's the caterer? And he says, the caterer is Masharovsky. And he says, oh, Masharovsky, very nice. Who's the mashgiach? Who's supervising the food? He says, well, this is heaven. God himself is supervising. The reb says, I think I'll stick with the fish. Okay, so that's, I have to work on the delivery there, but I think if I got a little chuckle, then there's potential for later. I hope you all had a chance to get the new flyer. It actually has not received complete approval yet. I hope that it's going to be okay, but it's a good draft at any rate. There are a couple of things that I'd like to draw to your attention. As they please distribute, or a couple of things I should draw to your attention. There's at least one typo. We're apparently giving 2 lectures simultaneously on March 19th.
Oh, that's good.
I'm not sure how I'm going to do that in one room, get my evil twin brother, but I think it should be March 19th and March 26th. We will correct it appropriately. Note, very importantly, we're going to be starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. There's been a lot of people who've asked for an earlier start time, and we'll be able to do that until March 12th, when, because of the time of Mincha Marav, it will interfere, so we're going to go back to 8:30 once the clocks have changed. The ancient period is not my personal research strength. Most of the work that I've done as a scholar, as a historian, in the early modern and the modern periods, basically from the 16th century onward. So now it should get better, because I know a little bit more about what I'm talking about starting next week, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I've tried very hard to include a lot of people that you probably have never heard about, but they're very influential, or at least exemplary of important parts of Jewish history. For example, we're going to talk on January 22nd. I'm really looking forward to talking about Sarah Bas Tovim. Did anyone here who's heard of Sarah Bas Tovim? The Weiser, you have. Excellent, of course, superior education. Sarah Bas Tovim was one of the most famous composers of women's tefillos, the so-called techinas of Eastern Europe. Beautiful prayers that were composed specifically for women, and specifically addressed, women's life cycle issues, women's domestic issues, and they provide a tremendous window into an aspect of Jewish culture that has received very little scholarly attention, with the exception of the great historian Chava Weissler, who's done an amazing job of rescuing these tefillos and presenting them to the scholarly and popular world. So I'm really looking forward to speaking about her. I'm going to speak about, God willing, the Vilna Gaon, and immediately afterwards the Alter Rebbe. So the two of them had some significant conflict, or at least their followers had some extremely vituperative words to share with one another. So I think that will be an interesting kind of combination of the two of them. To the end of the period, we'll look at Heinrich Heine, who was perhaps one of the most famous Jews of the 19th century who converted to Christianity, as he put it, to get a ticket to European culture. Because it's during that period of time, it was very difficult to maintain one's Jewish identity and still participate in the wider society, get positions in universities, conduct orchestras, all kinds of things like this. So he is exemplary of that period. But as soon as he did it, he regretted it immediately, and he spent the rest of his poetic life. He really was one of Germany's greatest poets of the 19th century. He spent a lot of time lamenting that decision, and so it speaks to the dichotomies of the trajectories of Jewish identity in the modern period. So I think over the next few weeks, we're going to have a fantastic series of lectures, and I'm really looking forward very much to engaging in them with you. One other change that's going to happen besides the timing, this semester I experimented with not having an email list, because it was a lot of work, the old constant contact that I used to have set up, and I didn't feel like I was getting really a lot of responses to it, so I dropped it this semester, and it was a terrible mistake, because I think a lot of people really rely on just a little email nudge to remind them that there is in fact a class going on. So I'm going to try this coming semester to return to an email sort of reminder format with materials, videos online and things like that. So if you would like to participate in that, and I don't have your email, please send me an email to the address that's listed at the bottom of this page. That's the website. You can sign up right there, and I'll make sure that you receive the Eventbrite notices as they go out. I think that's about it for my announcements. Any other good and welfares? No, I don't think so. So let's go on. First of all, we're grateful as always that we come bring this particular semester. Oh, Ms. Abramson. The time is 8. You're not paying attention. You believe it? She's so brilliant. I said we're start for those of you like my daughter. We're starting at 8 p.m. next week. 8 p.m. promptly. Okay. So We're grateful to the Young Israel for providing this space and providing this opportunity where we can get together and discuss history and discuss some of these turning points and turning personages in our past. And we're welcoming sponsors to help support this class, this series, which the money goes to good purposes and supports these two young students who will greet you when you come in and do the filming. Mr. Rodriguez actually has an online fan club. I received a message from Germany recently. It said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." I'm really not sure why. Maybe it wasn't a compliment. Maybe it was like, "Go away." But he said, "Go, Mr. Rodriguez." So sponsorships are certainly welcome. We're asking for $200 per lecture so that you can defray the cost and just support the synagogue for all the good they do in this community. But I'm glad that you're all here because your presence is sponsorship more than enough and gives me the kind of energy to do this week after week. Hope that you enjoy it. Okay, let us go directly, without any further ado, to our topic tonight, Nachmanides, one of the most important rabbinical minds of the High Middle Ages. He was a rabbi who originated in Spain, and towards the end of his life, when he was ready to sort of coast into a hoary old age and essentially relax in his retirement and with the students surrounding him, he was thrust into an extremely contentious debate with the church, which ultimately exiled him to Israel. But he was certainly not content to simply disappear into history, and in fact, even in his old age, he landed in Israel and completely revitalized that community in Jerusalem, which, when he arrived, only had, believe it or not, 2 permanent Jewish residents within the boundaries of the city. He created the first permanent minyan in Jerusalem in the medieval period, which is an amazing achievement, and essentially created the foundations for what is Israel today in many ways. So we're going to look at the arc of his life, which begins as a kind of a figure attempting to create compromise between 2 warring schools of Jewish thought, that of Spain and that of France. He moved through some fascinating periods of intellectual development and created a huge corpus of rabbinic literature that is still being mined today for the wealth of intellectual riches for contemporary scholars. And then, as I mentioned, in his final years, after being driven out of Spain as a result of this very contentious debate with the church, he really achieved his greatest things when he was living in the land of Israel. So that's basically the figure that we're going to look at today. His name, Nachmanides, like Maimonides, means son of Nachman. The ides is a Latin suffix meaning son of. And he's known to followers of his thought, in Hebrew in particular, as the Ramban. There's an N at the end of his name for Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to distinguish him from Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. It's not only the Ramban as opposed to the Rambam. The accent, if you want to be one of the cognoscenti and go to the yeshiva and impress all your friends there, Rambam is pronounced with the emphasis on the first syllable, Rambam, and Ramban is pronounced with the second syllable, Rambam and Ramban. That's also helpful because if you can't quite make out the N or the M difference, then it helps to hear the accent. So the Ramban was born in Girona in 1194 to a very illustrious family background. He was actually a first cousin of Rabbeinu Yonah of that city, who was very important in the Maimonidean controversy. Ironically, the Ramban was intellectually a critic of Maimonides and did not hesitate to publish a series of rather blistering critique on the Maimonidean code of Jewish law, but at the same time, when the crisis over Maimonidean writings in the 13th century erupted, he was a staunch defender of Maimonides against the attacks of his first cousin, Rabbeinu Yonah. The two of them were divided over that. But I'm jumping ahead of what I should do to talk about the life of the Ramban. We know that he headed up a yeshiva. We don't have a lot of information about the nature of that yeshiva, like what it looked like, how many students, what was the curriculum, and so on. But he has so many students who are reported in later literature that there's no doubt whatsoever that this yeshiva existed. There is some evidence to indicate that he, like many rabbis of the era, earned a living outside of his rabbinic activity as a medical doctor. But unlike Maimonides, have like an extensive literature of writing from the Ramban on various medical topics. But basically, he crafted much of his early life as a rabbinic leader, as a community leader, and as a teacher of Torah. And his Torah can be understood in several different avenues of Jewish thought. And in many ways, he was very creative and actually was the originator of several key disciplines or sub-disciplines within Jewish thought. First of all, he was a halachist. He spent a tremendous amount of energy. We have multiple works in which he writes or codifies Jewish law. We should understand where he is placed within the development of Jewish law. Maybe I'll pause and step back for a second to discuss. I literally stepped back when I said that. That was kind of funny. It was funny to me anyway. But like most of the things I say, the halacha, Jewish law, is an interesting kind of phenomenon. There's a big debate that's currently raging in Mosaic magazine, if you read the online magazine, about whether or not whether Jewish law is primarily statutory in nature or common in nature. I'm not a legal expert, but what I understand that to mean is statutory laws are basically like, this is exactly how you behave, and there's not much else to say about it. Whereas common law is sort of like taking a look at what people do and then developing that into legal precedents. And the two systems of law sort of communicate with each other. You'll have statements of this is how you behave, but then rabbis will say, well, we don't do it that way over here. We have a different custom. And so the statutory law will get a super commentary that says, well, that may be what the Sephardim do, but we Ashkenazim do something different. And then you'll get into a different part of the world where people say, we don't believe actually in either of those. And so the statutory, we have Rick Moore. He knows about these things, right? So do you want to comment on, am I defining these roughly correctly?
Well, it's difficult in a legal analysis. That usually has to do with things, common laws developed in England, but it really doesn't assist right here.
Okay, good. So I'm going to stipulate for the court that I know nothing about these things. Read the Mosaic magazine, you'll see where that debate is going. But in terms of the evolution of Jewish law, I can say a little bit about that with some authority, that, for the majority of Jewish legal history, as we have in textual sources, we have the Mishnah, which we discussed long ago I believe in early October or September. The Mishnah is basically a whole bunch of statements of opinions of various rabbis with very rare examples of a decision between those opinions. You'll have a question about a given topic or behavior. Rabbi X will say one thing, Rabbi Y will say another thing, and maybe Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then if you're in Canada, you'll say Rabbi Z will say a third thing, and then they'll move on to the next topic without actually deciding. And you read the Mishnah and say, well, what kind of a law is this? Where's the law? All I see is opinions. Then you move on to the Talmud. The Talmud expands this tremendously with a lot of debate, again, without saying what's the bottom line, what is the conclusion. And this debate, and engaging this debate, is considered a religious act in Judaism. The study is itself a form of prayer, a form of intellectual development, a form of self-refinement, even if you don't get to the bottom line. In fact, many yeshivas never spend time getting to the bottom line. They spend time just following the debate. So this is fascinating, and it's all well and good in terms of intellectual exercises, but at the end of the day, someone has to say, is the chicken kosher or not? Are these couple, are they allowed to marry or not? What's the decision? So at some point, this Talmudic debate is transformed into a halacha, which means the way, which is transformed into some kind of statutory law. This is the law, they can marry, the chicken is not kosher, that kind of thing. The way that these codes of laws were formed, right? The transference from the debate of the Talmud into a list of rules is something that took several hundred years to compile. And it began really in North Africa and in Spain about 100 years before the Ramban. And at that time, there were, in particular, the Alfasi, or the Rif, as he's known. What he did was he essentially took the Talmud and he edited out all of the debate as much as possible that did not deal directly with halacha, and he left you with a much smaller version of the Talmud, which was designed to sort of refine your reading of it towards the law. He did not state the bottom line, this is the law, but he's okay, just ignore all that other stuff and concentrate on the law. Ironically, this would be repeated in reverse by another scholar, Yosef ibn Habib, who wrote the Ein Yaakov, in which he said, you know what, the Talmudic law is very interesting, but I love all that other stuff that you ignored. And so he created a separate Talmud called the Ein Yaakov, which is all the legendary material, the philosophical material, the recipes, the biographies, all that stuff was in a separate book. Very fascinating reading. So this is not actually a law code yet. And it took figures like Maimonides to say, all right, let's sort this all out and let's organize it by topics rather than by discussions. And we'll break everything up and we'll have no problem taking laws which are mentioned in one part of the Talmud and we'll gather something discussed in another part of the Talmud and create a logical code. The most famous of them was his Mishnah Torah, his repetition of Torah, as we discussed in this class several weeks ago. When he came out with this code, and there were a few contemporaries who were also coming out with similar things on a much smaller scale, naturally there was a tremendous amount of debate, because all of a sudden, all of this discussion that was open-ended, that people could engage in, it was kind of like open source code for software. All of a sudden, it was being kind of like hammered into one particular form. It was like Microsoft or Apple. Linux was not on the scene then. People couldn't just go in and muck around with the code they wanted to. So there's a tremendous amount of debate. And in this area, there were two major schools of thought about what to do with this process. Spain loved the direction that Maimonides had taken, the formation of legal codes, and they spent a tremendous amount of time reinforcing them and adhering to them, because Spain was very, orthopractic, very interested in saying, what is the law? Moving towards the law, even if it meant spending less time in the Talmud and more time in the codes. In France, on the other hand, they were very upset with this, and they felt that, you're ignoring the sources of the Talmud, and people, if they just go to the laws, they'll never know how we got there. They'll never, experience the thrill of debate. They'll never experience the mental purification process that goes through the back and forth. And so the schools in France were very upset about Maimonides, and in fact, as we discussed earlier, in 1232, they succeeded in having the church burn Maimonides' works. That's how extreme the tension was between the French and the Spanish scholars. So what Maimonides, or the Ramban, represents is he had a broad enough intellect that he could see the value of both schools. And he attempted, with moderate success, to create a synthesis that engages in the study of Talmud for its own sake, but at the same time tries to arrive at a conclusion in the end. This school was ultimately developed much further by the Tosafists, who did this, who also realized that the pure study of the Talmud was of great value, but at the end of the day, we really have to understand how to behave. And so they also drove some of their argument, not quite as much as Nachmanides, towards a final conclusion. This is the kind of work that Nachmanides did, primarily within the halakhic realm, and truth be told, this sort of combination of theory and practice formed the foundation of the next 800 years of Talmudic and legal study in Judaism. So he's an extremely influential figure in bringing together these two very different approaches to Torah. Yes, Oh, excellent. Well, he wrote actually several books. His collected works today or published. Well, they were, it wasn't until the 20th century that all of them were actually published. Many of them remained in incunabula or in manuscript versions of the 20th century. But the critical edition that circulates today is 4 very thick, double-column volumes on a whole host of topics. In this particular area, he was mainly writing commentaries on Talmud and standalone works that dealt with specific subjects. For example, wrote a fantastic book on death called Torah Ta'adam, which deals with the practical and the philosophical implications of death in Judaism. Very, very profound ideas. He wrote quite a bit of Kabbalistic commentaries scattered throughout his works, but only one actual solely standalone work of Kabbalah. And he wrote significant commentaries following the Talmudic texts. So all of these things contribute towards his reputation as an original thinker. But the most famous, without doubt, if you have heard of the Ramban, probably 9 out of 10 you've heard of him because of his brilliant commentary on the Torah, which occupies in that 4-volume set that I mentioned earlier. It's 2 full volumes, so these dense little double-column pages with the footnotes at the bottom. And certainly, his commentary earns pride of place only behind Rashi himself. Of all the commentaries that we preserve of the Torah, it's certainly Ramban. And in fact, that's, with the exception perhaps of the Aramaic translation of Onkelos, which is studied for other reasons, if one masters Rashi, the next logical step is Ramban. It has been very ably translated into English a couple of times, and there's a fairly new edition that I have a feeling Rick Moore is going to get out of the library right now that has met with tremendous popular appeal, and I highly recommend it to you. The difference, the major creative difference of Nachmanides' commentary on the Torah is so obvious to us now that when I tell you, you'll kind of be saying like, Vos epis, I'm here to hear this is obvious, but in fact it was not obvious at the time. Rashi's commentary, the main purpose of Rashi is to bring together the written Torah with the oral Torah. In other words, here we are reading the written Torah, opaque passages, a lot of difficult passages, and we have, thank you very much.
You just 204, I think.
This is my lovely assistant, Rick Moore. Let's have thanks. Okay, this is the new translation published by Art Scroll. The translator is, I should see who translated it, Rabbi Yaakov Blinder, or Blinder. Not sure how to, it's either Blinder or Blinder. I apologize, Rabbi. But this is a very well received translation, and you can see it's got the Hebrew original and the Aramaic translation of Onkelos. It's got Rashi's commentary, which is often very relevant to the commentary of the Ramban himself, because the Ramban will often polemicize with Rashi. He'll often take issue with Rashi. But to discuss what is the point of the Ramban's commentary, Rashi's main point is he wants to show the unity of the written Torah and the oral Torah, because that's a very basic idea of Judaism that, we have these 2 Torahs, which are rather different in meaning, and Rashi brilliantly and concisely anthologizes the oral Torah and provides it as a running commentary to the written Torah. So you really get with Rashi sort of like the distilled wine of both of these Torahs. The Ramban isn't trying to do that at all. Rashi has achieved that, and here it is, 100-odd years later, and the Ramban says, well, let's ask some things. Let's synthesize this. Let us challenge the meaning of this. Like he will, for example, it's almost a taboo topic today. Some very big rabbis have gotten into a lot of trouble for psychologically analyzing great biblical figures. I will, on occasion, take them to task. Our forefather Abraham, for example, erred when he tried to pass Sarah off as his sister rather than his wife, which is a rather courageous thing to say. I would be scared to say it, except I'm quoting Ramban. I can get away with it in our society today. So he really is much more of we would consider him a modern commentator, because he's not just trying to hold our hand through the text. he's having essentially small essays on major themes in the Torah. So it's a brilliant, fascinating commentary which takes us to a much deeper philosophical analysis of the text than Rashi did. Rashi is essentially just trying to marry the written Torah to the oral Torah, so we get a holistic approach to it. The Ramban will say, I don't understand why this is so, and he'll opine various, approaches to the text, and really provides a much more engaging and fascinating approach to it. His style is quite different from Rashi or from commentaries of his era, whereas Rashi's comments are famous for their brevity. That they say in yeshiva, used to say, beware of a long Rashi or a short Tosfos. Right? Because if Rashi spends a long time explaining something, it means it's a lot of difficulty. And Tosfos, on the other hand, is normally verbose. So if Tosfos is short, it's going to be a real hard nut to crack. The Ramban tends to be like Tosfos in the sense of being, takes up much more space, much more loquacious. Not to the point of tedium, God forbid, but he will, really discuss an idea to its fullest. Whereas Rashi will only offer little, hints and nuggets at deeper psychological and philosophical interests. Yes, Daniel.
Was this conversation in Spanish or?
No, Hebrew. Absolutely, rabbinic Hebrew. On a couple of occasions, the Ramban wrote in Aramaic, and I'm going to discuss those. It's kind of interesting. There's also quite a bit of Kabbalistic references scattered throughout the text, which this is just around the time when Kabbalah is beginning to sort of emerge as a dominant trend, particularly in Spanish Jewish thought. And although the Ramban wrote very little that was explicitly dedicated to Kabbalah, there's no question that it influenced quite a bit of his writing. There are all kinds of passages here and there that are sort of mystical and opaque, and analysis of the Ramban's writings in Kabbalah really created a major engine of interest and activity for medieval Jews. Okay. As I mentioned a little earlier, when he got caught up in the Maimonidean controversy, which was not only over Maimonides' attempt to codify the law in the Mishnah Torah, it was also based in Maimonides' rationalist approach. Maimonides was the uber-rationalist of Jewish history, and even Nachmanides had difficulty with it at many times. Like, for example, when what passage was it? I think it was when the angels appeared to Abraham. Oh, I've forgotten what passage it was. The talking donkey. Yes, that's one of the more difficult passages. I don't recall what the Rambam Maimonides writes on that, but one passage I remember offhand, but I don't think this is one that Nachmanides responded to. If you read the book of Samuel 1, Shmuel Aleph, chapter 28, there's a very difficult passage where Shaul, the king, worried about his fate in the war with the Philistines. There was going to be a big battle the next day. He went to the witch of Endor, and he had already banished the witches from Israel, but apparently this was one witch, escaped by getting under the radar. And it's very clear when you read the text, it's straightforward. He convinces the witch to bring back the prophet Samuel from the dead, kind of like a seance. And then, Samuel comes back. It's actually got a kind of a funny aspect to it. Saul says to him, oh, Samuel. And Samuel says, why are you bothering me to come all the way back from the land of the dead? Tomorrow you can talk to me in person. You're going to die. But, so majority of biblical commentators take it at face value. That, there's this witch, and she has this power of bringing back the dead. There's a whole complication. You can see, but you can't hear. You can hear, can't see. But the Ramban, Maimonides says, not at all. It was smoke and mirrors. This was all a charade that was designed. She took advantage of Shaul's, distraught mental state, and this is just the way she made her living. There's no such thing as bringing people back from the dead to talk and things like that. but the majority of commentators disagree with Maimonides, and they feel he's being excessively rationalist. So one of the major critiques of Maimonides is that he was overly influenced by Aristotelian philosophy, and even though Nachmanides was a Kabbalist, and the mystics tend to be quite divorced from the rationalists, even though he himself was a Kabbalist, he felt constrained to defend Maimonides and his way of thinking. Nevertheless, his attempt to find a pshara, a compromise between the rationalists and the Kabbalists was unsuccessful. He was able to bring about an intellectual compromise between France and Spain, perhaps in the way we study Talmud, but he could not diffuse the debate over Maimonides, and sadly, the latter's works were destroyed in fire in the Louvre. Now, so moving on towards one of the more dramatic periods in Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263. Was it only last week we talked about Nicholas Donin? It was last week, right? So one of the 13th century was overall not a good time for Jews in Europe. It was a period when the church was ascendant, temporal powers were losing their authority, and in general, during this kind of triumphalist ecclesiastical period, Jews fared poorly as the church attempted to highly regulate their behavior and to segregate them in certain segments of society. It's not that the kings were great friends of the Jews, but one of the things that kept the Jews in the good favor of the kings and had the kings really defend them was something that, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this class. It's the Abramson rule of history. No? How about Ms. Abramson? What is the Abramson rule of history, Ms. Abramson? Money, absolutely. Thank you so much. That's the one takeaway message I hope my undergraduates get. It's amazing how long I've repeated over and over again. Maybe it's something about being 20 that you just can't think about those things. But at any rate, the Jews occupied a very interesting niche in the economic system of High Middle Ages Europe. It was a corporate structure or a feudal structure in which the Jews had a status called Servi Kamarai, which means the servants of the royal chamber. And just in a nutshell, maybe in another lecture we'll expand on this, but basically the Jews occupied a certain status in the economic structure of what was basically a barter society, where they were one of the few groups that actually dealt in precious metals, in coinage. And this was through petty money lending, it was through small-time commerce, sometimes larger commerce. And so that meant that they generated a lot of cash money, as opposed to chickens and pillowcases and fields of wheat. They actually had ready cash, much more than most elements of society, because of that particular niche. So what the kings did in medieval Europe is they said that the Jews will be taxed directly by the royal chamber. That's what that Servi Kamarai means, is that they are servants of the royal chamber directly. Have, like Shlomi and Yitzhak and Rivka and Shpritza and Seitel were living in a little shtetl, and they're living in a shack essentially, but they are actually direct subjects of the king. They are not subjects of the local duke or baron or the lord. They actually report directly to the king. Not that they would ever see the king, but their money would. So the Jews, on the one hand, did not necessarily have a very high lifestyle, but the fact that they lived in urban areas and worked in industries that generated cash meant that they could generate also a lot of tax revenue for the king. And the king, in return for that tax revenue, protected the Jews. Hence the phrase, the king's Jew may have heard of, which is kind of funny. We have at the college, we have an excellent librarian, really one of the best librarians I've ever worked with. She's Cuban and not Jewish. And all her friends ask, how are your Jews doing? All of us at the college are her Jews. So, I find that amusing. But at any rate, let's tell another joke. That one's here we go. So Here we go. There's this old rabbi is walking out of shul one day, and a gust of wind comes and blows his hat off his head and across a busy street. So the elderly rabbi, he can't quite, cross the street, but across the street, there's a young man who sees this happening, and so he goes out and he gets the hat and he returns it to the rabbi. And he gives it to him. The rabbi says, "Bless you, my son." So this guy, he says, "Wow, I've been blessed by the rabbi. It must be my lucky day." So what he does is he goes to the racetrack and he's looking at the name horses and he sees that there's a hat named Cap. So he says, "Cap, maybe that's a sign. I rescued the rabbi's hat. I'm going to bid on Cap." And sure enough, Cap comes in first. He makes a lot of money. And he says, "Wow, this is great." He looks at the next race and he sees there is another horse whose name is Top Hat. Top Hat, wow, this is great. Puts all the money on Top Hat. Top Hat comes in first. And it goes on and on all day with all these kinds of hat metaphors. Finally, he comes home at the end of the day. He's all depressed, and his wife says, "What happened?" And he tells her the whole story, and she says, "Well, what happened? I mean, where's the money?" He says, "Well, at the very last race, I bid on a horse called Chateau." And she said, "You idiot! You're thinking of chapeau in French. Chapeau is hat." He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It was some Japanese horse called Yamaka that won in the end." Thank you, Mr. Weiser. That's good. Okay, that's it. I only have like 3 jokes left now. That's here. Okay. Anyways, yes, serving right. So you've got this period in the 13th century. The church is ascendant. The church is not benefiting from these tax resources, and so as they get more powerful, various reasons that are beyond our scope here, they pressure the kings and say, "What are you doing, allowing the Jews to prosper like this? I mean, we know what you're doing. You're getting tax revenue, but this is not right. You have to keep them down lower. They have to have a subservient state, because how does it look that those who reject Jesus, they should be in such a high level in our society? How appropriate on Wednesday we should be discussing this." So what happens is, as the kings lose kind of power and traction vis-a-vis the church, the Jews tend to do poorly. This is a phenomenon that stretches through much of the 13th century in particular. And one of the expressions of this was the so-called disputation, where churchmen, for various reasons, we saw Nicholas Donan last week, would sponsor a forced debate between representatives of Judaism and representatives of the church. And these debates would often be held in churches with an audience of dignitaries and nobles, and the Jews would be expected to, put forth an argument for Judaism, which would then be thoroughly trounced by their Christian interlocutors, and then everyone would go home at the end of the day saying, "Wow, this is great. We have this amazing religion. Those Jews are so obstinate. Look, how can they keep believing this stuff?" That was the way the thing was supposed to go. Typically, the debater on the Christian side would be a convert from Judaism to Christianity, who had some knowledge of Jewish texts and so forth. So, in the case of Nachmanides, it was a man who took the name Pablo Cristiani. To his dismay, however, when they called for this disputation, they demanded the leader of the Jewish community to represent Judaism, and it was none other than Nachmanides, who was really the kind of mind that only comes along once every 1,000 years, debating against some Shlomazel, and it was a rout. It was a terrible rout, and it was extremely embarrassing for the church. But when he was invited to this disputation, Ms. Abramson, a brilliant question. Excellent question. What my brilliant daughter is alluding to is a halakha that is. I'm not faskening halakha, especially not in the shul where the Rav is the posek, but there is a large body of traditional religious thought that argues that Jews are not allowed to go into a church or into a mosque although there's a lot to say about both. The main idea behind that, in my humble opinion, is what's called marit ayin, meaning what will people think? It's the seeing of the eye. It's not appropriate for a Jew like me, let's say, for example, dressed like this, wearing a tie, to walk into a church. That's a joke. I'm not this church. Because then people say, oh, look at that. What's going on with Hillel Abrams? He's going to a church. So marit ayin does not apply when people know why you're going into a church. You're not going into the purpose of worship. So, like, let's say, for example, it happens sometimes because churches are large, open public spaces. They're sometimes purchased by synagogues or by yeshivas. So, the rabbis are allowed to go in and check out the space to see if it's, if it says big for sale sign out front, no one's thinking it's marit ayin. So in this case, I would humbly tender that he's certainly allowed to go in because everybody knows he's forced to go in there to participate in this debate. Very subtle question. And she's going to Israel in September, where she will become even greater and become a leader of the Jewish people. God willing. Okay. So anyways, Nachmanides, before he participated, he insisted successfully that he said, okay, if you want me to participate in this debate, one basic rule, I have to be allowed to say whatever I want. If you can't make me go into this debate and tie my hands behind my back. I have to be able to muster an argument you ask for. So the church agreed to this, and in the summer of 1263, they had 4 dates for the debate in that summer, and Nachmanides came out with just absolutely destroying his opponent. The results were interesting. We do have 2 accounts of the debate. We have the Christian account written in Latin by Pablo de Cristiani, in which, of course, as you probably figured out by now, the church wins. Because how can you sponsor a debate like this for the whole point of diminishing Judaism and have the church do poorly? So the church, the judges, who are all clergymen, decide, yes, Christianity wins. But we also have Maimonides' account, which has become a classic of medieval literature. It's called the Sefer HaVikuach, the book of the debate, which is about 25 pages long in Hebrew, and it's published in the collected editions. Reading the Christian side, it looks like the Christians win. Reading the Jewish side, it looks like Nachmanides wins. But when you look at a few other, external factors, it seems pretty clear that Nachmanides was the winner. First of all, ended the debate early. That is too much already. Enough. And even though they pronounced the church the winner, Pablo de Cristiani the winner, the king gave Nachmanides the bonus money of 300 gold coins. Normally you give the bonus money to the winner, but the king obviously enjoyed himself thoroughly. And Nachmanides was then invited to visit the palace to meet privately with the king. We don't know exactly what the content of their conversations were, but obviously the king was well taken with Nachmanides. And if that wasn't enough, the church demanded that they banish Nachmanides forever, because he's just dynamite. You can't have this guy around. It makes us look bad. And unfortunately, that's ultimately what happened. Reading the accounts of the debate is quite fascinating, but I'm not going to go into that right now. The Dominicans wanted Nachmanides to stand trial for blasphemy. And you recall that he had said, listen, if you want me to really participate in this, you got to let me say whatever I want. And in fact, he did speak his mind. So when they threatened to place him on trial, it seemed that the only way that he could survive this is if he accepted to be banished. The Dominicans went over the head of the king. They went to the Pope to try and get the Pope to support them, and that's when Nachmanides realized that he was lost. And he fled Spain for Eretz Israel. He was already at this point, I believe, in his mid-70s. So he's really towards the end of his academic, intellectual, rabbinic career, and yet it is this point that in many ways he achieved his greatest successes. Just one point about it, though, that really should be discussed. Nachmanides employed an extremely subtle and brilliant and elegantly simple technique to diffuse one of the strongest attacks on the Talmud. And you recall from Nicholas Donan's discussion last week that if this ended badly, that, tens of thousands of precious manuscripts could be destroyed if Nachmanides doesn't hold his own. So one of the biggest charges, and Publicanist Christianity was actually much better prepared than Nicholas Donin, was that the Talmud blasphemes Jesus, and specifically says some terrible things about Jesus' personage, about his parentage, about his character, all kinds of things that, according to the internal rules of this debate, were unforgivable sins. And Nachmanides' defense was very simple. He said, that Jesus? Oh, no, that's not the Jesus that you guys worship. That's another guy named Jesus. And he consistently maintained that, it's not an uncommon name, Yoshua, right? Joshua. He consistently maintained that, because we do have a character named Yoshua that had a rabbi named Rabbi Yoshua ben Prachias. His teacher was also named Yeshua ben Prachias, and the timing doesn't work. The Jesus of the Talmud could easily be an entirely different person. It's unlikely. Chances are, when the Talmud says negative things about Jesus, they mean the Christian Jesus. Once again, since it's Wednesday, it's totally appropriate for us to be discussing this. But Nachmanides, whenever Pablo de Christiani came out with a criticism, said, look at what it says over here about Jesus, that's a totally different Jesus. That's not talking about your Jesus at all. And so de Christiani was defenseless against that argument, because it could not be said to be blasphemous if it wasn't speaking about the same person at all. And so Yiddish Cup, absolutely. He completely deflected the worst criticisms, and the debate had to, ground to a halt whenever the Christianity really thought he had the best arguments to marshal against the Talmud. At this time, most likely, he wrote the Igeret HaRamban, a very, very beautiful and moving letter, which, is worth actually, I wonder if we have it in a prayer book. It's very powerful. Elisa, didn't we study this when we were, I studied with my eldest daughter, Rafaela, before her bat mitzvah. We studied in depth the Ramban for this particular letter for about 6 weeks. Here it is, page 994. If you all just open up your prayer books, page 994, please rise. So that was funny. Where is it? So let me read it to you, because it is really, it's a beautiful piece of rabbinic writing. He wrote this to his family when he was forced to leave Spain, and it's essentially a letter to his son about how he wants him to behave for the rest of his life. It's part of a long tradition of what's called the tzavah in Jewish literature, or the will, the ethical will. It's a document written not saying who gets my stocks and who gets the cars and who gets the house. It's a document that says, this is how I want you to lead your life. As it happens, my wife and I have a custom that we write one of these every year before Yom Kippur and give it to each of our children individually, because you never know what could happen in that year. All right, let me read a little bit of this to you, okay? I'll read it to you in English. Heed, my son, the discipline of your father, and do not forsake the guidance of others. Accustom yourself to speak gently to all people at all times. This will protect you from anger, a most serious character flaw which causes one to sin. Our rabbis taught whoever flares up in anger is subject to the discipline of Gehenna, hell. Banish anger from your heart and remove evil from your flesh. The mention here refers to Gehenna, as it is written, and the wicked are destined for the day of evil. Once you have distanced yourself from anger, the quality of humility will enter your hearts. This sterling quality is the finest of all admirable traits, and the scripture writes, of humility comes the fear of Hashem. Through humility, the fear of God will intensify in your heart, for you will always be aware from where you have come and to where you are destined to go. You will realize that in life you are as frail as the maggot or the worm, all the more so in death. It is this sense of humility which reminds you of the one before whom you will be called for judgment, the King of glory. Of him it is written, behold, Heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, surely not the hearts of men. Furthermore, it is written, do I not fill heaven and earth, says Hashem? After you give serious thought to these ideas, you will stand in awe of your Creator and will be guarded against sin. Once you have acquired these fine qualities, you will indeed be happy with your lot. When your actions display genuine humility, when you stand meekly before man and fearfully before God, when you stand wary of sin, then the Spirit of God's presence will rest upon you, as will the splendor of His glory. You will live the life of the world to come. And now, my son, understand clearly that one who is prideful in his heart towards other men rebels against the sovereignty of Hashem, for he glorifies himself in God's own robes. For it is written, Hashem reigns, He dons the mantle of grandeur. For indeed, of what should man be proud? If he has wealth, it is Hashem who makes one poor or prosperous. And if honor, does honor not belong? As it is written, wealth and honor come from you. How can one glorify himself with the honor of his maker? If he takes pride in wisdom, let him understand that God may remove the speech of the most competent and take away the wisdom of the aged. Thus all men stand as equals before the Creator. In his fury he casts down the lofty, in his goodwill he elevates the downtrodden. Therefore humble yourself, for Hashem will lift you up. Thus I shall explain to you how you may accustom yourself to the quality of humility, to walk with it always. Let your words be spoken gently, let your head be bowed. Cast your eyes downward and your heart heavenward. And when speaking, do not stare at your listener. Let all men seem greater than you in your eyes. If another is wiser or wealthier than yourself, you must show him respect. And if he is poor and you are richer or wiser than he, consider that he may be more righteous than yourself. If he sins, it is the result of error, while your transgression is deliberate. In all your words, actions, and thoughts, at all times, imagine in your heart that you are standing in the presence of the Holy One, blessed be He, and that His presence rests upon you. Indeed, the glory of Hashem fills the universe. Speak with reverence and awe, like a servant who stands in the presence of his master. Act with restraint in the company of others. If one should call out to you, do not answer with a loud voice, but respond gently, in low tones, as one who stands before his mentor. Take care to always study Torah diligently, so that you'll be able to fulfill its commands. When you rise from study, ponder carefully what you have learned. See what there is in it, which you can put into practice. Review your actions every morning and evening, and in this way live all your days in repentance. Cast external matters from your mind when you stand to pray. Carefully prepare your heart in the presence of the Holy One. Purify your thoughts and ponder your words before you utter them. Almost done. Conduct yourself in these ways in all your endeavors for as long as you may live. In this way you will surely avoid transgression. Your words, actions, and thoughts will be flawless. Your prayer will be pure and clear, sincere and pleasing to God. Blessed is he, as is written, when you prepare their heart to concentrate, you are attentive to their prayers. Read this letter once a week, he concludes, and neglect none of this. Fulfill it, and in so doing, walk with forever in the ways of Hashem, may you be blessed, so that you may succeed in your ways and merit the world to come that lies hidden for the righteous. Every day that you shall read this letter, Hashem shall answer your heart's prayers. Amen. Selah. So that's why it's printed in the prayer book, is because many people do have the custom of reading it every single day. Others have the custom of reading it every week. Others have the custom of reading it whenever they give a lecture on Nachmanides. But it's a beautiful exhortation for ethical behavior, and I think you get a sense of his personality coming through. That even though he's a man who was the leader of his community, very well published, a man capable of aggressive debate, not fearful of power, and enduring great, punishment. Nevertheless, the letter is all about being humble. So I don't know. I think his last name was Edes, but that's about all I know. That was a joke, not money. Okay, we'll take that out of the internet. Let's go on. He arrived in Israel in the year 1267. He found very few Jews in Jerusalem, and in fact, he writes there are only 2 permanent residents in the Holy City, 2 permanent Jewish residents. That when they wanted to make a minyan for Shabbos, they actually had to bring in Jews living in the surrounding countryside. Israel at that time had been devastated by the roving Tatar hordes that had made their way into it, and Nachmanides, as an older gentleman, came to this devastated Jewish community, and rather than simply giving up and saying, "Oy vey is mir," he started to build. The very first thing is he established a synagogue, and he made sure that there was a permanent minyan in Jerusalem again. Got the building himself, and it still is in place today in Jerusalem. His legacy is, and of course, around Nachmanides, around this great scholar. If you can imagine, Lahavdil, this is the Einstein of Torah. Even that is a very vague kind of comparison. This is one of the greatest minds coming to this. Even though Jerusalem, it was a rural backwater of Judaism, and just by the force of his personality and his intellect, creating a community around it and planting the seeds for a much larger community to come. So when we think about the legacy of Nachmanides, we can reflect on the tremendous literary achievements, his great work as a synthesizer of the Spanish and French approaches to Torah, his incredibly powerful and enduring Torah commentary, and towards the end of his life, the brilliant way he handled the disputation, followed by the reconstruction, his greatest achievement, of the Jewish community in Jerusalem. So with that, I'm going to formally conclude, and I thank you very much for your attention. Please recall next week we'll be at 8 p.m. sharp. Thank you once again.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Teachers Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock your classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
You can't be stopped with unstoppable fun.
Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is going to be the golden age of Spanish Jewry and whether it's important, fascinating, and unusual is in medieval Jewry. What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically. And that'll wrap it up for today. It's not going to be a very long lecture, although if we look in detail at many of the specific individuals that I'll mention only in passing, there's a lot more to say. So first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangular culture. There are three main populations, actually more than three, but three big ones that we're going to be concerned with, specifically Christians, Muslims, and Jews. This is very different from what you'll find in Europe, which you basically have Christians and a small Jewish population, or in North Africa, where you'll have Muslims and a small Jewish population. The same basically holds true for the Middle East, where you'll have Muslims and a small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations, I don't want to overgeneralize, but this is especially the most important thing about Spanish Jewish history, is that the Jews were in a situation where they, although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided into three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that Jews had a lot more that they could use for their own advantage, which in many cases they actually did, and rose to tremendous heights in Spanish Jewish culture. Let's have a look at the quick history of Spain. First of all, when we enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, Spain is dominated by the Visigoths, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholics. They had a flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a slightly different theological variant of it. Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium on. We have archaeological evidence of their existence there, but things generally deteriorated over the first 7 centuries of the Common Era as the Visigothic kingdom became, surprisingly, more and more anti-Semitic. And in fact, many of the strongest degrees leveled against Jews of forced baptism and so on really come out of the Visigothic era, when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable and increasingly so by the time you get to the early 8th century. At that point, in the year 711, which is an easy year to remember, the Muslims begin to cross into Spain from the south. You recall from the previous lecture that Islam spreads rapidly through the 7th century. It goes all the way across the coast of North Africa really quickly, and then in the early 8th century, it makes its way into Spain. For the Jews who had been suffering tremendously under the Visigothic rule, the advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim advance. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian Peninsula, which is today Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized, and there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Spanish Jewry. We'll return to that. However, this is fairly short-lived with the scope of larger history because the Christians begin to reconquer the Iberian Peninsula. This is a period known as the Reconquista, the reconquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides out of Spain, for example, around this time period. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century to the 15th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims are driven out. Now that's Muslim power. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangular culture perpetrated throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, and Muslims. There are also other populations like Berbers, but we're really going to focus on those three main nationalities or ethnicities present in Spain. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, the Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal. And as you can see in this map, they end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel and to Greece and places like that. Many of them go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World. That would be obviously the subject of later lectures. But that's, in a nutshell, the very quick history of the Jews in Spain. You'll recall, first it was Visigothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, the Christians start pushing their way downward, and the Golden Age continues for a little bit, but certainly by 1200 it's over, and by 1492 the Jews are actually expelled from an all-Christian Spain, and shortly thereafter from an all-Christian Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this Golden Age of Spanish Jewry. Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background, but ultimately was a baptized Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosfot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Chasdai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanakid, or Samuel ibn Agrella, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary on the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. For over a decade, he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why, well, I shouldn't say this may be, this really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which would represent a kind of return to this idea. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that we'll explore, of course, in History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time you get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking with you more in the next lecture.
The most absurd death I've ever heard.
Sound? Any sense of sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later. Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. It starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that. Well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift. And I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hand the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students in Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking like 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is a joke I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So the person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation. And he sits down and, on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know, how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation is $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am, again." I think he said it in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay, so tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Chasdai ibn Shaprut, Shmuel ibn Agrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who were at the same time well-learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Agrela, one of the, at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, simultaneously, the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel. I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel, if you know what I'm talking about, right, with Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abrabanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book: "The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest." So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man, and in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can give justice to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Okay. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with 3 large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. Whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christian and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain, and so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either the Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority. That changes all of the dynamic that's in. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later, because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal. We're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine, and so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, you might say, or had to leave Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of the Muslim.
Right. The golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
And exactly, they had tremendous amounts of, well, I don't know if it's say so much, but influence in what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it said Don. There we go, Don.
Yeah.
Isaac. Was he knighted? Because that means sir.
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that had a common ancestor. No. Okay, joking. All right. His family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the... Oh, question.
Wasn't Spain divided into Aragon and Castile?
Yes. You've got... They're both Christian-dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abravano got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa. And it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravano's birth. And it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula. And you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville. Again, because of the proximity of Muslims, I will speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly, but there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region. This had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps might want to even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their account books rather than with their backs that leads to that. Not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, and perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits with this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. And his grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abravanel studied politics here of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the the preservation of wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abravanel family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek, and as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase, and in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree, next to Judah, in parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla. Was that his grandfather?
When he was converted, they take Christian names.
Exactly.
Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His wife we know only as Mrs. Abravanel. But we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons, who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in the literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abravanel very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Abravanel was long-winded in his thoughts. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it. So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu. He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made, and he had a tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his early work was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem the Jews had, was that a new Pharaoh came up, a new Pharaoh, who knew not Joseph, right? Rav says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same king. And this new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. So how? Okay, so, but it would be, in this region, would you say it with the H or with the J? Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. Don't cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down. We drove supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south off I-95, and we were on US 1, when finally we said, we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around, but my wife said, no, we have to ask for directions. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on, this was, I think, before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone, and I got on the payphone, and I called a real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US what? And I said, what? She says, US what? And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews One. What kind of street is that? Jews One. But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called the House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted and respected officials in the court to being persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment, where he would have been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his promise at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. they sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. If you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devarim, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal house of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, speaks to this influence of political experience. Also notes the wide exposure that Abarbanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? Let me just see. He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry. He fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court. And he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later expel Jews from Spain, advising them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point, and then moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. They said, we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in our treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are, a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have, a large, let's say, peasant or serf population, and the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. Ultimately, that's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I had another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember, Shimon Dubno, historian, will speak about him later on in the series, he referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, I put too much pressure on my peasantry, I'm extremely unpopular right now, or also quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money, you kick them out again, and so on. This is...
The Jewish community, let's say it like this, work perfectly for the Jewish needs. They were in the time that they were created, they had community service for everybody that helped in that moment also. So it was also divided by that fine line, how much can I pull the strings, but in the same time protected by what the government needed, and we were also protected as a community.
It provided for the insular nature of Jewish society, because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Absolutely. Please.
There's been a little history of this expulsion of Jews, a temporary uplift in the economic conditions as they confiscate all of the possessions.
Correct.
Then, of course, the economy begins to dip because they lose the contribution.
Right. There's a one-time bonus.
With the expulsion of York. It's a long history of this, and then inviting them back. So it wasn't just limited to Spain.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please, Esteban.
The last one here. His role was grantor of the farm, or he was the grantee of the farm?
He was the grantee. He was a tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect as much. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Marranos, those Jews who had sometime prior, perhaps after the 91 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians, because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude that you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminated against these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos, or crypto-Jews, were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards, for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside thinks we're Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto-Jews that are still detected in the American Southwest, even well into the early 20th century. Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century? It goes right up to the 21st century even then. It's like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity, but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews, technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. As long as we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we don't have to worry about it. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on. Please.
Now these crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. And so the business people were very resentful of them. They could practice all of the trades, and at the same time, still not be fully Christian in their mind. And as a matter of fact, I think that the Jewish communities were actually very supportive of at the beginning of the Inquisition, because I felt these are people who betrayed us, and let them be punished.
Yeah, and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, you're right. Well, Stephen, you remember all my jokes. Do you mind if I tell it again? Okay, the joke goes like this. So, for those of you who are younger, that up until it was Mr. Schwartz in the original. Okay, no, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until really. It's ancient history for most of you, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you were Gentile clientele. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but They were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous, and hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings, and I really think that I belong in your crowd here in the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because, we're a very exclusive club and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He says, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door. And Cohen says to him, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid. Listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather was also a Presbyterian. Okay. All right. So let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario. The Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some distinct warning signs, the edict of expulsion comes completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, these things... They're like individual sorts of occasions, and we shouldn't connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for 100 years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically it's a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy. The Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We'll give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our worst mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Shtadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law, a society governed by order. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, well, that's a little more than mildly, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules. They know who they have to pay. They know what has to be done. And, you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted, that's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and in fact, it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, are Stadtlandes and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 80-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this. Maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in a prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentators in subsequent centuries looked down on him for this, although some research is questioning to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very, very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about in Russian, you have an expression, kto kogo, whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist, even though should be there and be generating tax income over years, that would be generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting several wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings of their coats, and so on, to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done perhaps with the most open of motives. Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was positively inclined towards him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews from Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're a result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion. And Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Wherever he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his firm belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there would be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprisingly put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for Tidyan Shvuyim, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold to slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ram all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And didn't you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 60s. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. Is an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. And I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle.
One day,
thank you.
A cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. Women owned the houses, which were called gers, tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. And so what happened was a man named Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols were very clear. And he looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young. And she was a new bride, and he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his wife was. Her name was Erlun. And Erlun had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you will have the chance to find another wife. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Ulun, after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids that were hanging down were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erlun. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. And when he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. And one brother said to her, doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you'll never see this man again. And he was right. That was the moment when Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. In certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was, how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him, and it's that episode that was before he was born, but all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was suddenly, this unusual situation was created. A child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who's being held by strange people, the Mongols. They were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sochiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasumi, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed 2 Tatars. One of them was Temujin Uge, which is sort of person of iron. That's what it means from the Turkic. But today, part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name it the person of iron, or Iron Man, you might call him.
After the man he killed.
The man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. Not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. Father and mother moved camp one week when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but could have been 4 or 5, I think. He was left behind. It turned out some other people, the Taichu, found him. And then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife. Which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family. He will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the other son from the other wife. He was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Taichu and reunited with the family. Now his father takes him off at age 8. And he was going to take him to Erlun's family, but he never made it. He's with another family. It's like the first family that came across. And the words of the secret history, so like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Krishna, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. They figured out who he was. Supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home, but within a few days he died. So now Temujin is off living with another family, and somebody comes from his family, not a relative, but a close person, comes to get him, take him back, and they make it through the winter. Mother Erlu, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter born, or the daughter was going to be born not too long after that. They make it through the winter. The spring comes, and of course, the clan is going to move to a new camp. They go to spring camp or winter camp, and they have a ceremony for the ancestors. And they started the ceremony, what they did not tell Erlu. And so she came, and she was angry that she had been left out. The old woman said, "You're the one for whom we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, and they took her animals. They took the animals, and she, at that moment, she still had 1 horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse, and she took the banner of her husband, and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person. And so she raced around, and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for 1 night, and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off. And this time, one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop him, and they killed him. And took pride. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. But now that family is left there on the stem. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochigel, the other woman with 2 children, all left there to die on the stem. When the winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it to the winter?
Mother Erlu, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick, and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots. Feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at this young age, Temujin was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point. But she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichu people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, would be enslaved. They put him into a gang, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his tube and his head is in it, he's trapped with this thing. Every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by their family. And one night there was a little celebration, so most people were drinking, and he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the wooden yoke that he's trapped in and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those are the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night. And he jumped into the river to hide. He's still got a gun on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it gets him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But the next day he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family for Tanjiro. And at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the egg and burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life at this point Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands. We know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
And he's running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition and kinship. Is the most important thing above all else, because here is his life story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
His father's own brothers, to the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as sons of the clan, or they should. But no, they had all deserted, all but he learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme tribal violence. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and of the people around them, but they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. That one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or for metal. Mongols produce nothing. They can produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily the father's child, it's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on this is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. In part, not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was. Her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point. His wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman, what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, birth, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old and she was 9. She's now 17. And she and her mother
He lands in Constantinople. He can easily find a Jewish
it's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who has suffered these indignities of life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life. Going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him. Not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No. he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just I called her Grandmother Kawakchin. Granny Kawakchin is there. Granny Kawakchin is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth. And she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to Bulit in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take Ursta. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea. But they're coming in the dark, they're coming. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Somchiko. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawakchin, who actually has her own cart, and she leaves Ursta. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlund is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. And all. So Mother Erlund saved her life, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's made his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. Now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to resign himself to it? Is he going to go out and look for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without her. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. One, because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the carry out people in Central Mongolia, and a little river about where the capital Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is the name, or Mortal Han. He goes there because Wang Han had the Lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there, and actually he took a gift. That's because Ursta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlund at that time of marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. And Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his, in a way, brother, in a way, loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlund was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's a little unclear. She was an Orihanghai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping, and then Temujin is descended her through the new kidnapper, Motochon presents. So they're both through this is almost the same from the same pool. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early, but Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in a household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, like Temujin with a whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives, so he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet, so they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka's not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has this emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like the language, and there's several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship that's beyond friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a robot, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future because roll them around and all. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime in Mongolia, it could be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter if they're not receiving Celsius or Fahrenheit or what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels were singing out of the ice. So once they sworn this relationship of Anda, then a couple of years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. But one was it's used for signals, for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal. But it had a lot of use. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they had been close friends. And on the hunt said, okay, Jamaka should some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out some troops from Van Han. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the merchant people of the Seleng River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And you see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the merchant people. We're going to jump through the smoke at the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has an extremely militant rhetoric, at least. He's also rather critical of the other people. Van Han's people came late, and he gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be there on time. So he's dressing down his superiors, he's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the Merkin camp. They also come in at night, and so there's a small amount of warning because the men are out hunting sables, the Merkin men, and they race back to tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marshta has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother go out and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon at night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the map. He's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited, and he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, "This is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else." It was very clear about that.
Wait a second.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the thing, he was his first full military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there? And, not demoralized, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
For killing a Victor, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Victor was an older child of Sochiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Dexter eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry Mother Berlin. Now, I don't know that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it, because it was bad enough that he was the older brother, but he becomes the older brother and the stepfather. Temujin just couldn't handle it. And he was already, Bector was ordering around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that Temujin had caught, and that's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Bector would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps it happened several times.
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yeah, so he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. And Temujin is not going to stand for it. So mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not so sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother. They were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next mother, Hasser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to you is it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over. And the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that, and it could be the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on with the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. But what happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before, because we hear nothing from Xochitl. She and her younger son, Melchitai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Ergo, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. You will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow, and you are worse than everything that she could be. Even be worse than she was outraged, went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Xochitl, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing is shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his mother, but I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. I think it was important, but I don't think it was mostly deeply meaningful for Taguchi. The brother was gone. Problem was solved. Mother is extremely ticked off at him. But
it does show. It's interesting if it's not a big deal for him. It does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he'd had that experience behind him. But now his younger brother Melchitai is on the raid with him and with Tomoko when they go to capture Merstaback. He has both loyalty, and Melchitai stays loyal to him his entire life. So it's very interesting.
So back if we return to Bertha, is it normal to have such a love story across many years when you're separated, sort of having that kind of loyalty? Because it was two-way loyalty from Bertha to Temujin, and Temujin to Bertha. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive and getting kind of like fish and roots to eat and things like that to really be pining for her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. And those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him after that.
Literal war to get her.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship in Jamaica. So they decide to stay together. They all go off to the Holinam Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for her. It's one of those things that to this day, almost, it's an issue. What happens? But as he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call that first child a merchant bastard, he defends his wife vigorously. His own son. He says, "You were not there. You do not know who loved who and who did not. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone." So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Holinam Valley. And he and John decide to to renew their vows of being unjust to each other. So this time it's more serious. Ceremonial in front of the whole. We can't say tribe; it's not big enough yet for a tribe. But the whole clan that's there. And someone takes off a gold belt, which actually he'd stolen from the market at some point. We don't know if they had a gold belt. I don't know. He took off a gold belt and he put it on Temujin. And then Temujin gave him a mare who had never had a foal, had never given birth. It was an unusual mare who had a little growth on her head, which they call a horn. So it was an unusual gift. And it has meaning, but I don't know all the meanings behind it. It's sort of odd to me. But golden belt, you can kind of sort of think about it in different ways. But the belt for the local man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, a woman was often then and even now called a person without a belt. This is how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word "musqui" with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujin, and they celebrated. And then the words of the secret history, they stepped apart under the same blanket apart from the mother group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tunch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the market child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jamuk at that time. And other people could say, well, Jamuk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jariga, that's meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, the visitor, the foreigner. And so Jamuk's clan took the name from him. They were called Jatavar. And so there are all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand because we don't have the mentality of that time and we're not there.
But we should say that I think a pretty powerful part of this love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that the child is his own without and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends child through his entire life. And but not long after the birth, he and Jamukha break apart, or really it's Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Urshta. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, you need to break away. And she urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anda relationship, which gets up being severely tested in the future years. They run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of that relationship evolved.
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Banahan, this most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karyak people. And so Jamukha remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Wang Han, but he was even got the title Wang, which means from Chinese means prince or king. Wang Han received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter Von Han. And Von Han said no. His own son, told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're moguls. They're not like us. We are carrier people. We're not going to marry. And so then, now war, you could say, breaks up more of a Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Baljuna. And he goes to Baljuna, and at this time, then Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Von Han. The two of them do not meet in combat. But now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, slight breaking of loyalty. Right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. Only have it later on, when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. They claim that neither one ever truly because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then the Temujin eventually defeats Von Han. So he takes over Central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan, it was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, I'd say, puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And it's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. There's different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong. But in Turkic, there are many Turkic people, including Turkic themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea,
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning.
Yes.
And the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name the children Michelle, girls, because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolian. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations, and so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. So he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over Jamaka. Now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over called the Naiman, who were forced he becomes the second protege of the Naiman.
In fact, it worked very well because we could rely on the church.
When Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka exerts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he's telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about him. And he was left there, and he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people.
So let's go back to
he's off with them.
This is the environment
and
they
see the turning of the tide. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title of Khan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Von Han is gone, Dorgal Han gone, then he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. But his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis
Khan talks about Genghis Khan. They'll take him and they'll be rewarded perhaps for turning him in. Genghis Khan doesn't reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his uncle. It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamukha says, but I did betray you when people fought against you, and you will always know that, and will never completely trust me. I will be like a mouse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your shell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. During this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, obviously, Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was either. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood. But one was in several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrapped them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trapped to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamukha was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had it, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken out and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is a big part of Russia. But until the 20th century was a part of Mongolia, the Tuvan people were very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems both of them, the relationship had a value for loyalty. So the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamukha perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamukha. When Genghis Khan was asking him to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamukha offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes,
for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, small things. So she was important by him. She was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And someone, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, in my evaluation of them. These things like, oh, we're going to drop down the market and we're going to cut through the smoke hole and kill everybody, The latter is especially fascinating. He had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way kind of gold belt to Temujin. But Jamukha also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father. I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Marshta. You have a very strong wife to help you.
And my wife, she just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have patience. So, and something about that rings true. There were some elements of that that were true. But Jamaka certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It's a beautiful story, you know. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? And so interesting because Temujin was never interested in material goods. As Genghis Khan is the ruler, he, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth going through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. With the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And one time decided before we found the Han, which was very advantageous because they have trade goods and wealthier people, but he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same. Does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even at the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, that's like a slippery slope towards becoming, not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for him.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes, even the armies. Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did, I think. Not as much, some did. But one one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one with American when he rescued Bertha, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother Erlen would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written, rule books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehutu was his name. Shigehutu realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled it. I don't know if the people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear. They don't specify that. They always tell you exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. One you can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols.
This week in Jewish history. Today we're going to speak about an extremely consequential Jewish astronomer and historian named Abraham Zacuto. His role in Jewish history is especially important this week because we're commemorating the anniversary of Columbus's departure from Spain for the New World, and Zacuto's work was of signal importance in getting Columbus to the New World. So let's have a quick look at his life and work. So Zacuto came originally from, his family originally came from Castile, and they migrated to Spain. Zacuto received his education at the University of Salamanca, and he spent much of his time studying astronomy in particular, although a good deal of his training was especially in the Jewish sciences, the study of Torah in particular. One of his teachers, besides his father, was the great Rabbi Abuab, the author of the Menorah HaMaor, very important Kabbalistic work. He made his claim to fame primarily with the Chibur HaGadol, which is the translation of the big book, the great book, which is essentially a collection of highly accurate astronomical tables, which is later translated into non-Jewish languages, and an important role in a lot of the exploration that happened late in the 15th century. Columbus himself owned a copy of the Chibur HaGadol in obviously a language we read, and we have his marginal notations on the side, and he directly credits Zacuto with an exceptional event in his memoirs when he describes how he was taken captive by natives of some type at one point and was threatened with death until he used Zacuto's timetables to be able to accurately predict an eclipse, which of course demonstrated his superior knowledge and so on, and allowed him to be saved. Zacuto's work also played an extremely important part in the travels of Vasco da Gama, and particularly his improvement of the engineering of the astrolabe, which was a device that was originally made out of wood. Zacuto switched to metals and also calibrated it in such a way that it was possible to actually calculate one's position at sea far more accurately than ever been done before, and ultimately led to the circumnavigation of the globe. Zacuto was, of course, highly regarded in his own lifetime for his astronomical work. He was the astronomer to the King of Portugal, actually, after he had been, along with the other Jews, expelled from Spain in 1492. He resided in Portugal, and he is credited with the many great discoveries of that great age of exploration. One of the modern recognitions is the fact that a crater on the moon has been named after him. However, his life did not end well in Portugal. He was exiled from there as well, along with the expulsion of all Jews in 1497. He made his way with great difficulty to Tunis, eventually to the Holy Land, where he believed to have passed away in the year 1515. One of the most important aspects of Zacuto's work outside of his astronomy was the compilation of an amazing book called Sefer Yufasin, which is a truly phenomenal 15th century history book that gives us tremendous insight into Jewish history as a whole. Well, that's it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you found this interesting, and I wish you a
Sometimes they call it hot, which is the chief of the which is empty. It's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume was the translation. The second volume was going to show notes, and the second volume was lost.
Important aspects of understanding how
This day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that. But anyway, now it's in more languages.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things. And they also, they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols were often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics.
The idea is that
so there's several things like that that they try to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But this document itself, Mongolian notes to China, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate, fill in blanks and give more information. I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exact and you feel it. It's so important, I think, because history does not live in our intellect. History does not live in our culture or in libraries. As much as I need them for my work, history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people, the culture. And for example, the episode of the kidnapping of Bershka. So I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened. What season it happened. It's very important for figuring out the verse that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I just talked back to the people who live in that valley who know that. They said, oh, spiritual it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Granny Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. Around here is so soft.
Roughly the 3rd to the 6th century.
A whole important piece that I'm searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there
based on the word pride
next to his horse.
Definition here of pride, but really.
And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that breeding was done. It correlates with other historic factors. Then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
But that term is
just only got that point.
He was so great.
You visited
he was like one of the
different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some of the
that we'll talk about today, that is the Rishon,
just the experience of standing.
The word Rishon in Hebrew means first.
I really said almost every visit the cities he conquered across Central Asia at all. There was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known, whatever the chronicles had recorded.
And then finally,
the archaeologists had found whatever they had found.
The later ones,
and I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would go. If Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no.
So let's focus in
power line going. Nothing. Just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing. You begin to get a feeling of how he was thinking, and then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that
three of the most
begin to
famous.
see life
There
starts
are,
to
of course,
unfold
Rashi,
in a very
Rabbi
dramatic way. And I have the text.
Here is an extremely
The text
accurate
is
picture
like
of
it has
Rashi.
no
I'm just
secret,
kidding.
no
We have no
prompts,
idea if this is
nothing
accurate,
like that.
but
The Mongols
it's a
all understand
representation
their way
of
of life. They don't like need to explain anything.
And I'll speak
They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me,
secondly,
that's how I learned it. It was
incomparable
being with
Maimonides,
the people.
known
It
by
was
the
the
acronym
most
of his
important thing.
Rabbi Moshe
And this
ben
was
Maimon.
starting in the
He lived
1990s.
in the following
And the
century,
people,
12th century. Here is another equally
this
accurate
time,
rendition
they were
of like this
amazed
one,
of
especially kind of like the view
I
of
would
the
come
back.
the Soviet
We
era
have
had
no
just
idea
ended.
what the
Socialism
Rambam looked like this was just
it was starting.
Genghis
Khan had been
all over
forbidden to
Israel,
them
things like
for
that.
almost the entire
And
century.
finally,
And
not
every
a single
known descending
individual,
of Khan was
school of
killed
Rishon
in
known as
Mongolia.
Tosafot, which
Following the
means
secret
literally
history
additions.
that became the
They
key
are,
to
let's refer
writing
to
what
their
I wrote.
content as
Take the history, which is
additional to the
difficult to
work of Rashi.
understand.
So
You
if we
have to
look,
know
for
over
example,
it.
here at a page
I
of
often
Talmud,
never
this is
understand
the
different
page
parts, or I change my mind.
Colorized here.
I think it was yes, now it's no.
Let's walk through it very quickly.
But
We'll
the
see where
secret
they
history
fit.
is a
So
valuable
it's
document.
sort of coral
And
color
to me,
number one
also,
in the center
it's the
is
opening document
Mishnah.
of
This is the first
Mongolian
page
written
of
language.
Tractate Avot.
And I think it's very important
earlier central
how
lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the
from
Mishnah.
the highest
And
heaven,
then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary on
who was
Rashi.
married to the Tonic
If you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing,
came
it
from
looks like
the
the
great sea
Talmud edition.
to live in the base
The,
of Mount
some passages are bolded and some are not bolded.
Integrating the
The
spiritual
characteristic
elements of
italic
nature.
font that is
We
associated with
see
Rashi
this
every
kind
time
of
it's
deep connection to nature
just a
that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world.
See that
I mean, certainly not for America,
some passages
but
are
just a few
bolded and
hundred years
others
ago,
are not
it was
bolded,
entirely
regular
different. People,
This
languages,
gives you an
everything.
indication as to
But
what
you can't
Rashi
say
is
it
doing.
for London,
Passages
Moscow,
are
or
quotations
Constantinople,
from
Istanbul,
number 1 and number 2.
all of these things have changed so
And
much.
then his
Mongolia is
follows
still
in
Mongolia.
regular font.
It's one of the
So
largest
Rashi
countries in
is
the world in
providing
space,
this incredible service,
with the fewest number of people, today 3.3 million.
phrase by
And
phrase,
they're spread out,
with pithy little
and they
comments
live in
that
their
in a
environment
very,
in such
very
an intimate
economical
way.
use of words
This was important
expressed
for
right in
learning
text.
about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he
Incredible
hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open step like as we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this step is that
Then
you
number
can see
4 on the
forever
outside,
in
that's
every
actually they've
direction.
a lot of different
There's
things
no
here.
building, nothing to
The
stop
actual
your line
column
of view.
that the number 4 appears in, which
It's like being in the
sort of
ocean
like
in any way.
shape,
So you have
and
this
it wraps
extremely
around the
open
top and
space,
bottom a
and
little
the
bit.
wind is
That's
usually
actually
blowing,
Tosafot.
but it's
These
extremely
are
fresh.
additions
It's coming out
to
of
Rashi.
Siberia, it's coming out of the
Carefully,
Arctic.
you'll see that
It
the amount
sweeps
of
down
golden
across
text
Mongolia.
is less
The
than
cold
Rashi.
is
Because
ridiculous sometimes,
Tosafot
but
is
it's
performing
always
entirely different
fresh.
function.
Always fresh.
Tosafot
So you have
is
the wind
analyzing
coming
the
in.
Talmud
You have
itself,
the
raising
smell of the wind,
objections,
but also
comparing
then there's
passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the
smell
Talmud
of
on this
grass
page and so
becomes
on,
very
and
important.
really taking an
Now,
entirely different approach to
because
the
of
Talmud
the
than Rashi
particular location, from
Tosafot
one year to another,
represents,
one area may have grass
several
one year,
dozen
and then
scholars
drop
that
the next year, another
from
area has
the
grass.
12th
So you don't
to the 14th
always know
centuries,
if it's not
and their
grass, it's
ideas are
dust.
trying to codify
You have dust.
information.
Coriander
Now,
dust doesn't
the
smell
other
so
materials
good,
around
doesn't
the
feel so
outside
good.
are various other commentators
It's
that
just
go
one
all the
little
way
part
from
of the
the 10th
concept.
century up to
The waters
about
are
the 18th
mostly
century is
pure.
represented here.
Unfortunately,
And
there has
they
been
perform various
pollution
functions.
in
You'll
this
see my
century
lecture on
from
the Talmud
mining
if you're curious
in
about this.
several areas. But even when I was there,
So
even
those are
today,
three
when we go to some
very
place like the
basic
Sea Lake River, where we talk
there
about the
are
American left,
dozens more. Now, what
it's a
exactly
place of
did the
pure
Rishonim
waters.
Jews? What is the
And that's how the
characteristic of this
Mongolians
period
define
in Jewish collective?
their world,
Well,
is by
the
the
first
water.
thing I've already alluded to
They
in the
don't-
previous slide.
Genghis Khan does
Some of the
not give
Rishonim
lands
were incredible
to his
planners.
sons to rule.
They took
He gives
texts,
waters
ancient texts like the Torah, and
do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to earth as Dala, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important.
Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew.
To learn the rules about
Aramaic, for example, the Talmud is
you
written
don't
in
camp
Aramaic.
by water.
So there was
If
a
you camp
lot
by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. Maybe in our water trips about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river.
Which at this point
The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan. About how nowadays, we're all dangerous to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can simply have it, and you can wipe away. If you're it's right there by
are
the
helping
water.
us access the original text. But that's essentially what they're doing.
They live with nature in a way that you don't see anywhere else in the world.
Art scroll of his day.
And even today, with the changes with our cell phone and with solar panels, and they make a TV out in the middle of the step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
Jewish law or halakha
But then if we
spread out throughout
go to the time of Temujin, Genghis Khan, another component is the horses.
There are passages
Talk
that are
about the
derived
relationship
from
with the horse, and
Tanakh,
I'm thinking about this
from
open
the
step
Torah itself, and
from
the
a young
commentaries
age.
of the owning their
All
correspondence
trained
so
master
and a lot of this material,
riding horses.
you know, it's
As you right,
too much
while standing on
for a lot of the
ride, while standing on the horse,
most famously perhaps
while standing on the horse, they often jousted with
brought
one
all this
another
together
to
and
see
said,
who
we're
could
going to
knock the other
reorganize
off.
this and we're
When
going
their
to
legs grew
space it
long
out,
enough to
give it
reach the
chapter heading,
stirrups.
give it subject heading.
We're also taught to shoot arrows
And look up
and to
in
lasso on horseback,
making
making tug of war pouches that they would dangle from bulls that they blow in the wind. The youngsters practicing the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills in such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later.
All that material.
Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the
codifiers
Mongols
of
to
the era,
horses?
a book called The Mission
Long
of
before the
Torah,
horse ride itself,
Jewish law.
I wrote
And we
one
have
line
other commentaries which culminate in this work, the
I said,
Shulchan
on the horse,
Aruch,
they live together, they know each other with
this
every
is at
twitch
the
of the
very
muzzle, and
end
they smell
of the series of
Rishonim.
Rishonim. Some would
Well, I was
consider
saying it
the author, Rabbi
just
Rothschild,
not to be
Rabbi
insulting about anything,
this
but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their own smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags
basically the
also
explainer,
out of the
second major
horse hair.
codifiers, various
And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source.
For example,
because they knew the
one
smell
of
of
the,
their flag,
areas in
which
which
was
the
other members heard.
was the area
So
of
the language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words,
the Talmud
just
has
for
a
the
passage
colors
that
of
there are
horses,
600
much less for all the other things about it. I can remember
a lot more
Mongolians
than Big Ten.
being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. Okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolia, I'll teach you the word. Then what color is that horse?
They have all these commons, but nowhere in the Talmud or any other text
what color is
would
that
they ever
horse?
actually list it. So many of the
This,
commentators
but you said
during
this
the
color was
period
brown. What color is
began to
this?
say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 6 commandments? And so Maimonides and others,
It's just
how
amazing.
they
They have
there was some dispute
words
over
based on
this
how
is not
smooth
actually
the coloring is, and the variation in the texture,
things like that.
and all the
Basically,
different.
one of the
Today in
direct
English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like
in
yellow
particular,
brown or brown
this
brown
book
or
is Hebrew edition.
But the words for horses,
Twentieth century.
by,
Spelltime.
of course, by sex,
Sefer
and they have 3% buildings,
by a
so they're very
later
important
Rishon,
too.
probably
And by age,
one
by
Rabbi
whether or not
Aaron
they
of
reproduced in
Barcelona.
the case of the female, all these things are
This is
important
a
parts
great
of
book.
the horse.
If
And
you
the
want a
horse,
general introduction,
a few years ago, the
basically
presidential
what he did
candidate
was
ran under the
anonymously
slogan,
wrote
raise
book
the
as
dust
a
of
bar
really
mitzvah
fast
fast.
horses.
When I was growing up, with the Mongolian spirit, the dust itself is a my son's Mongolians, like I thought, they will wipe the sweat and dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with horses. And in each of those partials, they train them very well. The author very hard. The horses are also trained for that. Describe how they are small crop. There's a historical background. Like a stick with a slight rip at the end that they hit the crop with the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified. This is an area of activity that spurs even shy away from. At least metal and print. They don't harm the horse. The commandments are there. God says to harm the head of a horse. But they say it's a capital crime. Very interesting. It's over executed son. Like you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are. And it's really important in every way. Even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk that together. Mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions. Another philosophical they use it for every kind of is that of Maimonides. Well, you know, some things puzzle me in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice friend. This is a picture, an illuminated gilding manuscript of his would-be stallions who look into these stallions. One of the artists, this family had a bunch of boys, seated on the right, where two girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And the boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it, not so far away. He fell from the horse. An area which is known in contemporary hero as they all kind of turned attention away. And I basically, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down, somebody go get him. Why did God create the world the way he created? The boy was trying to hack. He still had the rings. And so on. But he got the more now, but he was trying to come back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. Of course, my mom. They came into the chair and they sat down. And in fact, mother just turned her back. I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. No. But 2 weeks later, by chance, that's basically a quick overview. Another boy who's practicing for we understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period. He was off in an area right close to the forest mountain area. And the final place, again, going back off through the woods, he was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. I followed him, the boy became lost. And their activity, 12 years old, he was lost for 2 weeks. Explaining the text and so on. I would have died in 48 hours. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Afterwards, this was a summertime. He spent a lot of energy finding the and he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And he walked until he found water moving. All that water down novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. And I realized changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular are very much the activity of the actor. To understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to
just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole, and he tells a story about mental toughness.
That's more the domain of
the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament.
So that's a quick overview.
And he remembered that they were taking showers in cold water. And all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you can see a little grimace. For the Mongols, there's just nothing. It was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very, very cold coming down from it. And every day when there's a break, they go and they take Well, again, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And yes, that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters.
Thank you very much for coming.
While riding fast,
it was fantastic.
up to speeds of 60 kilometers per hour.
Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on human material is dedicated by Kay Wiggs,
and just watching some of the videos,
wants to honor
just
her
incredible how
grandfather, who
stable you
always
can be on
told
top
her
of
to
a
look
horse.
it up.
And I guess you're
By
supposed to
Mr.
be
Russell
shooting
Matos and by Barb and
gallon
Helen
or
Malika in memory of
feet of the
Lou and
horse
Jenny
off
Irvin.
the ground.
As I mentioned to you in
At
a
the time, all
previous
of that,
class, all of our
position
lectures
your
are
body,
actually
maintain balance,
subscribed.
and then there's
That's
the skill of
people
the
who
actual holding, shooting the
donated
bow
to the Street
accurately.
Scholarship Fund
There's
for
obviously the
lectures, and that's
technology
great.
of the
What I especially like is the fact that people are still giving
They've also
to the
written
overall
cause goals
scholarship fund,
later
which is
with
amazing.
adaptive technology.
So you've got
And there's
a
a
more
particular
anonymous
kind
grants
of
of
thumb draw that you
$101.
use
We're now
for
at
shooting with a composite bow
$10,249,
that works
and
for a
we've
horse.
got a few weeks left to hit
Things
$100,000. So
right? So you have to
we'll somehow
not
make
drop
it.
the arrow. It's just incredible. To
I
be
also
able
want to
shoot
give a
while the
special
horse
thank
goes
you, as I
60
mentioned, to
kilometers
those of you who came
Anyway, can
last
you
week.
speak to
It
this
was
kind
really
of
wonderful. We had a huge
exceptional
crowd.
excellence
There
that
was a lot of
Genghis
sushi
Khan
that
and
was
Mongols
consumed,
had
a lot
for
of cookies, things like
riding
that.
horses
I've
and
been meaningful experience
engaging
talking
in
about my
war.
new book, which is selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the 5 pounds. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, it's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And
by
we're
3
speaking
years
about
old,
the new
they would
book in
probably
that
be riding a
context,
lone
and welcome
horse.
you on out.
When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time,
okay, so let's go to the
all
material
jockeys
per
on
se.
horses
First of
for
all, I want
races
to
had
say
to be
something
under 6 years
general,
old.
and I have to say I'm a little
There was
embarrassed
the
about
age
this.
limit, the cutoff.
You know, I have a
6 years old
PhD,
at
and
that
I've been
time. And
teaching
so you had
Jewish
till this
history
3 years
for
old racing up there.
like 30
Absolutely
years
crap.
now.
Of course, at that
And
age,
I've
they can't
always
even have a
pronounced
saddle because
our
they can't even be
subject's
used.
names wrong.
So they're just
So
doing
about
their staying
3
on the
weeks
horse.
ago,
The horse has been trained to
and
do
someone
what it has to
pointed out
do.
to me, it's
And they
not
just stay. But by staying on it, they learn the horse. It'll come one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider.
So
And usually
I
5 is the
changed
number that you should
everywhere
have
that I ever spelled
for
it
you
wrong.
when you go off the battle. And this ability
Gaviro,
to shoot.
not
You have to defend your animals. There are wolves
the
around,
said it to
foxes,
a
other
rabbi,
in some areas there are even
corrected me,
tigers
and I
and
felt humiliated, but it's good
other
because
animals that would
you know,
come in.
gets
And you
rid
had
of
to be
my
able to shoot to
sins
defend
for
it against
young
other
people.
people.
Anyway,
Might
so
be
we're going to look
raping
at
you.
Gaviro. That's our
They became
subject for
excellent
a fascinating figure
archers
who
that
lived a
had
rather troubled life.
composite
He's,
bows
of
that
course,
were very
directly
powerful,
within
much
the
more
period that
powerful
we've
than
been focusing
those
on
of
for
most
the entire
century
semester,
people.
looking at
Now I
Al-Andalus,
say all
and we'll
that because it's
continue
very
with
important.
Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks,
Those are
and then we're going
all
to look
through
at
nomadic
the Jews in Christian
traits
Spain up
of
to
great stamp.
1492.
Anyway,
His dates are
in an
roughly
earlier version, you had the
1021
Huns
to
who came
22.
out
He
of
was born in
Mongolia,
Malaga,
and Hun
and then
is
he
just the
died in
Mongolian word for
Valencia,
human.
although he spent most of
But
his life
to this
in
day, that's what they say
Zaragoza,
for human
which
beings.
is kind of
So they came
central
out of
to
Mongolia,
the
and
Iberian Peninsula.
all the early Turkic
His
groups
life
came
is
out
rather
of
short.
Mongolia,
There's some
and they
debate
had
over
their similar
exactly
skills.
when he died,
So
but quite
you have this
likely he died
perfect
before
weapon,
he reached
but
the age of
also
40,
you have to have
which in
perfect
Jewish
strategy.
is generally
to
considered a
coordinate
misa
it,
mashuna,
organize it,
strange death,
and use it.
and have to die
And
before the
this
age
is
of
where
40 is
the
definitely
genius that I cannot explain at all, but
he
the genius of Genghis
tremendously
Khan came
prolific.
in.
He
Other
refers
people, I
in
think,
his
would
own
have been
writings
very
to
good in
having
earlier
authored
times. A number
20
of Turkic
books.
leaders, and also
Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one was misattributed to another author.
but they were
for the last
charismatic
1,000
leaders,
years.
very dramatic
We'll
leaders.
discuss exactly
It
how
wasn't
it was
that they were so
discovered,
also in their strategy, they were very good in warfare, and that's what carried through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000.
He was
The most
regarded as a brilliant individual,
That
a
is
fantastic poet, and
when
of
you're
course,
going against
in
China,
Spanish society, poetry
It
was
has
the
millions
acme
just in
of
the
all
army.
virtues, so he had
Not counting
all
the
his
country. And you're going
audience
against
to
Russia.
attend
You're
his
going
poems,
against the
and he
Middle
had
East and
customers
Persia and
for his poems
Afghanistan
that he was writing
and these
for hire,
areas.
but he was not well
The
loved
whole army
for
has
his
to be as
personality.
fine-tuned
He was known
as
to be
each
quite
rider,
irascible,
each
and
bull,
the
and each horse.
greats of that
That's the
era
weapon.
all
But
spoke
the
of him
army
as this
becomes
kind
the
of
super
enfant
weapon
terrible
of Genghis
that
Khan.
was
He
very
organized it on how he used it and
talented,
the
brilliant,
strategies
even
that he put together.
tremendously prolific.
Yeah, when
They
you
all
have
had
a small army,
respect
just think
for
about
his
that.
poetry and
A
especially
small
for his
army
philosophy,
that
but they
conquered
found his personality very
the world.
difficult. Even
You
the
would
great
fit in a
Moses,
stadium today in
David
America.
Ezra had some things to say about that. We'll see in a
So
second.
there's
But it
extreme
contributes to the fact that
efficient
he
coordination
died
of
alone.
units.
He
Mostly
was never
cavalry,
able
right?
to
All
marry.
cavalry. That's all
He was
cavalry.
never able
He had
to
no
form that kind of
infantry,
relationship with a person,
and
as
he
far
had
as we can tell.
baggage
Even
train.
his
He had
supporters like
no
Shmuel
backup
Hanaki,
commissary.
earlier, wanted to keep him at
Early on, no
arm's
engineer
length
corps.
because
Later,
of his
one was added much later.
personality makeup.
But no,
Also,
all
Vanessa
cavalry.
writes, although
So
he
there's
was
light
a
cavalry and heavy
philosopher as
cavalry.
far as intellectual attainments were
Breaking
concerned,
down units
yet
using
his
the decimal
anger
system, 10,
always
100,
got the better
1,000.
of his understanding.
So
He was unable to control
there's a
his
kind of
temper
hierarchy
and was
where
easily to
you
ridicule great men
delegate
and to subject
authority,
them to
but
contempt in
to
his
the degree
writings.
there's
Here we have a
commands,
glimpse of
they must
the
be followed
contradiction
strictly.
between Gabriel's
So
personality,
finding
because
extremely
he
efficient,
or just a
accurate,
little bit of
precise
his incredibly
of these
passionate religious
troops in the
poetry,
battlefield, and the dynamic movement of the
the
troops,
depth of his
and all the
personal
interesting
surprise,
tactics that
personal
were
repentance,
utilized.
and
You have to have really good
self-awareness,
communication
at
and
least in the poetic
for that,
verse.
orders
But
must be
his
followed.
contemporaries report that
There's something to speak to that, like how do you do this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
The first point is the extreme
Here's
loyalty
a
of the
reference
people who
from his
Genghis
own
Khan
poetry.
chose.
He writes,
His
when my
kinsmen, his
anger is
resentment,
roused, the
deserted him.
heavens rumble with
His
my
conduct
thunder.
was
I
a Christian
am not like the
relationship.
man who speaks mellow
All
words
the
and
others
bows
they
and
found were
scrapes.
just common people.
There's a sense of
Herders or
there's
hunters,
some
very
fire
common,
burning
and they
there
were
in his
loyal to him
personality as
and
a slave
never,
master.
ever
Here's my
revolted
favorite
against
though.
him.
Check this
Never
out.
betrayed him. So
My
he had
light
extreme loyalty.
is diffused
And
through the
then,
world.
as you mentioned, he organized
Yes,
this
I
decimal
am
system.
good.
So the smallest unit of the army was
Meaning,
the 10
I love you.
the squad
If you're
of
one of my
10
friends,
men.
I'll do anything for you.
They were
I'm like
put together,
dirt
and
in
then the
your
head of
feet,
that
just hash
squad, he
whatever
had
you
total
want.
control
I'll do it
over
for
it.
you.
But the men
Thus,
knew
to
that they were
those
going to
who keep
protect
faith
each
with
other.
me,
And
and you
they
will
had to
find
come
a
back
more loyal or true
with every
associate
member
than
or
I.
everybody.
But to my
You
enemy,
don't leave anybody behind.
I
So
am
this
a
was
sky
extremely
raining
important.
fire
So
on
if
their
you
heads.
submit
This
to
is
the
in a letter
orders
he
of
left
man
to
in
his
charge,
former
you
friend.
know
Now
that he's
that you
risking
have
his
failed
own
me,
life for you
I
also.
untie the bond
And you know
friendship.
that your brother on the
I
left and
blot
on the
thy
right
name
is
from
risking
my
his life for you.
speech. I will
The
never
army was
mention it
they were
again.
organized with 5 horses each man.
Don't want to
They
cross.
had their bow
See
and they had a
why
lot of
your
arrows
is rather
ready to
than
have, but they also
you get
retrieved
a
the
sense
arrows
of
at
his
the end of
personality
their
from just a few
battle.
snippets of the
And they
kinds of
also
things
would
we wrote
retrieve the
about
enemy
this.
arrows. This was
It's
a great
ironic.
advantage
Let's go
whenever they
straight
hit
to the
Russia,
mistaken identity
because the
because
Russians
it's so.
could not use Mongolian
There is a
arrows. They
great
could
historical
not
irony here in that the contrast between
but the Mongols could use Russian
his
arrows. Right?
elevated ethereal
So all
writing
these little things,
and his personal
it's not even just the
abilities
arrow,
to control
also
his
they had to
anger
carry
are expressed in
needle
his
and thread.
really
Every soldier had to be able to sew.
outside
And sometimes
the
that could be a
major
torn garment.
purpose of great
It could
Jewish
be a piece
writers
of
in
skin
the area
or
where
a
he was
wound that
most
somebody
brilliant,
had.
which was his
It was a
philosophy.
very odd
Not
thing
so
when
much
you
his
think of the
poetry,
army of
in
Genghis
my
Khan,
opinion. He's
and
kind
they're
of like
carrying everything
shunted away
themselves. They
from
don't have any
Jewish
packaging
trajectory
behind
for
them.
a couple of
And then one of
reasons.
the things they have
First
to carry
is
is needle
the
and thread
disappearance
in
of,
order to sew
without
up
question,
things.
his most
famous book, which was called Funds Vitae.
They also carry dry dairy products.
The source of life.
Dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years.
Ironic
You dry it, and then when you need it, you put it in a flask of water.
Philosophical
Right all day, it joggles up and down.
It turns into kind of thick protein.
It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They had enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left-wing,
did
right-wing,
not cite
or east and
any
west.
Jewish sources other
The
than
word
the Bible.
for left is east, the word for right is
As
west.
if, it's
Those
just
2 wings, and then
reason
in the middle
and
was
scripture.
the center,
Without, any of the
center.
rabbinic works,
That was
the
his,
Midrash, the Talmud,
his
any of
bodyguard,
the
and his
Kabbalistic
unit in the
mystical
middle.
writings. They're not present in
Then you
Torah.
see
He's
the
just
vanguard
quoting
and the rear
scripture,
guard.
and he's expressing a
Vanguard would go out as much
Neoplatonist
as 2
philosophy,
years in
which I'll
advance
describe
to
to you
clear
in a
the land,
minute.
run the people away, scare them,
The Arabic
make them go
original
away,
did not
so that
survive
the grass
the
is left
vicissitudes
there
of history.
for the army when it
It
moves
was
through.
not picked up
And they never
by
march the way
Jews
other
in
armies
any
do in a
significant
line
way as a core
of one
text,
following
like
the
let's
other.
say
They would
Maimonides
always
writing.
go in long
But
lines
it
spread out
was,
in
as we
wings.
saw with Ibn Ezra last week,
So that each
translated
horse
into
is on its
Latin
own
in the 12th
you
century
could say,
by one
all
John
parallel
of
together.
Spain.
So they had
The only
very
thing that we
precise
had
ways
hanging around that
of
was sort of
doing
like
it.
it was a 13th century Hebrew version, which
This I think was the secret
extracts
with
of it
him, and he
by someone named
used to miss
Ibn
people.
Yosef, and it was copied and copied
He
and copied,
also
and the author's
was
name,
willing
Ibn
to train them as
Gabiro,
much as
was
possible. He never
eventually
punished them
changed to Latin
for what
Abi
happened.
Sebroni,
Shiki
or Abi
Hoto, for example,
Sebroni.
the
And so
Supreme
for
Judge, he was
many,
command one
many
time of a
centuries,
movement
until
battle
the
in
1850s,
Afghanistan,
it was
and he
believed
lost
that
the
this
battle.
work,
This is very,
which
very
is
unusual
Latin,
for
Fons
Mongols.
Vitae,
So Genghis Khan
was originally
went out
written
with him,
possibly
said,
in
okay, let's go to
Latin,
the
maybe in
battlefield
Arabic
together and
by
look it over.
some
And you
Christian
explain to me
perhaps,
what you did,
but there was
and
no
then we
idea
will
that it
talk
was
about it.
associated with a Jew.
So he
There
was
was no
very
association
thoughtful
with
that he
traditional
was training
rabbinic
the people
texts,
around him.
and so
And they
with
knew they were going to be
for
punished. It's not
800
like these
years,
countries where the
it
general comes
became
back and
incredibly
gets
popular
executed
with
because he
Christians.
lost. No,
St.
Genghis
Thomas
Khan knows
Aquinas
every
very
general
much
is going to try
involved with Fons
100%.
Vitae, was in
And
there.
if they
There were
retreat,
4 decks.
fine. They're saving Mongol
Runaway
lives. They
popular
know what to
book
do.
with
He
Christians,
respects that.
but Jews are
So all
basically
these
forgotten
things
about.
like that fit
It
together.
was in the 19th
But I think
century. Here's
a part of it that was
a
important for
publication
him.
which it is associated
So he had
now
this
with
base
the
from steppe
Gabiro, but at
warfare
the
already.
time
The horse,
it was famous. It was still Abi
the
Sebroni,
archery,
Abi,
and how that all fit together.
like what it says there.
But he was very
Until
quick
19th
to
century French
embrace
scholar
any
named
kind
Solomon
of other
Monk
technology.
found created
I think
version
that sedentary
of
armies,
Horkheim,
sedentary
which is the Hebrew
civilizations
title,
that get stuck in their
the
ways.
source of life.
This is how we
and
do
he
it. And
read
we're going to
through
make it a
it. He
little
said, "Gee, that
faster,
sounds a
we're
lot
going to make it a
like
little
Fons
bigger, a little
Vitae,"
stronger.
and he was
But
able
this
to
is
match
how
them
we
up, and
think.
then finally his
Tom
son
had no
Raw,
set
and
way
it's
to
widely
think.
accepted now
And when he
that
encountered the
Gabriel
first walled
was
cities
the
around
author of
1209,
this
after
core
founding his
Christian
nation
text.
in
In fact, if
1206,
you look at many of the
he went out
covers
on
of
these
the
raids. And I
medieval
really think they
versions
were
of it,
raids,
you
not
see like
wars at first.
pictures
So he
of
went into
Jesus by
Tanga
a well and
territory
things like that.
of what's now
That's the way the
northwestern
Christians
China
appreciated
in the upper reaches
Gabiro
of the Illyrian.
without
So
realizing
he went there, and of
that
course
Jew
the
was
cities have
actually at
walls
the
around them.
authorship
This is
of
a man
this
who's never
book.
encountered a wall.
That
Well, they did, but
despite
they were made out
his
of felt. The walls around his
hopeful
tent,
words,
were
which
felt
were not
walls.
out of
Yeah, just
place in
imagine what it's
general in
like.
Arabic Jewish culture,
The first time in
was
your life
largely
seeing a wall.
forgotten to his own people
When you
and
come
in
from
his
the Mongolian
philosophy.
steppe, where there's
That is
no,
not the case, however,
there's very
with
few
his poetry.
natural
In fact, it is
wall-like
through his
things.
poetry that he's lived on.
Well, they have
Very
like the wall
prolific
cliffs
poet,
in some places.
with
They're familiar
over
with that. They can
300
climb them.
poems that
But
have
they don't have
survived.
people at the top shooting down the
He
mountain.
was very precocious as
So
a
he
young
looked,
man.
he looked at everything around him, and he
His
saw,
first famous
okay,
poem,
they have this
which,
river, and they have all these
all
channels, and they're always
613
moving water around.
verse.
And like
And
we said,
we should
for
recall
Mongol,
that
anything
the
that
Andalusian
moves
poets
is a potential
had a
weapon.
special
Anything that
affinity
doesn't
for
move is a
acrostics,
target.
you know,
You've got
where they
moving water,
spell out
you've got a
words in the
standing,
first letter of
non-moving
each
wall.
line and things like that.
So he
And it's amazing when you see that
the men are going to
meter works, the rhyme works,
channel,
and
and
the
they're down the
letters
wall
are
of
all
the town of the city.
absolutely essential
Well, they did it,
the entire poem.
but they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the movements weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol
put all
camp.
of these things together
But
into a poem.
it
At
happened,
age
we learned that
19, following an example set by Sacco
work for the Mongols
he wrote a poem
the next 50
detailing
years,
the rules of
all the
hidden
way to
grammar
Baghdad.
in
They were able to
400
use it when they conquered
Again,
Baghdad in
amazing
1258. So
feat of intellectual mastery
this
of both the
ability
subject matter
to see
and the
things
expression.
and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way.
But his
Better,
poetry is
we all think
primarily
we learn from our mistakes.
religious,
We all
philosophical
yeah,
nature.
I learned
What I
from
mean
that.
by that
What
is
do we
that he
do?
has a
We repeat
very
mistakes.
complicated
I think it's just about a human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology. I understand that he didn't understand, but
60
he
pages
could understand it in his own way.
Hebrew,
And he did.
English
Over
poetry.
and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So,
Yom Kippur liturgy
rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with
it goes through again with these complicated
we have to
acrostics.
say a revolution that promotion
The entire universe.
should be based on
It's
merit.
very astrological.
That
in nature.
idea,
He goes
combined
through
with the innovative approach to military,
what they
is
exert upon the world.
it
It
just
goes
feeds
through
on itself.
the organs of the
Because
human body
people
and
are
what
going
they're
from their
all
mistakes and
about,
constantly
how God
propose again,
fashioned them and so on. You
promoted
get
in
this
positions of power, and then they
majestic
inspire
view
everybody else to
of
do the same.
everything that God
And so it's
created.
just,
And then
if
connects
every
it
action
to
is judged
personal
based on the
repentance
excellence of
in a
that
way that
action,
makes it so
then
perfectly
over
integral.
time,
So let me just
each
read you in
iteration in
English
war
the
creates
beginning, the
a
first
more
stanza.
and more
And then let me read you a section that I chose for
Yes.
for
And they were
so
able to
this
do
poem
that for
begins
iterations
with a little
to
introduction. It
create
says,
an army that was
"May
ever
this
expanding,
my prayer
ever
aid
changing its tactics
mankind,
and its
the path of
technology.
right and good to find.
They got
The
worse
living
at
God,
it.
His wondrous ways,
But Genghis Khan
hear and
was the one who
inspire my
innovated it.
song
He
of
was the
praise.
best with it. And
Nor is the
he
theme
used
at
it throughout
undue
his
length set
lifetime.
down
And he was getting
of all
better
my
over his
behold,
lifetime with
the
using
royal
foreign
crown."
information,
By the way,
foreign
the
technology,
translation
foreign
is
ideas.
masterful by the great Israel Zangwill.
He just had a genius for that.
Anglo-Jewish
if we
poet
go back to
and
the
novelist.
horses, you mentioned every
Okay, so
soldier
here's
had
where it
5
actually
horses. The reason for that is the
Wonderful
horses
are
get
thy
tired.
works, as my soul
And so you can cover
overwhelmingly.
a lot of ground in a single day.
These are hard words.
Usually the way the
Wonderful are thy
rotation of the horse
works,
would,
as my
the horse
soul
would usually run today,
overwhelmingly
and
know
then
it.
rest for the next
Thine,
4 to
O
5
Lord,
days.
are the
And then
greatness
another
and the
horse would
might, the
run
beauty,
the
the
next day.
triumph, and the
One way to
splendor.
measure it is
Thine,
later
O
the
Lord,
time
is
of
the
the
kingdom,
death of
and
the
thou
day.
art exalted
The word
as head
went
over
from
all.
Mongolia
Thine are all
to
riches and
Hungary
honor. Thine
in
is the
6
creatures
weeks.
of the heights and depths.
Mongolia to
They
Hungary
bear
in 6
witness
weeks.
that they
So
perish
just
while
imagine
thou
a zombie
endurest.
that's able to
Thine is the
move
might in
at
whose
such high
mystery our
speeds.
thoughts can
It does
find
not
no
need to
stray.
follow
So
roads
far art thou
because it's
beyond
used
us.
to
He
run
is
that.
the veiled
So you
retreat
can
of power,
do
the
all
secret
kinds
and
of
the foundation.
dynamic movements
In
in
the
certain languages.
Hebrew, I'll read you just a little
And
bit of
then
it.
also,
Hear
one of
the
the other famous
echoes
things
of
is the
verses
phased
from
retreat
Tehillim
that
and
was
Psalms
used
and
continuously.
passages from the
Usually
Bible.
now that
So all has a
The
familiar
Mongols did
air
not
to it,
fight
based on that
honor
literary
the way
term
we
we
often
discussed
think
earlier
of
called she boots,
brave
where he'll
soldiers, Achilles,
ornament or bring
and the
in
Iliad, and
passages
things
from
like that.
biblical things.
They
So
fought
when
for
you're reading
victory.
it and you have
That was the one thing.
strong biblical
So
literacy,
to retreat,
you understand
to save lives, so
greater
there's
depth
no
and the
shame in
reasons
that.
that are inherent.
So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him. As we said, for Shikoto, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and not fighting against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and then they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on a horse. They were able to then
in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages
defeated
being taken
and
directly from the
turned,
liturgy or
but
from
they could
Tanakh
still
and so on.
fire
And
backwards,
they
which
inform
is
every
point
line
of shot,
of
which is
this
unusual in the world. Totally
so as I
unique.
mentioned, it goes
Unusual to
through
fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks.
So here's the passage just
They
to
want
give
to
you
go,
a
they want to
sense
get the
of
weapons, they want to kill the Mongols.
deep
And if they didn't immediately break
personal
ranks, the
God
Mongols would
is.
often start throwing
how
things
others have
out, like
referred to him,
loot from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't
oh
resist
my
it.
God,
So they'd come
I know
chasing
that
out
my
after the
sins
Mongols,
are too great to
sort of
tell,
pell
and my
mell going in every different
trespasses too many
direction.
to remember.
And then they would get
As
to
a
a certain
drop from the
point,
sea will I
and from
make
behind
mention
the
of some,
two
and
hills,
make confession of them.
the Mongol
He will,
army
by
would
the way, go through a long series of acrostics
over and over this tactic
we
works.
see in the
It's like the one with the water.
well,
I'm thinking,
faith
people,
prayers and things like that.
how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing?
Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their
nature,
waves
there's
and their
something
crashing.
that when the forces are retreating,
Hear from heaven.
you can't help
trespassed
it.
against
I
thy
don't know
law.
what that is.
I have
That's maybe
despised
the
thy
animalistic,
commandments.
but
I have
take that
abhorred them in my heart.
with
With
the
my mouth
ability,
spoken
the high
slander.
speed
I have committed
Mongols to
iniquity.
circle
And I have
attack
wrought
the
evil.
flanks.
I have been presumptuous. I have done violence. I have plastered over
There's
falsehood.
been
I
many
have
great
counseled
military
evil.
historians who have written about
I have
great
lied, I have scoffed, I have
military
revolted, I have
forces throughout
blasphemed,
history.
I have been rebellious and perverse
One
and
of the things
sinful.
you write
I have
about in
stiffened in my
general
neck, I have
is
loathed, I have
the
rebuked
Mongols
and done
don't get
wickedly. I have
don't get
corrupted
written
my
about
ways, I
almost
have
at all,
strayed from my
and
path.
don't get
I have
credit
transgressed and turned away from thy
for the
commandments.
military
But
tactics
thou
and
art just in
military
all that has come upon
genius
me, for thou
exhibited
hast
through the
dealt
different
truly,
strategies.
and I have dealt with
This
it.
kind of
O
idea for
God,
the feint retreat
my
and then attack its
countenance
flanks,
falls when I remember
that's,
all wherein I have
you know,
provoked thee.
if not
For all the
invented,
good
but
which thou
perfected
hast
by
bestowed on me, I have
by
requited thee
Genghis.
with
It really was a military
For
genius.
thou hast
But there were
created
other
me
things
not
too.
from necessity,
They
but
did
from
like
grace,
roads.
and not by
They
compulsion
just
of
did like
circumstance,
roads.
but
So
by
they would
favor
often be
only.
coming from some direction
Before
that
I
nobody
was,
ever came
with thy
from.
mercies
And the
didst
people
thou
would be
conceive,
unprepared for that.
and breathe into me
The
a
most
spirit,
famous
and
example
call
is
me
when
into
they
being.
Bukhara.
After I came forth into
This
the
is
light
a
of the
beautiful,
world, thou
wonderful
didst not
city, a
forsake me,
great place in
but
the
like a
world
tender
to this
father
day.
didst thou watch
And
over.
they came across the desert.
It goes on in this vein. I
Well,
don't
no one
want
had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming with a little caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise
you get the
element in
idea
that
of
particular
the
case.
depth
So
of
he was
his
able to
poetic
think in
sensibility
ways that the
and
other
why he
people
was
were
so
not thinking
beloved
yet,
as a
and
poet.
to be able to
As we
surprise
shall
them.
see at the end
What
of
do you
this
think
class,
again
he is
felt like to
immensely
have
quotable,
this
so much so
Mongol
that
armada,
he's one of
the
those
horses?
few Jewish
It
poets
must have,
who
the
have
ground
sort of
must shake when
reached
you have that
barrier
many horses.
between being an
What do you
eternal
think it
Jewish
feels like to be
celebrity
in a town
and being a rural
when
celebrity.
Genghis Khan
Like
is
people like
approaching?
I think the
my
terror
mom, who were able
was one of the
to
greatest
inform the
weapons
world
that he
in
had.
other languages as being
He
great depth and
cultivated
wisdom.
this reputation of
Okay,
ferocity.
so let's talk about
Not only
his
did he
philosophy of
win
religion.
battles,
In many ways,
but
that's
he
really the
did a
core
lot
of
of people
what
know
it's all
him,
about.
as we said,
His,
but he encouraged
his poetry
refugees, and when he
deeply
conquered the city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the. It's going to weaken their food supply, going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the
he
Mongols
was
killed
one
with
of
their
the
steel
great
chiseled teeth,
Neoplatonists.
eating children, and
What
all
is a
kinds of horrible tales.
Neoplatonist? Well, let's
Genghis
start
Khan
with
encouraged
what
it.
is a Platonist,
You know, this
and
is
then we'll work
propaganda.
through the
It's
Neocon.
terrorism of a
Here
lethal
is
sort.
the classic
Weaken the
painting, of
enemy.
course, the School of
And
Athens
so
by
when you
Raphael,
hear,
16th century.
or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you
Which
hear
is
the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been
this
truly
shows like all of
terrifying.
these great thinkers from the Saracutan age in Athens. Socrates is over here. Green is
As I understand,
father of philosophy.
there was always
I'm
an
not an
offer
art historian,
for
so I
the
don't
towns
really
and the
know why
territories being attacked
side. I would
for
put it
them
like
to surrender
look at the
peacefully
profile to
without
think
the
it would
loss
be
of
more,
life.
more central, but definitely the
And
most important figures
the
are
alternative would
essential
be
to the
a
image.
near complete loss of life.
Plato and
Can you
Aristotle,
speak to
two
that?
figures who
Just
had
on had a
incredibly
precise
large influence on
exactly.
Jewish
He
thought,
sent in envoys
coming
first to
from the
tell
other
people a little
side
bit about
of
the
the
Mongols.
barrier, as it were.
Already was much was
Plato
known,
here
but to explain
shown
to
on
them
the
that if they
right,
surrendered,
Elder, who
all
was
the
the
lives
student
would
of
be spared,
Socrates,
but
and
they
his
could
student
continue in their
Aristotle over here.
professions. So now the
Plato and
rulers would be the
Aristotle
Mongols. They
differed
would have to
in
pay
so
the
many
taxes
things.
and usually be the same
You can see
taxes
that
they paid.
Plato in
But
this
now they
picture
would
here
go
is
to the
pointing
Mongols.
to the
It was kind of
heavens,
the
as
general
it were,
system.
saying
And because you only have
what is
100,000
true is
soldiers,
above,
you can't leave a
and
detachment there.
Aristotle,
So
on the
you
other
couldn't
hand,
leave the local
saying,
people
no,
in charge
it's on
to run their country,
imperial
or their city, or
studies
the way they have done in the past.
Plato,
He was absolutely
Plato
faithful.
and his
In one
ideology
episode in the
was
north of
very
Persia,
seated
on
into
Iran,
Gabiro
his
in a
son-in-law,
very profound way.
violated
Plato argued
stealing
essentially
and
that
looting
this
from the people
world that
who
we
existed.
live in, the material world,
Genghis Khan
is
called him in,
essentially a
and
pale
he stripped him of his
reflection
rank,
of a
and he said,
perfect, a mathematically exact
you
world
go
that
first.
could not be contained within
As a
material
combat soldier, and of
form.
course he was killed in
In
this
fact,
battle.
he used
I
the
don't know
term
the name of the
Greek
donor,
eidos or
unfortunately.
English
But anyway,
forms
he
or
was a close
ideas
relative,
to refer to
he
the
was killed in the
mathematically
next battle
perfect,
as well.
not
So that was the
theoretical,
law.
but somehow
So then,
metaphysical
if the
world
city
of which
fought,
this is a world
and the Romans
reflection.
won,
So, for
they did not
example,
kill
in
him. What they
Plato's
did was
They
killed all the leaders.
perfect
They
chair.
felt like the elite had not served them
Ideal
well.
chair,
And they
which
usually
is
killed the
exactly
army
the
because they
mathematical
couldn't
form
incorporate the
of
army
what a
into their
chair
home.
should be.
The
And
army
all
had
chairs
failed.
that we have in this world
The one
are
thing
kind
that
of
they
like
valued
the
were all
attempt
the
to
citizens, everybody who
approximate
had a
that
skill.
ideal
And
chair.
that skill could be making a pie,
That's like
it could
if
be
you're
hammering
familiar
out
with the
a metal
study
plate, it could
philosophy
be
when you're in
weaving
college,
carpets,
and
it could be
there's a
translating or just
metaphor of
reading
a
and
cave
writing.
where you have
Every
people
person with a
strapped
skill
into
was
chairs
spared.
and they're forced to look at the blades
So
cave.
the killing
And
of the
behind them
people who were
there's a
defeated
fire
wasn't so severe.
illuminating people who
What
are
was truly
holding
severe
puppets.
was if you
So the
surrendered,
people who are strapped to the chairs
many of them
looking at the
did,
back of the
and
cave,
they knew they
they
would
see the
be harmed,
shadows
so they're not
of
harmed.
the
The Mongols
puppets.
go on, the
And
Mongols
because
are
that's
hundreds
all
of
they've
miles
ever seen
away.
in their life, they
You
think
know,
the shadows
forget
are
about the
real.
Mongols. Genghis
But
Khan said
were
they were
they to
supposed
be
to send so
released
many
from
cows
their
and
fetters
sheep.
by the
Yeah, well,
philosopher
forget
and
about the
turn around, they
Mongols.
will
They're
see
far
the
away.
shadows
It's
are only cast there
stopped.
by the
He
fire
returned.
and the puppets,
conquered the
which are
city,
more real
and he
than
killed
the
everyone.
shadows. And if they were to come
And
up
somebody
onto,
approved.
So
level
the most
ground, then of
drastic
course they would see
slaughter
true
happens
reality, the sun,
when there's an agreement
trees, and things like that, and all of a sudden they
betrayal.
would perceive
Yes.
what is
And
actually
as it
real
turned
as
out, I would
opposed
say
to what
it
is
was more the
simply
Middle East, and what we call it
ephemeral.
around
So
Iran
that's kind of
and
like
Afghanistan.
the core idea
Where
of
these were the
Platonism.
worst cases.
Aristotle we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into
I'd say only
because
in
he had a huge
Afghanistan and
influence
sometimes
on
the
Maimonides
notion
in
of the
particular.
slaughter
Aristotle said, all of this,
take over in
this whole
unfortunate way.
otherworldly stuff is garbage.
He had
There is
a
no
grandson who we loved very much.
where
And that grandson traveled with him.
Plato just made all that
He
stuff
had
up.
that childhood that
Plato
that was
pointing
in
out high, and Aristotle
And I
saying,
think Genghis Khan just loved
only if
that
you can
about
measure
him.
it is it.
But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the Valley of the
reality,
the Great Buddhist
and
orthodoxy.
most of
He was
Jewish
sent to
thought
Babylon, and
followed Maimonides
as it says in
the
Persian history,
Aristotelian vein.
the
But Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonism. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors?
And for Genghis Khan,
so one idea,
never
there are
lost
three
a
basic
family
ideas that are common to many of these
none of his
things.
sons,
One
none of
is
his grandsons in
that
battle,
essentially
he had not lost them.
there is
And now to
one
lose the
true
most
being,
valuable
God.
grandson you have,
One
one
being
that's your
that
pride,
encompasses
joy, and
everything.
so
And
many
like Plato's idea of the
And so he
forms,
called
like
the
the
father,
perfect chair, the
his own
perfect
son, to him.
surfboard, the perfect, I don't know,
He did
sunset,
not tell
whatever
him,
it is.
and he did
So
not
there is
announce it
one
to the
perfect
public.
being in which
And the
all
son
things
came,
are
and the son didn't know why he was
contained.
being summoned. And Genghis
However,
Khan said,
Neoplatonism also asserts
You have
that
to
there
tell me
are
that
other existents,
you will not
meaning there are other things that
cry
exist.
or
Somehow,
when I tell you
within the
this,
context of that one, right, we say
your son
in the
is no
Hebrew
more.
tradition, "Ein od milvado," there is nothing other
And the
than
father
God,
was,
and
no one
yet
was
we're
allowed
not
to
exactly chopped liver.
No one was
We are
allowed to
somehow
cry. No one
existing
was allowed
as
to do
well.
anything.
We don't understand
Just
what are the barriers between our
He said,
individual existence and God's
make
existence.
them
So
cry.
these existence are somehow, and this varies
He
from
came down
thinker
on
to
the people
thinker,
of
they are like
Afghanistan
emanations of
so
the Godhead
harshly.
itself, as it were,
And it went
like
on for weeks and
rays
weeks, the
that
killing
come out of the sun, or
And then
the sparks
it
that
just
come
kind
out
of
of the
wore
flames,
itself out.
the
He
soul
recognized
being
that
godly in
he
some nature,
allowed
not
his
God
emotions to
itself, but
overcome
participating of
practicality
God in some
and
way.
slaughtering of these people should
And so
stop.
that's the second basic
So he did.
Neoplatonic
That's the
idea.
only
The
time
third
I
idea
know of that he
is
really
that
kind of lost control
things
of his
are
own emotions.
caused by this radiation from the
So then we can all
one,
understand what
and
his
the
response
things
was.
which are
truly
caused
extreme.
long to return
We
to
will
the
not cry,
source.
we will not
In
mourn.
other words, like
They
you
will
see
cry. They
in
will
Jewish
mourn.
thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and the soul is sent down into this world to
rational way
accomplish
he
some
approached,
tasks, and then one day to return.
which is peace is
God.
offered,
That's the basic sort of
and then
overview
betrayal
of
is
Neoplatonic thought.
punished.
And you
I
can
should
see
have
it
said he did not slaughter the
many
people in the peaceful towns.
Jewish
What
Christian
happened
Muslim
was
thinkers of the
the
Middle Ages.
killing of the
Rabbi In Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature is contribution to scholastic thought. Again, his thought primarily surveys and Christian ideas, not really deeply influenced Jewish ideas, is something called hieromorphism.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated
and morphism is
40 million deaths,
Sura, or
approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be
matter
to
is
killing
kind of
about
like
800 million
the
people in today's
essential
population.
emanation of God.
So how should we
all
think
creation
about the
is
brutality
created
of
by God,
numbers like these?
like from 6
The
states.
number itself is difficult
But
to deal with.
it is
Millions of people were killed.
a few weeks ago,
For every
total
family that lost
void
someone,
without form. It's only
it's a
through
total
God's
loss.
will that
There's
it
no, it
takes
doesn't
on
matter what the
form. So in
number
other
is,
words,
it's a tremendous loss.
just like
And
wood,
there was tremendous loss of life.
there's
As
obviously
in
a tree,
every
but if
war.
you kill the tree
I
by
don't
cutting
think
it
we should
down, then it is
judge
a
him
block of material that does not
differently
have any.
than other conquerors
It is
in
by
history
the application of
and
my
other
will
countries
that I make it
today
into a
that fight
podium
wars, including our own country. If we, whatever we are
looking
willing to
for
permit
it,
our
or
country
I
to
make it
do,
into a sculpture,
we should be
whatever. It's
able
my
to
will
understand why
that takes the
Genghis Khan or the
kilos
Mongols
and
did
makes
it.
it into a morphos,
You look
makes it into a
today
form. The
in the world,
conjunction
people are
of
killing
divine will imposed on matter is a
children,
classic idea of
civilians,
but
every
it's
day.
all related to this
Every day.
idea of
And
Neoplatonism.
it's always in the name
Now,
of something,
it's
in the
ironic
name of peace
that
or in the name of
Philo is,
God or in
that
the name of
even
our
Gaviro is
nation.
often
There are
compared
always
to
reasons for
Philo
killing.
of
And the
Alexandria,
United
one of the
States
thinkers
is
from the ancient
certainly
period, who
evolved
also
evolved
had
right
an
now
incredibly
to find
profound
weapons for bombing people,
influence on
invading
Christian
Afghanistan,
thought.
invading
It's basically ignored
fighting
by
in
Jews.
Iraq,
Philo,
fighting
we won't go into
Syria.
much detail today, but just
The United
he's
States
basically
is
living in
very involved.
Alexandria,
It's always
Egypt,
hard defending democracy.
in the
And yeah,
Temple
we brought
period,
a hell of a lot of
around
democracy to
the turn of the
Afghanistan.
first of the millennium, really,
We
and
killed a lot of
is
people.
essentially writing Greek commentary on the
You can even
Bible,
look back to World
which
War
is
II, our great
accessible
moment
to
of
Christians who can
democracy
read
and
Greek.
bringing freedom and Germany.
Occasionally, he
We
kind
dropped
of
atomic
goes off the
bombs
derrick,
on
he goes
Hiroshima
off
and
the
Nagasaki.
reservation
not
with some of
military
his
targets.
ideas,
We were not doing
borrowing certain
anything
midrashim
strategic
or
against the
changing
country
their
other
meaning
than
in such a way
terrorizing
that the rest of the
country by
rabbinic
killing
field is
women
not
and
comfortable with
children.
violence. So
That's America. That's
Philo
us.
becomes a
My
core
father fought in that
commentator
war.
on the
In fact, he fought in
Bible
all. He
for
fought in
early
Vietnam, he fought in
Christians
that war,
and is
and he
ignored
fought in
by
Korea.
Jews. He's considered like the
And he was
greatest
a
of great among the
American.
early
There's nothing wrong with it.
commentators
I'm
by
not-
Christians, and
I
yet
know we
Jews have no time
condemn
for him. It is
America, but
Gabriel
I'm saying,
similarly
how can we condemn one set of people for doing it
but
and
he's
then
ignored by
excuse it
Jews.
in ourselves?
So
Well,
it's
we
kind
tend
of an
to do
ironic
that.
situation.
We, especially
Now,
barbarian
he
people,
also,
people
though,
from
besides
Istanbul,
his
for example,
metaphysics, which
we tend to
talks about,
demonize them, or any big
the
enemy
large
we have.
ideas of what
We
is
tend to
made
demonize
out,
them.
who
You
is
said a
God,
lot of
how
interesting
we
things.
relate
So
God. He's
one,
very
it's just the very nature of war.
esoteric
War is how.
ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's
And
much more
sometimes things like
germane
dropping
for
the
Jewish
atomic bomb,
thinking,
which
and that's
is
his ethics.
an act of
Meaning his
essentially terror
metaphysics, all about
in the same
beyond
style as
physics,
Genghis Khan,
the construction of the universe.
in an
Ethics,
attempt
also
to
a
prevent
preoccupation
further
of the Greek philosophers, is how
It's a
we humans
justification.
relate.
People
And
are
that's really
always
important.
fighting for
Jews
peace.
spend a ridiculous
Always
amount
fighting
of
for
time
peace.
and energy
World War I was to make the world
thought
safe for
on
democracy and
ethics.
peace.
So this
In
book
World War
actually
II,
did
but what happened?
survive.
We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam.
Recopy it
We bombed
in
Cambodia.
Gabriel's
We
name,
bombed
and we have it to
Laos.
this day.
We
It's called
bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria.
which means the
We bombed
choice
Iraq.
of
We're
pearls.
always
And
fighting
it's
for.
essentially
I'm not a
a
pacifist.
sequel
I
to
am
his
not.
Makora
I
Chaim,
grew up
saying, okay, if
surrounded
this is
with
how the
soldiers,
universe is
and I'm not a
constructed,
pacifist.
what are the
But I am
implications
trying to
for
be a
human
realist.
behavior?
That
If this is
all
the way
nations
God
kill.
designed the world,
It happens
matter and
everywhere.
form,
So can we
you know,
universally
what's
also
the
then,
outcome?
in the
How
way
does
you're
that
actually
change my life?
criticizing wars of
And
the
in
20th
this
century,
complicated
we
book,
also criticize Genghis Khan
gets
and
into a
Alexander the
very
Great
detailed
and the wars
analysis
fought by
of
Caesar
how
and
the
others
structure
in
of the
the Roman
universe
Empire.
actually
They're essentially
determines how we should perfect our
wars of
own
conquest.
character. Now, I don't know how
in
good
some
your Arabic
human way
is.
were not
You wrote this in
necessary,
Arabic,
or
but
were
I
not
have an English translation.
defensive. They're just
So
part of
go
this
straight to
human
his diagram
drive
here.
to
And this gives you a
expand, to
sense
explore,
of
and to
how it
accumulate
all
power.
really fits
Maybe
together.
this is a good place to also talk about
Even
something I
Gabriel,
respect
it's
a lot.
ironic
Dan
that
Carlin
Jews
of
does not read his
Hardcore History
metaphysics, they went
Podcast
straight
did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who caused mass destruction, but also paved the way for new developments and progress. Making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for us. What do you think about this?
Trying to figure out how
Creative destruction really works in some aspects of life. With ourselves, for example, if we can create more habits and build new ones, and sometimes works, or we can destroy relationships in order to create new ones. And we start applying it to world history. It does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire.
These
characteristics
are like in respect to coal. That all of these things in Gabriel, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about not
the Mongols helped to unify many countries.
On the other hand, if you look at the top, I like how the sheet you have to read upside down. Pride,
everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and
but that's
it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in Ukraine,
you have valor, joy, love.
They shifted the focus out of Ukraine and over towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive with the destruction. But also, at the beginning, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed
Black ball in terms of the humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white ball or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. Try to avoid getting too cold, then it makes sure that I'm in there, and then you have very decayed institution. The very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe of matter and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. In the sense of when we look at real sophisticated, complicated thought, the metaphysics informs the ethics, and when you go back and read something poetic like Catherine Murphy, you see that, oh my gosh, it's taking all of these complicated weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches the understanding of poetry. Really, in my humble opinion,
that's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We made the Taliban stronger before.
Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great
they kicked us out.
Again, because he's taken
some of the
Taliban
Taliban leaders
sharp
from
wit,
the
and he's taken
clan
these ideas that he's expressing in poetry, and they translate really well. And just for them, the truth is, if you look up Gabriel on the web,
this is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it.
And he received early Latin
went on television for the last time
more of this kind of like
played with his people.
Associated with
He said the
Gabriel,
Mongols,
he does not have anywhere near this pride of
have
place
returned.
among
The
thinkers.
Mongols have returned.
But
And he
nevertheless,
said
we
the
get a
Americans
sense
are
of
just
his
the new
personality in these little pithy
I
quotes.
can see
The
it.
test
I
of
don't
good
accept
manners
it.
is to be patient.
But I can
with
see
bad
how people
ones.
think. If we can be
Again,
honest with
ironic in
ourselves
the
and
sense
strip
of
away
what
our
even
own lies about
Moshe
ourselves,
Ben Ezra has to say about
perhaps
him.
we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And even Gabriel also
And
took
there's
the
a fact that you
photograph
can
that
talk
goes
about. I
behind
mean,
these
the unification of China, Mongols are a very
If
important
you
step in
want
the
to keep
history of
something
China.
concealed from your
That
enemies,
permeates
don't
to
disclose
today.
it to your
And then
friends.
there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about.
I know when I was
Religious
studying in
freedom,
England, they told me
the
they
postal
there's something
network,
called
the
an
trade
Oxford
routes,
secret.
all this.
If
There's a lot of
apparently an Oxford
progressive
secret is something you
consequences
only
of the
tell one
Mongol
person at a time.
conquest
And
of
it's
the
obviously
Mongol.
not a
Let's
secret.
talk about that. But let's linger on the happier topic for a little bit
Another
longer.
one.
Like we were talking
A
about Dan
wise
Carl,
man
he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too
man is wise only while
emphasizing and focusing
when he imagines
a
he
lot on
has
the positive acts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime when describing the brutality,
it turns out that
the
even
killing,
with my jokes
the
at
hell
school, a
that
little
is
bit
war.
faster than I
So
anticipated.
can you understand his criticism?
We come to the conclusion of the lecture.
Steve
Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very
Carl is a
young.
very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously.
Poetry.
And he's right.
She began to write at a very young
That
age.
is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing.
Even today,
It's not that I want to deny the
his
warfare.
philosophy,
That's pretty
ironically,
much the same everywhere in the world.
basically
And how much
lost
do we need
Jewish
to
thought
say
for about
about
900 years. But it was picked up by the British scholastics,
how
most
this
notably
unit
St.
was
Thomas
defeated,
Aquinas, and it's there that
it's
they
what
achieved
comes
the fame
afterwards.
that
You
far
know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born,
Nevertheless,
the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare.
Next week,
You
we
conquer
have
them
a
initially
figure
through
who
warfare,
is
but you do
very
not
large
rule them
in
through warfare.
Muslim
You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they
who
like.
was also
And all the
a
things
contemporary
you've mentioned from the
Gabriel.
training
They
system, the
lived
postal system, the
roughly the
religious
same
freedom,
time.
the rights
They
of
lived in
women,
the
the
same
rights of
city in
minorities.
Zaragoza.
These
And
were
they
things
borrowed
that
a lot of
people
ideas from
responded
each other,
to.
as we shall see.
And
But
so
Raqqa
the world
is
benefited
most
tremendously
prominently for a very famous
from
book
the
called
life of Genghis Khan.
Kogos of the
All we want to talk about,
Obligations
and
of
I
the
don't
Heart,
deny it, is
a
the
tremendous
conquest
classic
war.
of Jewish
Okay,
thought
that's 20
that
years.
looking forward to learning
If
with
it
you
went
next
on
week.
for another
Thank
150
you once again
years,
for your attention, and
there's more to the story
wrap it
than
up
just
for
conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians. But in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture within them as well.
Yes.
All the different kinds of peoples that came from this time.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they're victims, and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them. Maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. But I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered. Yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And that the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there are things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace and we're going to have a better life. And,
thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight. Something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range of depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, The Duties of the Heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say in the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week was not so successful. I think I had fun. But when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so many Ibn Gavir lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys. But let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right. Although I have to say, it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi sort of cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools, and there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Helm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Helm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. He calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. They don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it, should they touch it? They end up deciding to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. They went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses not related to each other, the whole thing." He says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud, Kabbalah, and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer, and he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side."
And so he made the law.
It was a Jewish feeling. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke until later if I find the best. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare. Just to, before beginning today's, our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for complete healing for Mordechai ben Bachya. You should have Refuah Shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know more sorrow. Another very quick piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a liveaboard tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side, and really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important to good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but we got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a postcard going. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first one, after I finish davening and things like that. I turn on my YouTube and I look at comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I forget about it. So this one bothers me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I had to look that up, it stands for Jews in name only, and it's based of part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. Doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, now welfare, let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes, kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya, the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Torah's Chovas HaLevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. The word Torah comes from Torah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew it's plural, but in English it's like hair. It's plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what you do with your heart. How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But anyway, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it is written here, Hebrew B'Lashon Aravit, Harav HaGadol HaChassid, written in Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic. Although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? Is our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, right? Moses, our teacher, not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. Now, this is the hard part. The name we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. In the Kudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachya, but it's not a regular spelling at all. Bachya would be something like Beit Yud Hey, like Bachya. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a Shva, so it would be like Bechaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, and he is finally, we know he was a Dayan Sephardi. the Sephardic judge or judge from Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbi Rothschild that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. There's some fascinating things Ibn Tibon. It's a fascinating thing. Ibn Tibon was the progenitor of a multi-generation family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. And this is a period when in the 12th century, when the Almohads come in, and the Al-Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with Orthodox Muslim persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before, Yehuda al-Levi leaves, and others. The Al-Fasi, ironically, moves to Spain at this point. But this is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation of Christian Europe. So Ibn Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics. The Mora, the Mufim, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kuzari that we spoke about a few weeks ago, it all came from Ibn Tibon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibon chose to render into Hebrew. It's my contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides. Well, actually, Maimonides would be difficult because I don't think he wrote the guide at that point, but he chose him over Yehuda al-Levi, he chose him over so many other authors because Chovat HaLevavot is so unique and original. It was a path-breaking work, and that's why Ibn Tibon chose to start what ended up being a massive translation project with this particular work. And then to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see, when I hold up mine, there's on the top there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there just for fun? Let's see how close you get.
Environmentalist or feminist.
I don't know, how does it look?
This was a part of it.
Can you read it okay? What if I do like this?
He said every
Anyways, okay. So on the top there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibon. But because Ibn Tibon, as he mentions in his introduction, you know, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachia as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so you have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers, but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating Ibn Tibon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case the 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Belltime. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that
method of communication.
Translations themselves are already a step back from the original. So that's how we access Chovat HaLevavot. And that's where I should go on to the next slide. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is an official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Tibon, because Ibn Tibon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirol that we spoke about last week, So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, the 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachya. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleifer. It's eine Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. It sounds like a controversy, like ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. They figure it all out. Okay, they know everything. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Shalom, used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmud discussion. Now, besides that very short history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy?
Protection if they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous.
If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as Whitehead put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe, starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms, you have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that's in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek means wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created in the act of nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. Is the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, we can use that word probably more appropriately, that term. Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Torah Messina, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe. That goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles with which we were given. A true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near our local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying. They're in law school, and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does the survey class, and the end of the class says, and before everyone's dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, and, the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to him, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll. So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have started it. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Chobos Lavavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes to amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In the 11th century, 12th century, you begin to see the early codes, like Maimonides, Mishnah Torah, and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the catalyst, what's the bottom line, how am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed, just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Chobos Lavavos did was it said, wait a second, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Chobos Lavavos is all about. He says, I'm not going to talk about how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre which, depending on who you ask, will probably best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chobos Lavavos, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it's the best way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over text is great because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it. Not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabadnik here in Crown Heights. She shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musaf." And my daughter wrote and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus." Right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovos Halevavos. It all starts with Rabbi Rothschild, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. I have to see a little bit about what's in there. Now, our task is to approach it from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh the historical context? So we've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older print, obviously, Chovos Halevavos, with the gates metaphor, which was quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Chovos Halevavos, are named after gates. So one of those, obviously, I don't know what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well, specifically the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples, and we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abba Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and Israel, and we look at them. God forbid we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and you say, what? Do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Al Andalus, we did. We shared, and we moved on. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate. Right. So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. Or let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel, that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbi Rothschild recently. So this is the 9th century, 100 years before Rabbi Rothschild. This story is cited in 11th century hagiography of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, tell me about God. Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, Gotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term, and just made that up. That's because I had a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you get with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? Yahya responded, he said, God's one. Right, that's definitely something I do for him. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Rothschild, which explains on this. But now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and read the Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here. But one of the whys is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it's probably anyways, the question is asked about the creator Mahu. What is he? But Amar, the answer is one God. God is one. Amar Shoel, so the questioner asks, how is he? Again, that strange language. How is he? What manner is he? Amaro Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amaro Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amaro, here's the Hebrew term, Tzipia. So Tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofet, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? You know, we're going to be for dinner tonight at home. You know, that's what you say. You don't say we're going to be for dinner tonight Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's not circular. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is, but ask that question to misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. That's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbi Rothschild likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashor, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo, so the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui v'gavra. B'nivra, sorry. Below al-boire. So you ask me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place that is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbi will bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allow for the communication of Muslims and Jews who are spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibor. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said, don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially for someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, of course, read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought. Sorry for sharing this. I'm in a good mood, I guess. We once bought a book on marital happiness. My wife and I have been married 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness. It was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov. The second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov, Tehillah Abramov. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. I was married a few years time. I wrote the notes and stuff like that myself. And then I gave her the book, and she read. I figured she would read the women's section. And we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes. And before reading her section, she had to, query me about why did you write that? Why did you write this? They retreated. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart of trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? Let's present it. I want to have a relationship with God. Well, who is God? So the first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends to what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by not. God is not limited. God is not. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say I read, I'm over 40 years old, I figured I could get away with it. I didn't understand it. But the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. Rabbeinu Bassia asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Aisha Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, emunah pshuta, and belief in a creator, even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. And all of a sudden you got 5 years of going off the derech trying to figure out. You got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually do section alone. The opening sections of Maimonides, Yad Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei HaTorah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books. These are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied. These are formal. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find. So, how is it possible that such a frum Sephardi Dayan and judges could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? As I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Andalusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how we transition to Christian Europe. But I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, to follow it from the it's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get close to appropriate. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because there's copyright versions if I put video in the video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito, and let's pause to discuss that. Wow. Mi Amcha Yisrael Goya Haaretz. These Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song. It's totally not okay. And I like the word Despacito. We like the tune. And then we just totally transvalue it. We eat the fruit and we throw away the tune. I just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh voice. It'll have like real feels to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. And we, because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things of value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls, and as Sabria. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachia, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can talk and take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Kolos Levavos on the shelf. So Rabbeinu Bachia's work is still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, let's go on. There's so much to say here. But that was fun. Right. Okay. So the foundation. So these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is he describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, a higher level of self-awareness, of ethical perfection, and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose here. The first gate we talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is for Shah-Yichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then the next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating evolution kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. He says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe that was like the big invention today. It's like the iPhone of the day. He says, you have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through like, the natural world. You have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our experience of the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He tells us how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't things like that. It goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually told my wife I should read this to her. The child. And then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. And his parents are not disgusted with him. And they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. They have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was a parent.
You have to come with the emperor.
And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's on adolescent. Until he becomes adult. Until he becomes an adult and learns to speak and put himself properly like a human being. I'm sorry, I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is, like, that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. People are nodding. Anyways, so that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discern in the case of, like, see what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence. Very powerful. The third gate, wow. This is called the gate. It's because someone is getting distracted by something. The gate of the service. Okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. You see God in the universe. Well, get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in shul for minutes. How to daven properly. How to, like, put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational, as always. The gate of trust. How to trust God. Very, very hard. If we had more time, this is so much I want to read to you. 7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. You have to trust Him this way, and then you have to trust Him this way. Reading a chapter like that just gives you such a sense of wellness and such a sense of calm and a sense that, the universe is my friend. Because God protects me. Phenomenal class. Gate of unity, purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea that you don't have to have everything. You can, like, live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate gate of the public, which is also where Maimonides ends his famous book on repentance, is all of God. Much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. The last part of the book is the only thing that we have in Rabbi Rothschild's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochacha, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul. In the first person, he speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to, like, focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, which is after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. There's a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said cycles of songs and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone to Kolos Levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends to see if they can like who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very beautiful one that I think will be wonderful to revive. In your rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the day. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldham edition. I hope this inspires some people to pick up Kolos Levels if you've not read it yet, and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter. You don't need to go to the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique. And it starts off as a living genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that develop from the Kolos Levels. Each is very different, catering to a different kind of personality. Halachic Musar, Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar with Rivero, we're here on the idea is it all really comes back to focus on others. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks when I'm meeting next week, as I remind you. And I hope you all have a fantastic week.
And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor that was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly lady.
Well, the bigger picture there probably is become the institutions became corrupt. The army weakened. Politician class have lost skill and competence at ruling and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that is true enough. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate.
I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story. Like making them honor to the last moment.
Very often, scholars depict Ibrahim as a traitor to the country. And I say, no, that boy lived on for 45 years. And so, she did not betray the country. She protected Ibrahim as she was supposed to protect. It was the man who killed the child and killed young men.
So what was the lasting impact of unified China?
First of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Syria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified, but he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the Central Asia, which is called Chagatai, descendants of Sagade, second Chagatai Empire, and then the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of
and only the Ilkhanate are still loyal to him. They're so far away. But now he has a name.
But this is, I mean, even the 4 pieces, the whole thing is gigantic. Even the pieces are gigantic. So, I mean, it's very hard to keep an empire of this size together.
When he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sailed the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. And he trained all different merchant ships. He organized an army to send them a queen, or princess to become a queen. And the Ilkhanate to marry the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia, and Azerbaijan, and Armenia, and Iraq, and Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and so how Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Cook was about to die. And they wanted to get the riches out before they didn't know what was going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for 1 generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there had been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed a second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army that now he's the new enlightened Mongol who does some slaughter. So he's got what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, of what's now the Russian Far East, or we call Siberia English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet, exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough agricultural area for huge military colony. Most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. they had homes and it was on farming. He wanted to create, obviously, an agricultural, military agricultural fund in Japan to help feed northern China. That was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was a mess. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left-wing, right-wing.
Inexorable qualities
Just didn't work itself.
Of the expulsion.
The left wing is from the Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly. The ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal, the center.
Let me start with a joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke
no, he says the two
public now.
Without clearance. They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, and once again, they have the same problems, even though they come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. You know, it's impressive, and the silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. You know, and again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols. The Japanese deserve credit for that.
Tuzak soru gibi hissettiren bir soru var mı?
One night he's going to this Jewish man's barn.
Already, the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought, and they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows, and ships set them on fire, and they were doing great damage. Again, Kublai lost invasion of Japan.
What's going on? What's going on there? The just to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. He starts looking around, going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's up there?" And so finally, behind the horse,
this happened, but then Kublai Khan
farmer says,
was coming to the end of line, and Marco Polo and those wanted to get out.
The farmer
ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail this expedition with
I was on the spot.
And so they went, and then began a whole system of trade back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who's not so well respected in history, because he's also sent to work to kill honest Jews like you and to pay off my debt. He was a drunk, but he was young. But his grandfather had a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did the Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as great Khan, as the Emperor of the Whole Empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had resettled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had time or traded with. That era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China, bring your goods, we're going to trade with you. He instituted it was short, unfortunately it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way, actually all the way to Africa, because from Hormuz, they had connection to Somaliland, and some people say Kenya already at that time. Very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest side ever had.
With all the actually Golden Horde,
thank you,
Mr.
Scrub, for
soldiers,
this is my YouTube page.
They had a whole contingent of
lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is
First, I don't know.
very exciting.
I can feel it in this international way. That, okay, we need a new alphabet.
Really important.
Briefly mention Marco Polo. Talking about he's this famous explorer and traverse the continent, the so-called Kansas State with Kublai for a while. I guess was one of the primary documenters of anything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about his interaction with
I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable. In the areas where he's not reliable, you can kind of tell because he didn't get there. The places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kutulu, he wrote about that. I also needed other sources, so I found if I could find Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else or Persian to support it, then I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But pieces were romanticized, and you have to always discount it. It's very good.
So the name
However,
it's a Latinization
I believe the best work written about Marco Polo, aside from his own book, which was actually written by Rothschild, dictated in prison in January. In the 20th century, Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy on Broadway called Marco Millions. That was both a play on what he was called El Milione, the million. Because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century already, versus this idea of like a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not at its worst, but at its most.
In many ways, the Portuguese made their name
and that is like the prince in the story. This is not in real life, but this is in a play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The Princess Hochstein says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity.
In a very dramatic fashion.
There are things like that.
Almost completely.
And then in the play, Bayard, the great general,
things Jewish.
And he talks with Kublai Khan, and he says, look, these people are dangerous for the rest. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayard, again in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayard, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands
secular activities and in their Jewish.
For me, this was such an important moment in the history, symbolically, with Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. I am, it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist, but the way so many things worked out,
500 years.
There was a misstep in history. Maybe we took a wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today,
by the way,
we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room, a lot of energy for division. or
A little bit more
misunderstanding
on the woo-woo side of science, where you
versus
look at
integration.
the
Like
impact of
the
those
East
planetary
is
bodies
demonized
on
in the
human
West.
life.
And
You know, fading off
one of the great regrets I have
we did see within
that I
Ezra
hope to alleviate
also a little bit
is
earlier
just
in
how
this, but
little
also
I
very much
understand
straddling
China and the East.
scientific and
Just sort of not just from kind of
superstitious elements
economics,
of
politics,
approaching the stars. Although
you know, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
You know, my work is often classified as just history, which I think is ironic because for me it's always the Mongolian history. The last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more China because it's about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even have a course in Chinese art or anything. And I want to be very clear, mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history." And they're probably right. It's quite possible. But there's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. And there are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of the family. Sensibility with I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making the effort to understand, even if we understand wrong, we're incorrect, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed, I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help an NGO. They're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put.
In fact,
how did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
A work he wrote called Hafibor Haggadol,
despite the fact that Timur Jettuhan had united the empire with all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like local people. In Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they were absorbed into that world, broke away from the Mongol. Examples were before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River. They weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me finish my story. They had the Tang Dynasty. But it is true that even Yam is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today. In Russia, there are many, many other things in Russia. Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Chin is a person takes care of animals. So all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. There's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Goludyov is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I really depend upon a lot of research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So you had a great influence there, but it was weakening.
Russia, by the way,
bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols have become so weak within China that they were overthrown. Into China.
Because they have to catch
The
up.
Mongols have been there
The Muslims
since
follow
1215
the
to
lunar
1368.
calendar,
They packed up, went back to Mongolia.
lunar months, but that
It was just another seasonal migration.
So that means
You know,
the seasons
it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seals. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor.
takes in time
So the Mongols decided,
by scripture. The holiday
the worst thing we could do to Chinese is back the old emperor. So you had two emperors back, okay, to work it out.
spring.
And
And
the
in order to
empire
make that happen,
just
we have a
weakened from
complicated
internal
19-year
reasons for the
cycle
Mongols,
of
but some
leap months
external things
that
from
are
nature, and I think that was a great play.
added to make sure the Passover.
You know,
always falls
everything
out.
in history, everything that's good comes with something
Our
underneath that's bad.
fascination with the
And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's
and
sometimes works out good.
we actually
Anyway,
excelled in these
this great system
the
that
bishop
united
of Salamanca was so
Yamo,
taken
and
with
it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, and it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And
also
the
into
plague
Latin,
destroyed the Mongol system.
ordered that all
And
of these
if all of these
Jewish
people are ruled
writings
by Mongols
should be
because they're
stored
benefiting so
permanently
much from
in
this system,
the library
and now the
of
system
the,
collapses.
Rather impressive.
Yeah.
The language
They don't
stuff
need
is
the
also
empire
very
anymore.
interesting because
So it just
this
fell
is a
apart
period
after
of great
1368.
linguistic
The empire
flexibility
just
and
fell apart.
transition.
And
the
most of them
the
stayed
Jews had a
in
tremendous advantage because they were
Persia
historically
and
quite
Iran and Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descended from the army there.
they were multilingual.
And in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, in the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. So
Let us
they've been there for hundreds of years,
of what
and then
exactly
they
is
returned to
science,
Mongolia
a little bit of a broader
in the
perspective on
1700s.
Here's one of the
So
most interesting things that
many
he did, by the way.
Mongols came home.
He
They were still
also
Mongols.
engineered a massive
Hundreds of years of
technological
exposure to other
by
cultures.
taking
They
the
came back to their
astrolabe,
tent, squatting
which
around the
up until
fire
this point were made out
and
of
fermented milk and eating
designed
dry
out of
curds.
copper.
It's interesting
not
that
only made
the Mongolian
far more
spirit
durable, even
is
actually
so strong that it persists through centuries.
Yes.
And they just return right back on the horse,
of course,
riding the open
subject
step.
to the
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the task. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China had been used to just eating. They hadn't been producing much for 150 years.
distances
So, just to return to Genghis Khan, so we talked about Dan
what you
Carlin.
do is you
Dan
it has like
Carlin
moving
said
arms,
that
and you stick your eye
Genghis
on one
Khan's
spot,
army
and you line
was
up
the
the arm,
greatest
but let's say
military
you want to
force in
measure the height of a tall building or a
and many
mountain
other
far away.
historians agree
You line up
that
one
before
arm
rifles
with
came
the
into
top of that
popular
building, the way
use,
it looks at
Genghis
your-
Khan
to
would
your naked eye, and
basically
you line up
beat every
the,
single army,
horizontal
including
with the bottom of that mountain.
and you mentioned the
Then when
samurai,
you've got
the
it
whole formal
got
setup,
it lined up
same as
properly,
Napoleon.
you can then
There's
simply take
a
the
whole,
measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how
there's
tall that
several
big
hours to
building
set
is
up
and
the
how
chess
far away it
pieces
is.
on the military
You do the
board.
same thing with
I mean, you could just
planetary
imagine
bodies.
what Genghis
Measure
Khan
how
and
big
the
the moon is,
dynamism,
how far the moon is from
the
other
speed
planets,
of everything,
all
what
kinds
that
of
would do to
amazing
Napoleon.
things that were,
So,
impossible.
I guess the
without
question
this
is, where
amazing
do you
device.
agree with that
And it allows
notion that
Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history.
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries.
Astronomy and astrology kind of
What
together.
lessons can we take from
Basically, at this time, we're still
is
working with
applicable to
medieval
modern warfare?
and
I think there's a very good lesson.
definition, the classic ideas of what is
The Mongols took Iraq.
the essence of
They
scientific
took
knowledge.
Baghdad.
The trivia
They hit it.
3 items.
The Americans,
Grammar,
we
rhetoric,
followed the exact
dialect.
opposite strategy of the Mongols.
You just had to
Mongol
know
strategy
if you were
is
going to be
first you take the countryside. They're
It's
country
ironic
people. They
that
think in
of
terms
the
of countryside.
three,
You take the countryside,
basically
you occupy the
only studied a
countryside,
little bit
and
of the
you cut
first
off
one.
the city
And
and
that's
kind of
primarily
live without the
maybe as a
countryside.
primary and
But
secondary.
that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases, two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have the shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq.
And dialectics, which is
The
basically
strongest army in the
logic.
world. You know, this is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the city, the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that, and supplies the water. You cut off the water from the city, you cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq, or Vietnam, or even Northern Korea, or Cambodia, or Laos, or Syria. Or God knows, it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered the little tiny
idea
island.
of wisdom.
Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country, we've lost it. Tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany.
We're doing it all. But the idea that,
It's hard to
maybe
believe.
we should break this
Hard
out,
to
maybe
believe.
we should specialize.
We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing. Because Germany, you destroy the cities, the people surrender. Dresden, Scotland, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you can bomb the countryside forever. You can kill the people, and they did. You can use chemical warfare, and they did. And you can still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and
one of the most important
you can go to large areas where you don't hear birds singing because of the chemical warfare of American bombs. So we still do it, but we don't want to admit it, and we don't want to go into it. In World War II, the Americans did have unconditional surrender. Well, I mean, you can support the war, not support the war. We did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But the clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? That's absolute sheer insanity that we did. And we killed people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield, and we didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle, and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs. For what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. bombing was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Arch comes in, they defoliate it, which means they wiped out the crops, so people are starving. Later in the case of Cambodia, starving. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers die by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying.
Anyways, this is like
we did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare. I don't think we're any more humane with it, any better today than the past. It's just we hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by friendly fire in American war.
It seems that what people mean when they say that or so, in some deep sense, everybody loses no matter the narrative you put on top of it.
Yes.
When you have real people like even Ezra come into the
I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations. But
there is
the
nevertheless
more
always a
controlled it is,
market
the better.
for Jews to sort of jump over the wall.
My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, brutality and all of that. It's the measure against what goes on today in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image. He's a barbarian on horseback killing people, raping women all the time. The other image is Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, and to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, but he's on horseback out in the countryside. But the official one from the government is Genghis Khan seated on Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
The truth is somewhere in between.
Depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yeah.
There are many things that happen that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call Nadam, a great celebration that went on for a whole summer, just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody used to be given all kinds of things, you know, for what they had done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the cave in the ox yoke. They were rewarded with everybody was rewarded. It was a great time. But the first place he had attacked that was high was the Tangut nation. And they had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tangut nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and you crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild, we say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse, it sounds a little better. The hulan, to say hulan, on the Gobi, he was out hunting hulan, he fell from his horse. And he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point. And it took some number of months before August of 1227. It was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at the time. Because one of his wives was running the camp. They were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was
completed,
completed,
and
and the Talmud
so
offered
they've
all
got kind
kinds
of
of
like an
things for
uphill
the
climb.
Mongols to
And
go
then
away
when you
again
get to
the
the
second time.
15th century,
And Genghis
16th
Khan
century, that's when
told
it starts
us they
their
know
decline.
accept
They
nothing.
don't catch
And
up
then
with
when
the
they
Industrial
surrender, you
Revolution
kill the royal
that
family,
explodes
kill
in
them all.
Christian Europe.
So that
But
the idea
they don't have a Middle Ages.
they were
And
Buddhist
also,
people.
you look at Jewish
The
history,
Talmuds were
how
Buddhist.
the Middle Ages
And the idea was usually you could be reborn into your own
Christians were in the
family.
middle of theirs.
But he
You know,
said,
we
no,
had
you kill off the whole
Rashi,
family
we
so
had
they can't be
Tosfos, and
reborn.
all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that
So
a
he
middle
died
of
there.
anything? That's a
How was his successor chosen?
Nevertheless,
The
the
succession
Christians
issue
were catching up
was
when
always
the
difficult.
Jews were bringing
He did
this
not have the
wisdom
right
to
to
them
appoint
in
a
the last
successor.
time. How was this done?
That was not the
Primarily
Mongol way.
through dual
He
translation,
could dominate
in
somebody.
which you would typically have
So
two
before he
figures,
set off for the
a Jew
Middle
and a
Eastern
Christian, who would
one of his wives
transmit
said to
this
him,
knowledge into
you know, even the
a
biggest
Latin
tree
text
falls.
for Latin reading public.
You've got to make a plan
Arabic,
and talk to your
sometimes
sons about the future.
and
So
we
you
know
call
a
the sons together.
Romance language
So
that
this
would
is
be a vernacular.
the
And the
oldest boy
Christian
was
would know
born
the
while
vernacular
the father was
and
allied
Latin.
with his
You also
uncle,
had some individuals who would know all
and he was
three.
named Visit
The majority
Zutz.
of these translations were done by
And then
Jews in partnership
the next
with
one was
Christians.
Chagadai,
And they would do this
and the next one
orally,
was
by the way. So basically, the
and
Jew would be holding an
this
Arabic
was
text.
the father
He would
of
translate
Khan, but he was still alive at this point.
or something like that, which
So
was
all four of
not
them
in
came.
itself
So he just
considered
kind of explained to them
suitable
he wanted to
vehicle
talk about
for
the
scholarly
succession
transmission.
and to get
It would be
some
like
consensus
translating
from
into
them
Yiddish.
about the
Say,
succession.
Yiddish, what
And
kind
so
of
he
language is
said,
that? We're not going to be able to publish
Mongols
anything in
always
Yiddish,
call
of
on
course.
people to speak
That-
by
that-
order
that's
on
not true
age.
either, but
They also
it
serve
was
tea
considered
or food,
plural.
anything by
Considered
order of
like a,
age. It's always done that way. From then till now. So he called first on
street
Zutz.
language, a
He
jargon.
said, what do you say,
And so they
Zutz?
would, the Jew would
Genghis Khan
translate it
favored
into the
Zutz.
local
This is the
language.
one who
The
was
Christian would
questionable
understand it,
paternity,
and
but
would
he
render
always
it into
favored him.
Latin for a reading
You know, the
public.
youngest
So
fellow
there
was too
a tremendous
hot-headed.
amount of
Look
what's
good there
going
was a
on.
heavy
All
drinker.
kinds of
Chagade was
published,
very rigid about the law of
with
the
these
Mongols and all. You know, but he thought
the Jew,
he
by the way,
would favor
rarely got
Zutz as a
credit
more
for it.
reasonable,
The
good
usually
warrior,
the
but reasonable
translation
person.
was only written in the
They
name
called
of
him
the Christian
Zutz, my
translator,
son
but
speak.
in the
Chagade,
introductory
the second one,
essays, they
who
would
believed
often
in Mongol
respect
law,
the
supposedly.
Jew who was
He
involved
jumped up
transferring it over
and he said,
to Castilian.
this is when
This
he accused
changed
his father
to a
of all
certain
kinds
degree in
of
the 13th century.
how can you call on this Mongol, this market bastard? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not what. You know, you can imagine what kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son.
But just to
And
point out
this is
how
when he gave
ironic
that
that is,
impassioned speech.
my grandmother, Alaa
to
Shalom,
his,
who was
and
born
actually, the way
probably
the
around
secret history
1910,
makes it look like it was his
sure, because
assistant speaker who said it.
but she
Because very
does remember
often
when she was a
the
little
great
child,
power doesn't
she fell off a
say
train
the words
when
directly.
they were
They let somebody
fleeing
else say
the
them
Germans
for them, a
in World War I.
spokesperson. But anyway,
So
I
guess
think it
she
was
was
his
about
words, and I
4
think
years
he
old
said
when
them
she
on
fell
that
off
day.
the train.
That's what I think.
And
On
that's
this
how we
business
get
of
here.
you do not know, you are not there.
At any rate,
You know, the stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loved who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
The real language.
By the way,
She had
pretty
newspapers,
just
and she had Chromalite, and she had many other things. It was just not considered
really high integrity, really respectable.
Alfonso
to
the
that.
Tenth
Have
was
that
especially
respect
important for creating
and
what was called
honor
the
his
Alphonsine tables.
wife
Don't
in this
exactly
way
understand what
and
these
his son
mean,
in
but
this
they're a
way.
whole
It's really
series
powerful.
I believe that I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say some finished their age or they have some euphemism for
Jews
it.
were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine
In that impassioned
Abraham
speech,
Caruso in particular,
Zagade
was
had to submit.
responsible
He said,
for
yes,
perfecting them
you are our
in the
father,
15th century.
and we accept what you say.
What happens with Kuto?
A deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be.
We'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senor, one of the senior figures of
to the boys, everything's middle-aged man. He said to the man, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't favor It's a guy that
great scientific and philosophical achievement is
of his
not allowed
attitude
to remain
the situation.
So he
And
flees like
Colo is still hot-headed. He actually ended up
and
drunk and died early. So
excellent.
the other guys, they said, well, look, they chose him because he was the most generous and bon-vivant. He was for every party, drinking every time. One time, Chigi Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Chigi Hutuk was sleeping on a cart one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But look, they came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. Look, he was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and Genghis Khan had to set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very capable wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who wasn't named his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by during the clan or something. When he had a very intelligent woman named Dolce. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled the empire in her own name.
Yo, what up? How are you? Hey, what's good, son?
The genius of Genghis set it up.
How'd you find out about me?
YouTube.
Oh, tight. How's your day going?
Great. How's yours?
Wonderful, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, I don't. Tell me.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that we're able to enough money to have generational